Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 3, the final day of racing at the 2022 Rowing New South Wales State Championships. My name's Chris McCarthy. I'm joined up here in the commentary box by Rowing New South Wales CEO Margot Harley.
Good morning, Chris. How are you?
Absolutely fantastic. Pleasure to be out here, and looks like we're going to have some great weather for some fantastic racing throughout the course of the day today. Pretty full schedule going right the way through to 4:30, is it, this afternoon?
Yes, 4:30, full day of racing for the last day, but we're kicking it off here with an early start with the Championship Schoolgirl single scull. We've got semi-finals and finals for these lovely ladies, so it'll be a busy day for them, but we've got perfect conditions for them to start the day.
You can just see up on the screen. We'll have a start in the next minute or so. We've got 6 crews, 6 scullers lined up, a couple scratchings in the first heat of the day. We will go through heats this morning up until for the first hour or so, up until about 8:15 a.m.
Centenary.
We'll kick off with our first final of the day in the paras. Return to a few more heats, and then later on in the morning
Mercy
we'll see the blue riband events,
St.
the
Catherine's,
and women's 8s, and the
Kinross,
under 21 quad
Wallaroi.
sculls before the lunch break.
Attention.
After lunch, returning to some junior racing and seeing some small boats on in the afternoon. Looks like we've got a start in the first heat of the Championship Schoolgirl single scull. I'll read out the crews here. All crews looking to get off to a clean start. In lane 1 from Cathedral, Sarah Scobie. In lane 2 from Centenary, Lucy McFarlane. In lane 3 from Gippsland Grammar, Ella Durand. In lane 4 from Loretto Normanhurst, Kate Cooley. Lane 5, Redlands has scratched. In lane 6 from Marisi College, Philippa Gray. In lane 7 from St Catherine's, Erin Cara. In lane 8 from Kinross Wallaroi, Lucy Searle. And Josephine Perry from Sydney Girls in lane 9 has also scratched. So 7 races in this first heat of the day, over 2,000 metres in the Championship Schoolgirl single scull. As Margot mentioned before, we'll have semi-finals, so the first 4 from these 4 heats this morning will be progressing through to the semi-finals later on this morning. Pretty quick turnaround for these ones, and with A and B finals racing this afternoon.
And it's great to see, Chris, the amount of diversity in these single sculling events. We've got athletes from across the country coming down to our state championships to have a race. We've all been devoid of racing in recent times, so it's great to see such a diverse group of athletes down here enjoying the conditions, as I said, and getting some good racing in before we return to Cirque at the end of March for the National Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just commenting to you earlier how state champs appears to have lifted, and it almost feels like nationals out here this weekend. And that's certainly reflected in the entries. Just in this first heat alone, we've got crews from Queensland, the ACT, and of course New South Wales all battling it out. It's great to see a state-based competition. As we come through to the 500 metre mark, we do have timing all through at all the markers today, so we can give you a little bit more information. It's a pretty tight race through the 500 metre mark. In first place at that first timing point was Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar in Victoria. Sarah Scobie of Cathedral crossed that 500 metre timing point just behind her, only 0.36 of a second back. And Lucy Searle from Kinross Wallaroi just 3 seconds back there. So 1 and 2 just breaking clear of the field slightly. A little bit of a gap back to Lucy Searle from Kinross in 3rd. Erin Cara of St Catherine's in 4th place at that first timing point. Philippa Gray of Marisi in the ACT 5th. Kate Cooley of Loretto Normanhurst 6th, and Lucy McFarlane of Centenary in 7th.
So it looks like it'll be a nice tight battle for that all-important top 4 to go through to the semi-finals later on this morning. As I said, some beautiful conditions, so we really want to see some great technique from these ladies that'll be hopefully looking to enter for national championships as well. So it's good for them to see where they're sitting, what they need to work on in the next few weeks, and hopefully come away with a all-important state championship.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, these girls looking towards the national championships at the end of next month, and the schoolgirl single is traditionally with the most heavily entered event at the national championships, usually with upwards of, I believe they cap it at 64 entries, and they race heats, quarters, semis, and finals right through down to the G final on Sunday morning of the national championships. So something to look forward to for those girls. Some tight racing going forward, but definitely making the most of some great conditions out here this morning. It's relatively calm, a little bit of a cross breeze coming from the south. I think yesterday there was played a little bit of havoc in quite a few of the races, I've been told.
I think we had 4 seasons in one day,
Yep.
Chris. So hopefully we don't get that again today. But so far so good. But we've definitely got Sarah Scobie has taken a good lead through the first 1,000 metres with Lucy Self and Kinross Walleroy 1.85 seconds behind. They've opened up, continuing to open up that gap to Ella Gerard from Gippsland Grammar in Victoria. She's 4 seconds back, and then Erin Cara from St Cath's is holding on to that all-important 4th place. So tight race as we come through the second 1,000. And you know, I remember when I was a young girl racing on this course, and you got to the 1,000 metre mark and you realise you're only halfway, and you know,
certainly a long way.
It's certainly a long way, and definitely in the single scull, you tip your hat to anyone that gets out there and races it. So the scullers coming up with 500 metres to go, looking to really consolidate their positions as they come through the last 500, and just making sure if they're in that top 4 that they're able to conserve their energy for the semi-final and then hopefully the final. But yes, some really good, strong technical sculling happening for these ladies, which is great to see.
As we approach that 1,500 metre mark, it still looks like Sarah Scobie of Cathedral over on the far side of the course in lane 1 has just got a bow ball in front. Ooh, I could stand corrected there actually, coming into the last quarter of the race. It looked like it might have been on the near side of the course, Lucy Searle from Kinross Walleroy, who just edged out for that at that 1,500 metre mark. I'm sure we'll get a little bit of timing in a second to confirm that, but neck and neck for that first place. I don't think the girls will be too concerned out there for 1 and 2. They do have a semi-final to race, so this doesn't seed the lanes for the A final this afternoon. They'll just be looking to remain comfortable in that those top qualifying positions. A little bit of a race happening at the back of the field, or in the middle of the field rather, for the all-important 4th place. This looks like it's still Ella Durand and Erin Cara from Gippsland and St Catherine's respectively, that are sitting in those 3rd and 4th, those final 2 qualifying spots for the semi-final. We'll get a clearer picture of that as we approach the last 150 metres or so.
Yeah, it looks like the first 2 are, as you said, consolidated and just taking it easy, but the race for the minor places to get through to the semis is heating up in the middle of the course. We've got Philippa Gray and Erin Cara in lanes 6 and 7 that are battling it out over across to lanes 2 and 3, Lucy McFarlane and Erin Gerard. It'll be very close coming to the line. It looks like Ella, Philippa and Erin do have the measure over Lucy, but we've still actually got a race on for the win. It looks like Lucy Searle is doing a little push as we approach the Red Boys to take out the first heat of the championship schoolgirl single scull. Just beautiful, nice rowing there. Sarah Scobie's taken it down, is just cruising across, but Lucy Searle takes out the first heat of the schoolgirl single scull. 2nd place to Sarah Scobie. And it looks like lane
McGray.
6 is come through.
Moving through in the last 500 metres there to secure that third place, that second last qualifying spot. It'll be Philippa Gray from Marisi College in the ACT, followed across the line by Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar for that final qualifying spot through to the first semi-final. She's then then led across, might have something just a little bit different on the timing. Wait for some confirmation of that. But McFarlane of Centenary in 6th and Kate Cooley from Loretto Normanhurst across the line in 7th there. So confirmation of that one. First place across the line, the first heat of the championship schoolgirl single scull was Lucy Searle of Kinross Walleroy, followed by Sarah Scobie of Cathedral, Philippa Gray of Marisi College coming through in the last 500 metres to cross the line in 3rd, Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar in 4th, Cara from St Catherine's in 5th, McFarlane Centenary in 6th, and Cooley from Loretto Normanhurst rounding out that first heat.
So we're underway in Heat 2 of the Championship Schoolgirl Single Scull, which has come through the 1,000 metre. In lane 1, we've got Sophia Maxwell from Redlands. Lane 2, Felicity Errington from Askham. Lane 3, Zara Greenwood from Sydney Girls. Olivia Lucas from Loretto Normanhurst has scratched. Lane 5, Liana Fauna from Macarthur Girls. Lane 6, Jazz Ingle from St Hilda's. Lane 7, Abigail Cox from Cathedral, and Greta Knott has scratched from Centenary in lane 8. So coming through the 1,000 metre mark, we've got Jazz Ingle from St Hilda's. Got a 3-second lead over second place, Abigail Cox from Cathedral. Third place, Felicity Errington from Askham. There's a decent margin between these scullers, and that all-important 4th spot, Zara Greenwood from Sydney Girls. It looks a little bit more spread out than the first heat, but nonetheless, still the top 4 scullers going through to the semi-finals, and it definitely looks like lane 6 and 7 over this side of the course have opened up a nice, comfortable little lead from the rest of the field.
And if you're sitting in the grandstand or joining us at home watching the Bont Rowing live stream, you'll see the fantastic pictures from our drone over the course that we'll have available sort of up to the 1,500 metre mark. Just showing how spread out this second heat is. Our top 2 scullers there, as Margot called before, from St Hilda's and Cathedral, really sitting comfortably clear of the field. Followed by the Askham and Sydney Girls scullers in 3rd and 4th. Those top 4 qualifying spots pretty free and easy ahead of the rest of the field. These girls won't have too much to worry about as they conserve a little bit of energy for the semi-final later on this morning. Drone shot really giving us just a fantastic different perspective on our racing here this morning. Lucky that the wind has held off. It's nice and calm, and we're able to get that drone up in the air.
So just as we approach the all-important red boys, just a nice, comfortable pace from these scullers. As I said, conserving their energy for a full day of racing. Good diversity across the place getters for this second heat. But definitely just taking it easy. I think we've got Jazz just rowing a cool 26, 27 strokes a minute. Just having a look over the field, consolidating her thoughts for the semi-final and what she's got to do there, but she's going to cruise across the line in that first position. Second place across the line is going to be Abigail Cox from Cathedral, which I think they had a 12-hour bus trip just to get here, so that's commitment. So well done to Jazz Ingle, first across the line in the heat 2 of the championship single scull. Second place to Abigail Cox from Cathedral. Coming across the line in third position is Felicity Errington from Ascombe, and taking out that fourth position for the semi-final in lane 3 is Zara Greenwood from Sydney Girls. So well done, ladies. On to the next race. Coming across in fourth in lane 1 from Cathedral, we've got Sarah Scobie. Oh, sorry, Sophia Maxwell from Redlands. My apologies. And then coming across in sixth position from MacArthur Girls is Liana Fauna. So great work, ladies. Good to see another strong race as we move on to the third heat of the championship schoolgirl single scull.
Yeah, and that third heat is on the water and just past the halfway point, approaching the 1250 metre mark of our course. That third heat at the 1,000 metre mark, it was at the 1,000 metre mark was Hannah Richardson from Kinross Wallaroi, commanding over the field by about 15 seconds out in front there. So that'll be one to watch as we go through the semi-finals and finals later on today. She was followed by the St Catherine sculler in lane number 5, Missy Callahan, in second place, and she also had a decent gap back to Jasmine Whitford of Newcastle Grammar in third, and then the Pymble Ladies sculler over in lane number 1, Anna Mufford, sitting in fourth to round out that qualifying position. It is fairly tight for third, fourth and fifth place, so it could have a good little race for our qualifiers through to the semi-final. That is between the Whitford from Newcastle Grammar, Mufford from Pymble Ladies, and the Centenary sculler Lara Azadine in lane number 2 there, all battling it out for that fourth place. Then Sydney Girls, Gibson Grammar, and the Laura Normanhurst sculler scratched at the back of the field at that 1,000 metre mark.
We've definitely had some really strong sculling from Kinross Wallaroi over these last 2 days. They had a couple of podium finishes in the men, boys and girls quads yesterday, and in the doubles. So they're definitely doing some good things out there over the mountain, but definitely a commanding lead for Hannah Richardson as we pass the 1,500 metre. Again, just casting her eye across the rest of the heat to make sure she's she retains her commanding position across Missy from St Cath's, and as we battle out for the minor places, and they look pretty evenly spread across the course as we come into the 250 metres to go.
You mentioned casting her eye. She might be casting her eye with a pair of binoculars out there at the front of the field. We can see at out of the drone footage the sizable gap there that Hannah Richardson has back to Missy Callahan from St Catherine's, and then the even larger gap that Callahan has back to the third, fourth and fifth place scullers. A little bit of a battle going on between fourth and fifth. That looks like to be the sculler from Centenary sitting in fourth at the moment, and the sculler over in lane number
1 from Pymble Ladies College, Anna Mufford, I think.
She's sitting in third there, but then back in fifth place would be the sculler Jasmine Whitford from Newcastle Grammar. Is just sitting about a boat length down. Looks like in this closing stages of the race, the sculler from Centenary has just put on a little bit of defence, working up the rating to hold off any pressure from Newcastle Grammar on the near side of the course and just secure that fourth place qualifying spot. It was a little bit tighter there at the 1500, but things just opening up slightly. We'll see coming across in front of the grandstand now in the Red Boys. Red Boys not putting on any pressure for Hannah Richardson, Kinross Wallaroy. She sits there at probably about 17 strokes a minute at the in the closing stage.
16 actually.
16.
So that'd be a nice way to end a heat race, but
absolutely that's
very beautiful sculling as she comes across the line.
Still maintaining just about a boat length lead over Missy Callahan from St Catherine's over on this side of the course. So Hannah Richardson from Kinross Wallaroy, definitely one to watch as we progress through the latter stages of racing today. Missy Callahan from St Catherine's crossing the line in second place, with the scullers in lanes 1 and 2, lanes 2 and 1, who cross the line in third and fourth place.
Moving on to the semi-final, and then we've got the in lane 6, the Newcastle Grammar Sculler coming across in 5th. In lane 7, the Sydney Girls Sculler Lauren Teo coming across in 6th. And in lane 8, we've got the sculler from Gippsland Grammar finishing out the heat. So a commanding win for Hannah Richardson in that third heat. As you said, definitely one to watch for the semi-finals. And we've got the fourth heat underway, coming through the 1,000-metre mark of the Championship Schoolgirl Single Scull. It looks like St Paul's Grammar, Madison Joinus, has taken a 6-second lead through the 500-metre mark at least. Newcastle Grammar, Amy Barnett in second place. Emma Malcutt from Tara School in third. Lorraine Wong from Sydney Girls in fourth. Adelaide Babbage Hockey in fifth from Askham. And then Loretta Norman, her sculler, Josie Sims coming through sixth. And Olivia Scott from Loretto Kirribilli coming through in seventh. So we'll get some updated timings for you, but it looks from our viewpoint here to be somewhat even. Maybe the scullers over on the side closest to the commentary box may have the edge, but we'll get the lay of the land as they come through a bit further. So as we come through with 500 metres to go, it looks like the sculler, it's hard to see, but the sculler in lane number
I think there's one just
3,
outside of our picture there.
Thank you. Amy Barnett is leading the fourth heat of the Championship Schoolgirl Single Scull.
I think we might just have one a little bit out of our picture there. So Madison Joiners from St Paul's Grammar, normally see her out here in Penrith Rowing Club colours, and we'll see Penrith Rowing Club colours on the blades representing her school today. Looks like she's sort of been leading
so far out of
the picture we couldn't even see her.
Yeah.
And then Barnett from Newcastle Grammar sitting in second place at the moment, about sort of 8 or 9 seconds behind. A good comfortable margin there for the St Paul's Grammar sculler out the lead of the field. Would be the sculler from Tara, Emma Malka, sitting back in third place, but a little bit of a battle. Things are a little bit tighter in that third, fourth and fifth place battle for that all-important fourth qualifying spot.
So Madison's just rating a little bit higher than our previous heat winner at about 26 strokes a minute. So some quite impressive first places from the heat. So the semis will definitely be interesting. But Madison has definitely got this heat well under control as she cruises in the last few strokes across from Amy Barnett from Newcastle Grammar, who's also wound down the rating quite considerably. But it looks like Emma Malka from Tara School is in third place, and then over to the Sydney girls sculler, Lorraine Wong, is making a late push, but those four ladies definitely will progress through to the semi-final. So an easy win for Madison Joyner, as we've said, from St Paul's Grammar, as Amy comes across the line quite comfortably. Emma closely behind her, and Lorraine Wong from Sydney Girls coming across the line in fourth position. So well done, ladies, progressing through to the semi-finals later on this morning. And then we've got the last few scullers coming across in lane 7. Josie Sims from Loreto Normanhurst. Adelaide Babbage Hockey from Ascombe in 6th place. And then coming across the line over there on the far side from Loreto Kirribilli, Olivia Scott.
And back up to the start now, and the position of the start has actually changed for the next few races. We're going into some 1,000-metre racing, going back to our under-16 competitors. So these will be students most of the time still in Year 9 at school. So Year 9s and under-16s still race 1,000 metres here in New South Wales. And we'll have the first heat of 2 of the Championship Women's Under-16 Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 2, Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli. In lane 4, Redlands. In lane 5, Radford College. In lane 6, Queenwood. In lane 7, Redlands. And in lane 8, PLC Sydney. Looks like all crews off to a fairly clean start. Things can get pretty hectic down there at the 1,000-metre mark, but pretty calm conditions for the start of racing this morning, making the starter's life pretty easy. It looks like the crew in lane number 6 from Queenwood, training down there on Middle Harbour, who seem to have got the better of things and definitely looking like the informed crew on the course this morning. Very, very slick actually for girls of their age. Just sort of dominating the field out of the start blocks, getting a little bit higher rating, a little bit more power into the water, and clearing away from the rest of the field out of the start.
And Chris, it's great to see 3 full heats of schoolgirl racing. It's so important for the sport and the future of our sport and the participation that we've got strong numbers in these crew boats. So it is great to see. And I know the elite ladies that were racing today and later on this afternoon, a lot of them started in these boats, so it's nice to have them around the boat park as well, and allowing these schoolgirls to see what they could be in the future. So really important part of for the girls and also for the boys. But it's great conditions for the quad as we come through. It looks like Queenwood has jumped out to a good lead. It's the first 3 crews of this heat that go straight through to the final. The rest are eliminated, but Queenwood definitely leading to 2nd place to Radford College, and 3rd is Hunter Valley Grammar. Pretty tight through those first 3 places. Loreto Kirribilli is in 4th, and Redlands 1 is in 5th.
Really tight there between 3rd and 4th. So Hunter Valley Grammar crossing that halfway timing point in 3rd, but only a fraction of a bow ball up in front of Loreto Kirribilli next to them in lane 3, also on the far side of the course there. And of course the top 3 going through, so we could see a really good spirited battle for a spot in the final as we come down to the closing stages of this 1,000-metre heat. First heat, the schoolgirl, the Championship Women's Under-16 Coxed Quad Scull, sponsored by Sykes Racing.
So definitely a tight battle for that 2nd and 3rd position. It definitely looks like Queenwood has has pushed out a little bit and will take a nice comfortable row through the red boys for this first heat of the under 16 coxed quad scull. But definitely a tight battle for second and third to progress through to the final between Loretto, Hunter Valley and Radford College.
Yeah, so Loretto Kirribilli looked like they made the most of that battle, but the crew on their right-hand side there from Hunter Valley Grammar not making this trip down the coast for nothing. Really responding there to push on for that third place. I think it'll be Radford that'll come across the line in second, but that battle for third is really catching up to them. The moment, looking at Radford College in second, so Queenwood crossed the line in first. Be
Very
two lengths
tight.
back to the battle of three across. You can throw a blanket over the field. Be Radford College crossing the line in second, and a good race for that last qualifying
Whoa.
spot on the surge.
I wouldn't want to call it.
Oh, I'd say Loretto Kirribilli, but
Let's
Hunter Valley
wait,
Grammar really moving in that to hang on to that last qualifying spot in the last the dying strokes of the race. Our finish line judges had Hunter Valley Grammar, but I think we'll go to a photo for the finish of that one.
And then we've got PLC Sydney coming across the line. Great effort, ladies, and they're followed closely by Redlands to round out the first heat. But very, very tight in that third and fourth position. So we'll wait for the official results to confirm unofficial at this stage.
Coming back down the field, we do have a start in the second heat. A bit of rapid fire this morning. The 1,000-metre race is running on 4-minute intervals. Keep us on our toes here in the commentary box. Second heat, we've got a full field of, we've got 7 competitors, but no scratchings in this one. So in lane 2, Pymble Ladies College. In lane 3, Roseville. In lane 4, Newcastle Grammar. In lane 5, the second PLC Sydney crew. In lane 6, the Redlands second crew. In lane 7, the number 1 crew from Loretto Kirribilli. And in lane 8, all the way up from the border, we've got the Tweed, a crew from Tweed Rowing Club, closest to the grandstand side of the course. Looks like from my eyes, with the sun, the morning sun, really giving us some glare in the commentary box. Might be one of the crews on the near side of the course. So the number 1 crew from Loretto Kirribilli in lane 7, who looks like they've got their bow ball in front of the field fairly comfortably at this stage. Coming through the 1,500 metre mark now, it is definitely that Loretto Kirribilli crew who are leading by about half a boat length back to the crews in lane 3 and 2. So that's Roseville sitting in second and Pymble Ladies College in third place. Those will be pretty certain our top 3 qualifiers. Tweed in fourth, and then throwing a blanket over the field for 5th, 6th and 7th, Newcastle Grammar, Redlands and PLC Sydney rounding out the back of the field. So our top 3 qualifiers sitting pretty comfortably with about a boat length of clear water back to 4th. So they won't necessarily, unlikely that they'll be challenged for their spot in the A final this afternoon. But looking to make the most of things to secure those all-important centre lanes. The wind playing havoc today is definitely advantageous to be in the centre of the course.
And just trying to keep their strokes nice and clean, good unison, but it definitely looks like Loretto Kirribilli has extended their lead over Roseville and Pymble Ladies College. The crew from Tweed over on this side, it looks like it's making a little late challenge. As they come through closer to the commentary, we will be able to really see the positions. But Pymble Ladies College over on the far side, looking strong, nice and crisp. Right next to them, Roseville Ladies really consolidated those 3 winning positions. But I think it's definitely Loretto Kirribilli over in lane 7 that may still hold on for the heat win, but there is Pymble and Roseville are definitely making a race of it for the final.
It's actually getting really tight down here in the red boys. Loretto Kirribilli going to just hang on to take the win, but only just Roseville College really pushing up on them. Loretto Kirribilli by about a third of a boat length. Back to Roseville in second, Pymble Ladies College in third place. Less than a length between those top 3 crews, and then a good amount of distance back to Tweed on the closest to the grandstand, who will cross the line in 4th place.
Newcastle Grammar coming across in 5th. followed closely by Redlands in lane 6, and then PLC Sydney in lane 5 to round out the heat.
So just want to give some confirmation to the results of heat number 1 in the Championship Women's Under-16 coxed quad scull. That's probably the tightest margin that I've seen out here in quite a while. So we had Queenwood across the line in first, pretty clear winners there. Radford College in second. And it was Loretto Kirribilli who just got their bow balls in front in third place for that qualifying spot through to the final, edging out Hunter Valley Grammar by 0.01 of a second. So for reference, that's about 10 centimetres.
Yeah, well done. It was a great finish. So Queenwood, Radford and Loretto Kirribilli confirming their results for Heat 1. They will be joined by another Loretto Kirribilli crew along with Roseville and Pymble Ladies College as we head into the third and final heat of the Championship Women's Under-16 coxed quad scull. That's quite a mouthful to say this early in the morning. As we've got the third heat just lining up, the aligners, the volunteers and the BROs that we have at this regatta are an amazing group of individuals that I have the pleasure of working with, and we really couldn't run our regatta without these men and women. So a big shout out on behalf of Rowing New South Wales and all of the schools and clubs that participate, and a big thank you for all of the hard work that you do. We could not do it without you. But we are underway in Heat 3 of the Under-16 coxed quad scull. In lane 2, we've got St Catherine's, lane 3, Commercial, lane 4, PLC Sydney, lane 5, Sydney Girls, lane 6, Redlands, and lane 7, King Ross Walleroy.
The keen-eyed of you watching on our live stream or on the big screen might have noticed there that the crews do sometimes start just a little bit ahead of the start line. The starters generally don't mind that as long as they are all in line. It is easier to get crews to tap up to the start rather than back down onto the line, as long as they all start in line, and it's a fair and even contest in that one. It's looking like the crews on the far side of the course. It might be Kinross Walleroy in lane 7 who have made the most of that start off the line. We'll sort of get a little bit of a closer picture in a second of that one, and the Redlands and Sydney Girls crews in the centre of the course also making good work of it in the opening stages of this final heat.
So if we come through the 500 metres of the third heat, Kinross Walleroy has a 4.5 second lead over second place St Catherine's, and then 1.09 seconds back to Commercial. It looks like a very tight race for that third and final position, with Sydney Girls and just closely behind, and then a bit of a gap back to PLC Sydney, and then spread out further back to Redlands for this third heat. But Kinross Walleroy, unsurprisingly, heading off and leading the third heat of the Under-16 coxed quad scull, over on the side, this side, closest to the tents. As a great view comes past all of the great school and club tents that we have set up on the hill. It is great to see everyone back out at Cirque after a long time not being able to race. So they're seeing some great racing from the Kinross Walleroy School. that have definitely taken a commanding lead over this third and final heat. So as they come through the red boys, Kinross in first place. It looks like St Cat's have retained that second place position over on the far side, and the commercial crew in third place. It looks like they've pushed away just from fourth the Sydney girls' school, but as I said, Kinross Walleroy coming through in first place, nice and long, really great racing. So well done to the Kinross Walleroy School coming in first place. We've got St Catherine's taking out second position, and the third and final position for the final later today is the commercial crew, and then fourth place Sydney girls. So great row from them. PLC Sydney just coming across the line now, followed not too far behind from Redlands. So just confirming those positions. In first place, Kinross Walleroy. Second, St Catherine's. Third, Commercial from Queensland. Fourth, Sydney Girls. Fifth, PLC Sydney. And sixth place, Redlands. So it'll be some interesting racing come the final later on this morning. So we are underway in, we've now moved to the Championship Men's Under 16 Cox Quad Scull. Just 2 heats for this race, so it's the top 4 that go through to the final. In lane 2, we've got Newington, lane 3, Redlands, lane 4, Newcastle Grammar, lane 5, St Augustine's, lane 6, Shaw, lane 7, Newington, and lane 8, the Northern Beaches Secondary College. It's great to see such a diverse group of crews in this heat. It looks pretty tight over this side of the course, so as we come through the 500 metre mark, we'll be able to see, we've come through. So Shaw is leading the field, followed 3 seconds behind by St Augustine's. Newington 1 is in third position, and Northern Beaches Secondary College in fourth. Still being challenged by Newcastle Grammar in fifth, and a little way back is the Redlands crew.
You can have as diverse an experienced field as you like. It'd be an unwise betting man to bet against the Shaw School in a schoolboy race, and they've certainly lived up to that expectation in the centre of the field. They are the current reigning champions in this event, having won it last year, and just really demonstrating that trademark Shaw's style of get out in front and stay out there, leading the field by just over a boat length at the 500 metre mark, and really consolidating that in the second half.
Yep, so Shaw School definitely out in front. It looks like the top 4 positions for the final are pretty set, but a late challenge in the last 100 metres as we come through the red boys. Shaw looking really solid, just pushing it out, just really testing themselves for this afternoon. St Augustine's making a late charge as they come through, wanting to take second position, just over the Newington crew in third position. Fourth position is going to be Northern Beaches Secondary College, Newcastle Grammar coming across in fifth, and then Redlands coming across in about 100 metres to go. So really good race. Shaw in first, second St Augustine's, third Newington, and fourth Northern Beaches Secondary, all progressing. Little shout out to Kieran Kabelke, the head coach at Northern Beaches Secondary College, for the work that he's done, really getting that program up and running. It's great to see such a committed individual that's been in our sport for a long time, paying it forward to the next generation. So really great first heat. of the championship men's under 16 coxed quad scull.
Just having the second heat lining up on the start line now. We'll have a start in just a few moments. It's a full field again, so lane 2, Newington, lane 3, Newington 3. In lane 4, Redlands. In lane 5, a second crew from the Northern Beaches Secondary School. In lane 6, we have the Scots College. In lane 7, Kinross Wallaroi. And in lane 8, Sydney Grammar School. So interesting to see if Kinross Wallaroi can almost follow in the footsteps of the girls that we saw earlier and secure a pretty commanding qualifying spot for that final. We're racing against, as we had in the previous heat, a pretty diverse field of some GPS schools and non-GPS schools and up-and-coming programs as well.
Yeah, it's great to see at state championships that, you know, GPS schools tend to just race in there. They've got their own regattas, so it's good to get some diversity and just letting everyone see where they're at against a plethora of schools, not only across the state but across country. So really great to see the Newington and Scots and Sydney Grammar crews, and also another secondary Northern Beaches Secondary College crew, along with Redlands and Kinross Wallaroi. So it was a fast start. It did look like Kinross had a really good start with a very high rating, but very, very close racing. 1,000 metres in a coxed quad scull is a nice little race, but it looks like the crews over on this side maybe have the edge with Kinross Wallaroi. As I said, great start, so it looks like they are going to come through the 500 metres in first position. So following in the footsteps of their female counterparts. Second place currently is Newington College and Scots in third, with Redlands in fourth. So they are the top 4 as they stand. Again, the top 4 go through to the final. So it's a little back to Sydney Grammar in 5th, the Northern Beaches Secondary College in 6th, and Newington 3 in 7th.
And interestingly, that Kinross Wallaroi crew that is out leading the field in this second heat, about a second faster to the 500 metre mark than that dominant Shaw crew we saw in the first heat. So that'll be a cracking race this afternoon for the final. 2 very fast starting crews out there putting it all on the line. As we come back down to the last 180 metres or so of the race, it is still Kinross Wallaroi sitting nice and comfortably out the front of the field. Tight battle going on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. The pretty tight formation going on behind them of Scots, Redlands, Sydney Grammar and Newington College. Looks like Newington College may just have the edge for 2nd place in this second heat of the under-16 men's coxed quad scull. Be Kinross Wallaroi about a boat length clear of the field, a boat length of clear water between them and their next competitor. It does look to be Newington College just edging their bow balls in front of Redlands. So Newington in lane 2 look to be favourites for 2nd place. It'll be Newington, followed by Redlands, followed by Scots, and then Sydney Grammar. So Kinross Wallaroi, Newington, Redlands, Scots College, Sydney Grammar in 5th place, missing out on the final. And then Northern Beaches Secondary School, their second crew, coming across in 6th, and the Newington third crew in 7th place to round out our last heat of the morning before we crack into our first final coming up soon.
So it looks like a very competitive final that we will have in a short little while. Good to see some fast times in these, and these crews making use of some pretty nice conditions. The sun's just poking through the clouds as we speak. with the BROs heading back to the 2,000 metre start for the first final of the day, which is the PR Championship PR3 men's and women's pairs. Just 2 crews in this event, and it should be a really good event. It looks like we've got, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but the 3 athletes from the Paralympics. We've got James Talbot and Thomas Birtwistle, who were both in Tokyo last year, coached by Hallie Chapman and Chris Holliday. Just a matter, Hallie will not like me saying this, but it is Hallie Chapman's birthday today.
Oh, is it?
So a big happy birthday to Hallie Chapman from UTS Rowing Club. Where else would you rather spend your birthday than Sunday at State Championships?
Oh, I'm sure she'll be tucking into the bar when it opens up at 11 o'clock. A little celebratory drink.
Yeah, definitely. I think she's earned it.
Race 141, champion PR, women's and men's pair. Mercantile lane 2 and UTS Sydney Uni lane 6. 2 minutes. Mercantile, UTS Composite. Attention.
So we're underway in the Championship PR3 men's and women's pairs racing. So in lane 2, we've got the Mercantile crew, Alexandra Viney and Alex Billerman, coached by Samuel Fennessy and Michael McKay. And across in lane 6, we've got the UTS composite crew, James Talbot from Sydney Uni and Thomas Birtwistle from UTS, coaches Hallie Chapman and Chris Holliday. So the pair race is always a challenging race and boat to row. But as I said, the conditions are pretty perfect this morning for this race as we get the crews underway. So just a reminder that when you are done with your bow numbers, to return them to Boat Shed 1, particularly as we get through the day. The lovely ladies down there are doing a great job, so any way that you can help them. We've
Race
also got
142,
a
champion Schoolboy
Ford
single scull, heat
Mondeo wagon with a license plate of DHY74J that is parked near the Perfect Balance trailer near Boat Shed 1. We actually just need that moved. So the owner of DHY74J, if you can please make your way down to Boat Shed 1 and just move your car so the Perfect Balance guys can start to load their trailer. That would be greatly appreciated. So as Chris mentioned, we've got the Bentley's Bar open to everyone, the general public again today. That is open from 11 o'clock. We've got some great food stalls. I've heard some great things about the pizza stall that will be underway at lunchtime. So make sure you head into the Bentley's bar and have a well-earned drink as we round out the day. And also give a visit to the merchandisers that have come out for the regatta. Our live stream and point score partners, Bont Rowing, located near the breezeway and Boat Shed 3. As I said, we have perfect balance down near Boat Shed 1 in the trailer park, right near our Wintec Racing, also near Boat Shed 1, up near the kiosk. If you haven't yet got your state championships merchandise, head over to the regatta shop and pick up a t-shirt or a jumper. And we're also joined by Pontoon Sports, 776, Boomalacca and Strike Recovery. And then down outside Boat Sheds 4, 5 and 6, we have Sykes Racing and Croker Oars. So thank you again to all of our sponsors and our merchandisers that have come along for this great regatta. So as we come through the 1,000 metre mark, not surprisingly, we have James and Tom out in the lead with a decent time of 3:46.31. And then coming across through the 1,000 metres, we have the Mercantile pair 21 seconds behind, but showing a great solid technique in these perfect conditions with 1,000 metres down and 1,000 metres to go. So great vision from our Bont Rowing live stream. If you have missed any racing from day 1 or day 2, they are available on our YouTube channel. So thank you to Bont Rowing for helping us bring the regatta to the masses, even if you're watching it in the boat park or on the big screen or in the comfort of your own home. It's great that we are able to get such great vision from the course, and a big thank you to John Meekings, the tech wizard behind it all, that allows us to do this. So just 500 metres to go. It looks like the UTS Sydney Uni composite crew has pushed out another 8 to 10 seconds from the Mercantile crew. Again, obviously a male and female combined race, but looking very strong. James and Tom as they come up just through the 17:50 mark. Just really looking sharp there. A nice, good, comfortable rating. Enjoying the nice conditions as we come into the Red Boys for the final push to the line in the first final of the day on day 3 of the New South Wales State Championships. So as I said, 2 of our Paralympians from Tokyo looking really good in the pair. Nice, strong, long strokes. Great racing. Great to have them out here and see them continuing their strong form. So as they come across the line, the championship men, PR3 men's pair in a time of 7 minutes 40. It's a great race to James and Tom. And then just entering the red boys is the two Alexes from Mercantile, looking nice and long. Always tough when there's only two people in the race, but nevertheless a strong combination and effort from the lovely ladies from Mercantile as they come across the line.
Good chance for these athletes to get a good hit out before the national selection trials in a couple of weeks. That is why they're out here today. It's a requirement for an invitation to trials. It's a race at the Rowing New South Wales State Championships. That's why we saw all our elite pairs and single sculls out here yesterday as well. So these guys ticking that box to prepare themselves for the selection trials coming up in 2 weeks' time?
Two and a bit weeks, yep, just as the start of March. So great effort to the two crews. So we're underway, we're sticking with 2,000 metre races. We're now switching to the championship schoolboy single scull. There are 3 heats to this event. So it is the first 3 that go straight through to the final. In lane 1, we have Gippsland Grammar, lane Regan Farley, Callum Dunn from Cranbrook in lane 2, Zane McGregor from Northern Beaches Secondary College in lane 3, Jack Miller from Marist College in ACT in lane 4, Evan Lewis from Gippsland Grammar in lane 5, Ashton Pratchett from Cathedral in lane 6, another ACT sculler from Tilapia High, Luke Jalla in lane 7, St Kevin's sculler James Hart in lane 8, and rounding out the full field from Adelaide, Adam Holland from Scotch College.
And about the 500 metre mark, and as you'll see on the screen as well, it was James Hart from St Kevin's making the trip up from Victoria and making the most of things in the opening stages of the race, and he's sort of settled out to a pretty commanding lead as he approaches the 1,000 metre mark on the screen now. So crossing that 1,000 metre mark in time of 3:41, it's a pretty handy time for an under-19 sculler, and a pretty comfortable lead back there, a field of clear water back to second place, which will be Zane McGregor over on the far side there in second, and tight then back to Ashton Pritchett of Cathedral sitting in third place. A good healthy margin then back to the Marist College sculler Miller in, Luke Yallia in 5th place there. Back down into 6th, Lewis from Gippsland Grammar, and followed by his schoolmate in 7th place as well. You can see there on the screen that our sculler in lane 2 from Cranbrook did not start. Could be something unrelated, but a timely reminder to, if you do have a scratching, to get it in at boat shed number 1, I believe it is, within more than an hour before the start time of the race. Otherwise, there is a fine for the club if you fail to do that.
So the St Kevin's sculler, James Hart, definitely taking a commanding lead over this first heat of the championship schoolboy, my apologies, single scull. Second is Zane McGregor from Northern Beaches, and third, the Cathedral sculler from Queensland, Ashton Pratchett.
Fantastic pictures on our screen now from the drone over the almost at the 1,500 metre mark now. It was really showing just before that sun glare that's playing havoc with our commentary up here in the box. But as we get it later in the day, hopefully that'll improve for us. But beautiful conditions out there, just an ever so slight head breeze. We've seen the flags moving just a tiny bit up on the presentation dais in front of us. But for the most part through the field, especially in the early stages, not a breath of wind, absolute glass out there. Here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre.
So James Hart from St Kevin's, as we come through with 500 metres to go, has consolidated his very comfortable lead to go through to take that, looks to be able to take that first position for the first heat of the championship schoolboy single scull. And it looks like we've got Zane McGregor in second place from Northern Beaches Secondary, and again Ashton Pratchett from Cathedral consolidating those first three positions. So it'll be interesting to see, Chris, across these three heats, the times and the seedings that will occur for the final this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the times we might have to take with a pinch of salt, because I can see that James Hart from St Kevin's here is just enjoying his time at the front of the field. He does have another 2,000 metre race to get down this afternoon in the single, and two full tilt races in the single is a big ask. So he'll just be just relaxing now, bringing down the rating. I can see you getting the stroke coach out to check that one, but just relaxing across the as we enter the red boys to finish off, to round out the race, conserving some energy for the final this afternoon, but definitely a clear favourite as we go forward.
So just a nice, comfortable 22 strokes a minute for James Hart from St Kevin's. Just casting his eye across the field, pulling his thoughts together for what's ahead in the final, but a really commanding, comfortable win for James Hart from St Kevin's in the first heat of the Championship Schoolboy Single Scull. Great race to James, and it looks like we've got the second place sculler, Zane McGregor from Northern Beaches, equally comfortable in second position, coming across the line, and then Ashton Pratchett from Cathedral taking out the third position to progress through to the final. Very comfortable race from those three scullers. Coming across in fourth from Tilapia High is Luke Jalla. In fifth position from Marist, Jack Miller. Sixth, coming across the line in lane 5 is Evan Lewis from Gippsland Grammar. And then over on the far side in lane 1, his compatriot from Gippsland Grammar is Regan Fairley. So great race for the first heat of the Championship Schoolboy Single Scull.
Do you have the second heat of 3 for the Championship Schoolboy Single Scull down on the water at the moment, on the course, just sort of coming up to the 750 metre mark. At the 500 metre mark, it was the Marist College sculler of Darcy James who was leading out the field, just 1.2 seconds ahead of Robert Russell from UTS on the nearest side, the grandstand side of the course. The sculler from Cathedral in Queensland, Mika Talbot, sitting in third place, only narrowly behind there, and then a narrow, pretty narrow margin there, also back to Callum McClure of Somerset College, also from Queensland. Elliot Yallier, the brother of Luke that we saw earlier in the last heat, sitting in 5th. Matthew Thompson of Gippsland Grammar in 6th. Zink Bosco of Hunter Valley Grammar in 7th. Kobe Reeves of Northern Beaches Secondary School in 8th. And Curtis Wilmot of Gippsland Grammar in 9th place at that first timing point. But no more than a 3-second margin between any of those crews at that first timing point. So perhaps a more tightly contested heat for the second heat in the Championship Schoolboy Single Scull than what we saw in the first, with a little bit more racing going on.
And we've got scullers from the ACT, from Queensland, from New South Wales and Victoria in this heat. So quite a diverse heat for the Schoolboy Single Scull. But as we come through with...
Looks like it was Darcy James from Marist, just holding on to that lead, but only narrowly by 0.08 of a second over Mika Talbot of Cathedral. So a tight battle going on for the lead there, just opening up over third place Robert Russell from UTS. Robert leads by about 3.5 seconds over Elliot Yalia from Talopia in fourth. Zinc Bosco from Hunter Valley in fifth. Somerset College sixth. Northern Beaches Secondary in seventh. And the pair of scullers from Gibson Grammar in eighth and ninth place at the halfway timing point. We get a good perspective again from the drone, just showing how tightly spread out it is, or how tight it is up at the front of the field, and how it's just spread out a little bit over the rear of the field and those that are beyond the top three qualifying spots.
So these scullers, as you can see on the live stream, having to deal with a bit of the sun glare as we're having to deal with here as well, but it's remaining pretty flat, so really good conditions for these smaller boats as it's heating up. Sitting at about 20 degrees, expected top of only about 24, so pretty nice conditions.
Sweet conditions, yeah.
What more could you ask for? Where would you rather be?
If I was on the water, I'd rather be in lane one at the moment, because it is looking like that little cross breeze that we saw play havoc yesterday is just starting to pick up a little bit. So maybe as the morning progresses, sitting in those far lanes will be a little bit of an advantage for some crews. The forecast is telling us as well that the wind is going to swing around to a little bit of a tail breeze around lunchtime, and then a cross breeze from the other side later in the day's racing. So it'll be one to watch.
So we've got the sculler in lane 8 from Cathedral. Mika Talbot has taken a 2-second lead over Darcy James from Marist College. Robert Russell is in third position from UTS. So they are currently the three positions that would go through to the final. Elliot Yalia in lane 1 is fourth from Talopia High. Zinc Bosco from Hunter Valley Grammar in fifth. Colby Reeves in sixth from Northern Beaches. Callum McClure from Somerset College in seventh, and the Gippsland Grammar scullers of Matthew Thompson and Curtis Wilmot rounding out the field. So just 250 metres to go in this second heat of the Championship Schoolboy single scull, but it's definitely the scullers over on the side closest to the bank that look to be consolidating their positions as they move through to the final.
So a little bit of a tussle there going on in the middle of the race between Mika Talbot from Cathedral and the sculler from Marist, Darcy James. And it looks like Mika Talbot just taking just getting the ascendancy and coming out best off in that little tussle, just leading the field now by a bit over a boat length, looking pretty relaxed there, just maybe winding it up slightly towards the line, but definitely not stressing about his position. Just over a boat length clear. It'll be pretty tight for second place between Robert Russell from UTS, who looks to have just moved through Darcy James of Marist College. So it'll be Mika Talbot from Cathedral in first, Robert Russell from UTS in second, narrowly ahead of Darcy James from Marist College. Pretty close again between Elliot Yalia from Talopia High in fourth, Zinc Bosco from Hunter Valley Grammar in fifth place. Our sculler in lane number 5, that's Reeves from Northern Beaches Secondary, who crossed the line in sixth. Reeves followed by Callum McClure of Somerset College in seventh, and then Matthew Thompson in eighth of Gibson Grammar, and Curtis Wilmot, also of Gibson Grammar, crossing the line in ninth place to round out the second heat of the Championship Schoolboy single scull. And, back down on the course now, just through the 1,000 metre mark, we've got the final heat of the event, of the Championship Schoolboy single scull. The 1,000 metre mark, it was the 1,000 metre mark of that one. We had Jesse Rosen of Marist College in the ACT, just narrowly ahead Benjamin Hudson from Hunter Valley Grammar. Kai Martin, also of Marist College, sitting in third place for that third qualifying spot. And Zach McPherson of UTS sitting just outside the qualifying positions in fourth. Jaya Pradden of Cathedral in fifth, and Thomas Gillam of Gibson Grammar in sixth place at that halfway timing point. Not too much of a margin between any of the scullers, really, so it could be a nice little battle for a qualifying spot through to the final between Kai Martin of Marist, currently sitting in third, and Zach McPherson of UTS sitting in fourth place.
So as we come through the 1500 metre mark, we've got Jesse Rosen from Marist College in the lead, narrowly in front of his schoolmate Kai Martin, also from Marist College in the ACT in second, Zach McPherson in third, not out of the woods with Jaya Pradden from Cathedral in fourth position, and Thomas Gillam in fifth position from Gibson Grammar, and then Benjamin Hudson from Hunter Valley Grammar in sixth position. So it's going to be a tight race for those three positions that go through to the final, but currently it is Jesse Rosen from Marist College in the lead. But anything can happen, Chris, in the last 500 metres, as we know.
Yeah, absolutely, especially in such flat conditions and or even slightly slow conditions where the speed of the boat is a little bit slower, so it is a little bit easier to pick up and change the speed of the boat. And we definitely can see some dramatic finishes in the single scull. So it looks like those top three scullers just starting to cement themselves now in the last 150 metres of the race. If we look at our drone footage, we've just seen the sculler on the far side of the course. That's the UTS sculler of Zach McPherson, perhaps just dropping off slightly, and does look like Jaya Pradden of Cathedral, who was sitting in fourth at the 1,000 metre mark, just moving through into a qualifying position. So it is still the little bit of change going on into the line. So sculler in lane 8 from Marist College. So it's the battle of the two Marist College scullers for first and second. Both will go through to the final. Looks like it'll be the lane 5 sculler just edging out. So Jesse Rosen of Marist College just following, leading out his schoolmate of Kai Martin, also of Marist, in second. Jaya Pradden of Cathedral crossing the line in third for that third qualifying spot. Thomas Gillam of Gibson Grammar moving through the field up into fourth. And Zach McPherson just spending all his bickies a little bit too early and crossing the line in fifth place there. Benjamin Hudson from Hunter Valley Grammar in sixth place to round out the third heat of the championship schoolboy single scull. And having a look back through the times and the performances, definitely James Hart of St Kevin's in that first heat, one to look forward to in the finals, clearly ahead of the times of all the other scullers that we've seen in the subsequent heats.
Some great racing ahead for the day. So we move back to the race that's on the course at the moment, which is the Championship Women's Under-19 Double Scull, sponsored by Croker Oars. Again, down in the boat park, go and say hello to the family down there. They'd love to see you. In lane 2, we have the Sydney University crew. In lane 3, Grafton High. Lane 4, we have a Canberra composite. In lane 5, we have Newcastle Grammar. In lane 6, we have a Yarra composite. And in lane 7, we have a Sydney Canberra composite. So coming through, looks like we have the Sydney Canberra composite of Zoe Bond and Talia Knock Driver in the lead, narrowly over the Sydney University combination over in lane 2, and in lane 3 the Canberra ANU composite is in 3rd position, with the 4th position the Yarra Yarra Sydney composite. So they are the first 4 crews that have a pretty comfortable positioning over the rest of the field. It's the top 4 crews that go through to the final. It's about 20 seconds back to the Newcastle Grammar crew and the Grafton crew.
Through the 1500 metre mark, it does look like it's the Sydney University crew of O'Brien and Holtower that have made the most of the middle 1,000 metres. They were sitting pretty far back in second at the 500 metre mark, but just rowing through the Sydney-Canberra combination, who look to have really dropped off the field now, looking to just conserve some energy for the final. So it was Sydney University first through the mark at the 1500 metre mark, just a second or so ahead of the ACT combination of Moran and Lang. They were leading out the Yarra Yarra Sydney Rowing Club combination of Bond and Noak Driver. Bit of a swap around of the 2 Sydney Rowing Club composite crews there. I'm getting myself a little bit confused. Was the Sydney Rowing Club combination of Huber and Kafori with Yarra Yarra that were in 3rd place at that 1500 metre mark, followed then by Bond and Noak Driver, who looked to have really just stepped down and decided to conserve some energy, rowing really nicely still. So a sign that that was perhaps an intentional move. We do have a few races, I believe, today, and some quads and small boats as well.
But definitely the top 4 positions are pretty well in hand now. So as you said, Chris, just conserving their energy for a full day of racing ahead. But definitely the crew over in lane 2 from Sydney University, just, giving a little push at the end over the Canberra ANU combination, but looking very lovely. Nice long strokes, really good effort from the ladies as they come through the Red Boys to take out the first heat of the Championship Women's Under-19 double scull. In 2nd position, from ANU and Canberra, Moran and Lang, a little way back to the boat in lane 6 from Sydney, the Sydney composite of Sydney and Yarra Yarra in 3rd position, and then rounding out the qualifiers that are going through to the final, taking it nice and easy in lane 7, the composite from Sydney and Canberra, Zoe Bond and Noak Driver, to round out the qualifiers.
I will note that that Sydney crew of the combination with Zoe Bond and Talisa Noak Driver, they're coached by Brendan Longman and Kendall Brody. Kendall residing in the ACT nowadays, and they're actually rowing in the Kendall Brody in their Empaka double scull there.
Coming across the line in lane 5, Newcastle Grammar crew, and then shortly behind them from Grafton High to round out the first heat of the Championship Women's Under-19 double scull.
Back down on the course now, we do have the second of the 2 heats for the Women's Under-19 double scull, and at the 1,000 metre mark, it was the Mossman crew of Lillian Hyde and Grace Burke, coached by Katie Healy, that had the lead by about 4 seconds over the crew from Cathedral. It's Egan and Woodbury. The Yarra Yarra and Sydney combination of Neve Tierney and Werner sitting back in 3rd place, and the Ascombe crew in 4th. Grafton High sitting just outside the qualifying spots in 5th place at that point. So 4 through, just 1 to miss out at this point, and those top 4 crews looking fairly comfortable in their efforts in the first half of the race, and probably will be fairly content to relax as the sun comes out and just conserve a little bit of energy for later in the day.
So as we watch the double sculls coming through with just over 250 metres to go, interestingly, Chris, we were talking about the diversity of the schools and clubs. From a regatta perspective, we've got just under 1,400 athletes competing over 2.5 days of racing, and 91 events with some 90 different clubs and schools from across Australia at the regatta. 1,053 entries, so a really diverse group of athletes here. The first time a lot of athletes are able to have a good race with everything that's been going on with COVID, so really great to see them out here on a sunny day.
So our second heat of the women's under-19 double scull comes into the last 250 metres. It is still Lillian Hyde and Grace Burke, two names that we've it's definitely seen a lot of on the New South Wales regatta calendar. A lot of racing and having a lot of success at Mossman Rowing Club, and having a lot of success out here this morning at the state championships in the heat of the women's under-19 double, sitting very comfortably clear of the field, not taking down the rating too much either, just having a nice little hit out. Getting that rhythm sorted out for the final later on in the day. Sort of about a 50 metre or so lead back to the second place crew of Cathedral, still in lane 6, Egan and Woodbury, who are just leading the Yarra Yarra and Sydney Rowing Club composite of Tierney and Werner in lane 4. So it will be Mossman Rowing Club to cross the line in first place. Obviously not spending too many bickies there, just rowing straight on back to the trailer. Cathedral crossing the line in second place. Yarra Yarra and Sydney Rowing Club composite in third place. All three of those crews progressing comfortably through to the A final this afternoon. Combination from Ascombe School, the eastern suburbs, who will round out our top 4 qualifying positions. Just a couple of lengths up from the crew from Grafton High in the centre of the course in 5th place.
So we've just gone through the 1,000 metre mark in the championship men's under-19 double scull. In lane 1 we have a scratching. In lane 2 Gippsland Grammar. Lane 3 we have a Glebe composite. Lane 4 we have a Sydney composite of Smith and Woodward. In lane 5 a Lake Macquarie composite of Fraser and Routley. In lane 6 another composite from Sydney in Holland and Hoskin. In lane 7, a St Augustine's crew of Lynch and Wilson. In lane 8, a Glebe crew, Dawson, Dammer and Wright. And Oliver Fox and William Gregory from Radford College in lane 9. So a full complement almost as we come through for the under-19 Championship men's double scull. First 4 progress through to the final. This event is sponsored by Croker Oars. So we've coming through, it looks like the Gippsland Grammar crew in lane 2 has a 6.5 second lead over the crew in lane 6, the Sydney composite of Adam Holland and Alec Hoskin. So they've just consolidated that, now 5.5 seconds from Holland and Hoskin in second place. The Lake Macquarie Mossman composite of Fraser and Routley in third position. And rounding out the qualifying spots so far are Coults and Scott Brown from Glebe and Sydney University, with about 3 seconds back to Smith and Woodward from Sydney and Mossman. The Radford College crew of Fox and Gregory in 6th, and then St Augustine's Lynch Wilson in 7th, and Dawson Dammer and Wright from Glebe in 8th position. So about 250 metres to go for the championship men's under 19 double scull. Looking quite comfortable over there in lane 2, the Victorian crew from Gippsland Grammar. A lot of crews in these underage events, which is great to see. Coming up before Nationals, getting a hit out at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. But Hamilton and Osborne definitely just taking it easy as we come into the red boys with about 100 metres to go. Very solid, and it looks like the Sydney and Adelaide composite of Holland and Hoskins have solidified that second position, and just a little tussle for the third and fourth position, but both through to the final. The Lake Macquarie Mossman composite and the Glebe and Sydney University composite. So,
Gippsland crew at the head of the field that are just going to cross the line in first place now. Very, very tidy indeed. Not doing much to upset the run of the boat at the finish. The Sydney Adelaide composite in lane 6 crossing the line in second. The Mossman composite in lane 5, followed by the Glebe Sydney University composite in lane 3. The Radford College crew of Fox and Gregory in 5th, Smith and Woodward, Sydney and Mossman in 6th place. St Augustine's crew in lane number 7, Lynch and Wilson in 7th place, and Glebe Rowing Clubs, Dawson Damer and Wright rounding out the field in 8th. So our top 4 of Gippsland Grammar, the Sydney and Adelaide combination, the Lake Macquarie Mossman combination, and the Glebe Sydney University combination, all progressing through to our final this afternoon. Lots of composite crews out here today, which is great to see. They're trying to get some combinations sorted for looking towards national championships, and then possibly selecting a boat, striving towards the Australian junior team trials after the national championships. So good to see lots of athletes sort of getting all their options sorted and trying to find a good combination for the next couple of months.
yeah, one of the great things about states and nationals is getting to meet rowers from other states across the country, and just making new friends, and with nationals moving around the country like it did back in the day, is great to see. Getting our youth out there and experiencing different courses is a great part of what our sport has to offer.
Our athletes certainly experienced a different course in Lake Barrington last year, the good and the bad. But racing returning for the national championships the end of next month to Sydney. Some nice, hopefully some calmer conditions than what we had at Nationals last year.
Yeah, it's great to be back at the Sydney International Regatta Centre as we move into Heat 2 of the Championship Men's Under 19 Double Scull. In lane 1, we have Radford College crew of Stewart and Jolly. In lane 2, we've got St Augustine's, Flaffen and Baum. In lane 3, a Lake Macquarie composite of Mackenzie and Stanley. Cranbrook is scratched in lane 4. We've got a Gippsland Grammar crew, Rule and Smith in lane 5. Port Macquarie, Chandler and Jenkins in lane 6. Nadler and Larson from Cathedral in lane 7. And the Mossman crew of Lloyd and Heritage in lane 8. So coming through the, we've got the Radford College crew of Stewart and Jolly with about a 3.5 second lead over Gippsland Grammar of Rule and Smith. Nadler and Larson from the Queensland crew of Cathedral in third position, and the Mossman Composite narrowly behind of Mackenzie and Stanley in fourth position. Very close for the positions from really third onwards. So Stewart and Jolly from Radford College really consolidating that position with a 5.5 second lead over Lake Macquarie and Mossman. Gippsland Grammar shortly behind of Rule and Smith in third position, and St Augustine's about two and a bit seconds back in fourth position. So as we've got 250 metres to go. It's definitely the Radford College crew over in lane 1 that has the lead. They look pretty comfortable. Again, enjoying really nice conditions, not really tested, but the race is on for the important second, third and fourth crews to go through to the final of the Championship Men's Under-19 Double Scull. So my old school, Radford College, great to see them up here consistently. I may be a bit biased in the commentary, but looking great. So Radford College coming across the line in first position. Really solid, really smooth, really tight race. It looks like the Mossman Lake Macquarie combination in second. Third position, it looks like the St Augustine's crew has come through, and then in lane 5, Gippsland Grammar of Rule and Smith. So confirming that, we have Radford College in first, Lake Macquarie Mossman in second. St Augustine's did come through for third position, and then claiming the fourth qualifying position is the Gippsland Grammar combination of Rule and Smith. The Cathedral crew coming through in fifth position, Port Macquarie in sixth, and the Mossman crew in seventh position.
Back down onto the course now. We've got race number 149, the first heat of the Championship Women's Under-17 Coxed Quad Scull. We saw the Under-16 Coxed Quads earlier on this morning, so the Under-17s, Year 10s going to 2,000 metre racing. Some of these girls, it'd be some of the first hit outs for over 2,000 metres that they've had, most of them having probably raced yesterday as well. So at the 1,000 metre mark, it was the crew from St Catherine's, Morgan, Gaston, Swain, Bliss and their Cox Alton. who were out in the lead by about 3.5 seconds at that first timing point. They were followed across that point by Mossman Rowing Club. Loretto Marriotteville in third place there. Pymble Ladies number 2 crew in fourth. Loretto Normanhurst in fifth. Penrith Rowing Club in sixth, and Commercial from Queensland in seventh place at that 1,000 metre timing point. So top 3 through to the final. And at the moment, as that stands, St Catherine's, Mossman and Loretto Marriotteville with a clear the gap then back to the Pymble Ladies College crew. So our top 3 crews looking pretty comfortable for a qualifying position in the final.
So this race brought to you by Wintec Racing Australia, another one of our great merchandisers down in the boat park. Got a great setup near the bow numbers and withdrawals. So again, a friendly reminder when you're done with your bow number to return it to the lovely ladies in the marquee outside of Boat Shed 1. That would be greatly appreciated. But again, great conditions for these under 17 coxed quad sculls race. Looking really solid. Again, as Chris said, it's the first 3 to the final, but looking really nice and clean. As we come through the 1,500 metre mark, it's the St Cat's crew, followed 4 seconds behind by Mossman, and they've got a pretty sizable lead across the rest of the field. Coming through, the Loretto Marriotteville crew in third position, and then some Clearwater back to fourth, which is over on the far side, the Loretto Normanhurst crew, followed by Pymble Ladies College in fifth. It's quite a spread out field in this race, so interesting racing. In sixth position is the Penrith crew with Commercial very close behind. So yeah, quite a spread out field for the first heat of the Championship Women's Under 17 Coxed Quad Scull, but definitely the 3 crews from St Catherine's, Mossman and Loretto Marriotteville in SA, solidifying their positions for the progression to the final. So with 100 metres to go, coming through into the Red Boys, those top 3 crews haven't changed. So St Cat's are just nice and easy, conserving the energy. The coxswain would just be telling them to have some big, deep breaths. They'd probably just want to hold off a fast finishing Mossman just to solidify a good lane for the final. But it's a very comfortable St Catherine's crew taking out the first heat of the Championship Under 17 Cox Quad Scull. In second position will be the Mossman crew over in lane 3. And then coming across in lane 8 for the third and final position to progress is the Loretto crew from South Australia. So well rowed ladies, great to see. Coming through in fourth position over in lane 2 is the Loretto Normanhurst crew. In fifth position will be the Pymble Ladies crew in lane 7, well raced ladies, and then followed not too far behind by the Penrith crew in lane 5 and the Commercial crew in lane 4.
Back down on the course now. Still a little bit of rapid fire with the heats. We've got the heat number 2 of 3 heats for the Championship Women's Under 17 Coxed Quad Scull. At the those crews just approaching the 1,500 metre mark now, about 1,250 metres into their 2,000 metre race. At the 1,000 metre mark, it was the Pymble Ladies number 1 crew sitting in the lead by just under 3 seconds over the Queenwood number 1 crew. Commercial Rowing Club from Queensland sitting in third to round out our qualifying positions. Bit of a gap then back to the girls from Redlands in the centre of the course, sitting in fourth place. Radford College number 2 crew in 5th, PLC Sydney in 6th, and the crew from Tara School sitting in 7th place at that halfway timing point. So top 3 crews fairly separated from the rest of the field. And the Pymble Ladies College crew, as we just see on our screen now, sitting with about a boat length of clear water between their stern and the bow of their next closest competition, which at the moment is the crew from Commercial sitting in lane number 3. They're sitting right next to the crew from Queensland and seem to be having a good little tussle for second place. Does affect the, while both crews are cemented, or as close to as cemented as possible as getting into the final at this stage, it does affect their lane draw. With the crews finishing with a higher result that will be awarded that advantageous centre lanes where you can see all the other crews behind you. So the girls obviously striving to work towards that at this point in the race, but Pymble Ladies College sitting out in front, nice and comfortable in the work that they've put in the first 1,000 metres of the race.
Just a little bit of a breeze, but nothing too much to be worried about as we come in with 250 metres to go. The Pymble Ladies College crew with a nice lead over the rest of the field. They'd be really happy with that. Coached by Lewis Gray from Pymble Ladies College. Just casting their eye across the rest of the field, but definitely have the result in hand for the second heat of the Championship Women's Under-17 Coxed Quad Scull. It looks like the crews over in lanes 2 and 3 from Queenwood and Commercial have the other 2 positions locked up at this stage. We do have the Redlands crew over in lane 6, but they won't give them anything to worry about as we come through the Red Boys. So a great row from Pymble Ladies College to take out the second heat of the Under-17 Cox Quad Scull. It looks like the Queenwood crew will take out second position, and then the Commercial crew in lane 3 for third. Redlands coming through for 4th position, and then the Radford College crew coming across in lane 5, and then a little bit of the way back we have the 2 crews from PLC Sydney and Tara School to solidify 6th and 7th position to round out the heat.
So rounding out the results of the second heat, the top 3 qualifiers, Pymble Ladies College in 1st, Queenwood in 2nd, Commercial Rowing Club in 3rd, and then in 4th place Redlands, 5th Radford College, 6th PLC Sydney number 2, and 7th Tara School number 2. Heading back down onto the course now, just approaching the 1,000 metre mark, we've got the 3rd and final heat, the women's under-17 Coxed Quad Scull. In 1st place at that 1,000 metre mark was the Queenwood number 2 crew. In 3rd place, PLC Sydney. In 2nd place, PLC Sydney. In 3rd, Radford College. In 4th place at that 1,000 metre timing point was the Tara number 1 crew. I'll give a little bit of a shout out because my little sister Eliza is racing into that crew, just sitting half a second off a qualifying spot for the final. In 5th place at that 1,000 metre mark, a little bit while it's back behind the Tara crew, is Redlands, followed by Grafton. So at the 1,000 metre mark, Queenwood School looking pretty content in their lead over the rest of the field. PLC Sydney sitting just behind them, and then a tight battle between Radford College in lane 7 and Tara School in the centre of the course in lane 5 for that all-important 3rd qualifying position. As we see on the screen, the crew's just approaching that 1,500 metre mark now, and it's still the girls from Queenwood on the far side of the course who are sitting out in front, possibly just being challenged by PLC Sydney on their right-hand side for that number 1 position. Obviously, 1 and 2, moot point in regards to getting through to the final, but does affect the lane draw, as I mentioned previously. So it's PLC Sydney who have come through in the lead at the 1,500 metre mark, about a boat length ahead of the crew from Queenwood. So Tara School sitting in 3rd place over Radford College in 4th. Tara School opening up about a half a boat length lead over Radford College from the ACT. So a good head out for Tara. I think they didn't have quite the result that they wanted in their racing yesterday. So a little bit of a shout out that my little sister will be very happy with herself at the moment and hoping that she can improve her lead, sitting up there in the stroke seat looking very handy. And then at that 1,500 metre timing point, a bit of a gap then back to Redlands sitting in 5th and Grafton in 6th place. So we'll be keeping an eye on that tight battle for the third place, that final qualifying spot. And a little bit of a battle opening up for the lead as well, with PLC Sydney coming through over the crew from Queenwood.
The Tara School that your sister's rowing in actually is coached by one of our interns, Kate Crampton.
Yep.
So hopefully a good result for them. But we've
lots of bias in the commentary.
Lots of bias in the commentary for this one. But no, a great race. It looks like the first 4 crews do have a handy lead over the rest of the field, but it is going to be a tight tussle for that 3rd position to qualify for the final. But it's definitely the PLC crew over in lane 2 that are out in front over Queenwood. So both looking really comfortable. And it does actually look like the Tara crew over the my old school, Radford, in 4th position. So PLC Sydney coming across the line in 1st position. 2nd place is going to go to Queenwood. Again, both crews looking really comfortable. The Tara School will take out that 3rd position to progress through to the final. So a great race from Tara. 4th position will be Radford College over in lane 7, just coming across the line now. And then we've got the Grafton School and the Redlands School coming across. Redlands just ahead. So really great race, ladies. Redlands just coming across now. Last few strokes. So Redlands just following and then Grafton across the line to round out Heat 3 of the Championship Women's Under-17 Coxed Quad Scull.
Whoever said that heats can't be quite as interesting. You know, the Queenwood School leading out in the first 1,000 metres and then PLC rowing through them. Radford leading out Tara in the first 1,000 metres and then Tara rowing through them. So absolutely fantastic effort from all the crews involved there in that third heat of the Women's Under-17 Quad Scull.
So we're back now to some smaller boats. We had the heats of the Championship Schoolgirl Single Scull to start the day. We are now on to the 2 semi-finals for this event. So the top 4 through to the final. In the first heat, coming down the course now, is we have Hannah Richardson with a 8-second lead. Hannah's from Kinross Rolleroy. 2nd place currently Jazz Ingle from St Hilda's. Amy Barnett in 3rd position from Newcastle Grammar, and Abigail Cox from Cathedral is in 4th, followed closely by Ella Gerard from Gippsland Grammar in 5th, Marici College from Canberra, Philippa Gray in 6th position, Lorraine Wong from Sydney Girls currently in 7th, and Lara Izzadine from Centenary in 8th position.
So we did see earlier in the day, Hannah Richardson from Kinross Walleroy putting down a pretty commanding performance in the heats, up by about 20 odd seconds or so, and crossing the line at a solid 18 strokes a minute. And looks like she's going to be repeating that performance for her 2nd race of the day, sitting up by about 8.5 seconds at the 1,000 metre mark, and I dare say extending that lead in the third 500 as we approach the 1500 metre timing point. She looks to be pretty cruisy in conserving her energy and just getting a good feel for the course out here in Penrith, and just preparing for the final later on this afternoon. So crossing that 1500 metre timing point, 6:28, and we'll just see the second place sculler Jazz Ingle about 6.5 seconds behind. So not concerning too much for Hannah Richardson. Tight battle then for third place. Barnett and then Cox in fourth.
So they look to be the first four positions. That fourth place is up for grabs still between the Cathedral, the Gippsland Grammar and the Marucci College sculler. So anything can happen, as we know, Chris, in the last 500, but definitely Hannah Richardson from Kinross Walleroy in the lead. I was speaking to their principal, Andrew Parry, yesterday afternoon, ecstatic with how the program was going. So it's great to see the teachers and the principals of these schools coming out and really showing what a great sport rowing is. We obviously know how great it is, but it's really good for them to experience all that it has to offer. Not only for their students, but for their staff and themselves as well. But Hannah Richardson definitely just taking it easy with about 250 metres to go to progress through to the final of the Championship Schoolgirl Single Scull.
Yeah, and Andrew Parry always did love the rowing. He was the deputy headmaster when I was at school at King's, and he'd always come out to regattas, and I think he's got a boat named after him now. He's taken over as headmaster of Kinross Walleroy, and he'll be pleased to see Hannah Richardson sitting out there pretty comfortably. Just maybe getting challenged a little bit in the last couple of 100 metres. She might just seek to bring the rating up by a couple of points to make sure that she does cross the line in first place. She has been really cruising in the second 1,000 metre mark, and the field's just catching up to her a tiny bit. So she'll want to be cautious of that to make sure that she isn't rowed through. She's not really in any danger of losing a qualifying spot, but maybe of losing out on the most advantageous lane in the centre of the course.
So she's just pushed it up a little bit, not so much in the stroke rating, but in the effort. But a great race for Hannah. Couple strokes to go. It will be close on the line, but first place to Hannah Richardson from Kinross Walleroy. In second position from St Hilda's, Jazz Ingle. And then a very close race for the third and fourth position of Abigail Cox from Cathedral and Ella Gerard from Gippsland Grammar. So they are your four qualifiers through to the final for the Championship Schoolgirl Single Scull. In fifth position, we had Barnett from Newcastle Grammar, Philippa Gray from Marucci College from the ACT in sixth position. And then rounding out the last two positions, we have the sculler from Sydney Girls, Lorraine Wong, in lane 8. And over on the far side in lane 2, we have the Centenary sculler to round out the field. So great race for the first semi-final of the Championship Schoolgirl Single Scull. It'll be interesting to see the results from the second semi that is currently on the course, how they compare. So we're through the 1,000 metre in the second semi-final of the Championship Schoolgirl Single Scull. Sarah Scobie from Cathedral has a comfortable 5-second lead over Lucy Searle from Kinross Walleroy in second position. Madison Joynes, who took out a heat earlier in the day, is in third position. And we've in fourth position we have Felicity Errington from Askham. So they are currently your top 4 scullers. A little bit of a distance back to the remaining 4 of Emma Malka from Tara School in 5th position, Zara Greenwood in 6th from Sydney Girls, Missy Callahan in 7th from St Cat's, and Amy Mumford in 8th position from Pymble Ladies College. So again, quite a comfortable race for Sarah Scobie from Cathedral, with 500 metres to go, a 4-second lead over Lucy Searle from Kinross Walleroy, and then another 5 seconds back to Madison Joynes in 3rd position. Currently holding down 4th is Felicity Errington from Askham. So they are your top 4 that will look to progress through to the final of the Championship Schoolgirl Single Scull. It's just under 500 metres to go. Again, conditions remaining pretty ideal. Hopefully they stay this way for the final later on this morning. But these scullers looking extremely comfortable, like the first semi. So it'll be a really interesting final, Chris, who can bring it all out and put it on the line.
I mean, I would say that Hannah Richardson of Kinross Walleroy, that we've seen commanding the heat and the previous semi-final, would be hot favourite. It is a pretty tight turnaround, so it's only in an hour and a half's time their final. So the girls that are able to get out in front and then shut down the race and conserve a little bit of energy in the later stages are definitely going to reap those benefits later on this morning in the final. Just having a little bit more energy left in the tank, a few more bickies left to burn as a result of sort of their hard work early on in the early stages of the racing. And it does look like our current leader, Sarah Scobie of Cathedral, in the centre of the field is doing just that. Just cruising into the red boys that mark the last 100 metres of this semi-final. She's being followed by Lucy Searle of Kinross Walleroy and Madison Joynes of St Paul's Grammar. A little bit of a way back then to Felicity Errington of Askham, but those are definitely our top 4 qualifiers. No doubt about it, barring disaster, those 4 will be racing in our final in an hour and a half's time. Sarah Scobie of Cathedral from Queensland, making the most of the trip down here. Crossing the line in first place in the second semi-final. We'll see her in an hour and a half in the centre of the field in the A final. Lucy Searle from Kinross Walleroy in second place. Madison Joynes from St Paul's Grammar, Penrith Rowing Club in third place. Askham's Felicity Errington in 5th position. And the Sydney Girls High sculler of Zara Greenwood just missing out on a qualifying spot for the final in 5th place. Emma Malka from Tara School in 6th place. And then the Lane 3 sculler from St Catherine's, Missy Callahan in 7th. And the Pymble Ladies sculler of Mufford in 8th place to round out the field in just a few strokes' time.
So pretty even semis, Chris, with Hannah Richardson taking out the first semi in 8:48 and Sarah Scobie taking out the second semi in 8:47. So it'll be interesting to see how those 2 scullers line up and match up in the final, which is a bit later this morning. So we have a little bit of a break until we move, so about 10 to 10, we will have the final of the under-16 coxed quad scull. So a great set of racing in the heats and semis for this morning. Hopefully the conditions remain as they are at the moment. So just while we've got a bit of a break, we just want to give a shout out to the Rowing New South Wales sponsors. Without them, without their support, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. So the event sponsor for this weekend, Bentley's New South Wales. A reminder that the Bentley's bar is open at 11 o'clock, so make sure everyone is welcome that you head along there. Our other sponsors, V Insurance, they are our insurance broker of Rowing New South Wales, so thank you to them. Mobius Marketing and Design, they've really helped us out with a lot of our digital design and a lot of the photo overlays that you're seeing this weekend, so a big shout out to Guy and Jane from Mossman Rowing Club. And then the Regatta Shop, Pontoon, Croker, who are all in the boat park and around this weekend. A big shout out to our live stream sponsor, as well as our official Point School sponsor, Bont Rowing. They're down in the breezeway at Boat Shed 3. We greatly appreciate their support. And then our accommodation partner, Quest Apartments Penrith, where the Rowing New South Wales team has been staying this weekend. They do offer great prices and discounts for anyone involved in rowing. So just give them a call and let them know that Rowing New South Wales sent you, and they will give you some good prices for the rest of the season. So a great group of sponsors supporting us as we bring the sport to you.
We'll also give a bit of a promotion that Rowing New South Wales is currently hoping to raise some money from the community to purchase trophies for our female championship events at these state championships. There's currently quite an imbalance between the male and the female trophies, and we're definitely looking to rectify this. So we're halfway to our fundraising goal of $20,000. So please visit the Rowing New South Wales fundraising page on the Australian Sports Foundation website to donate. And it's obviously all tax deductible through there as well.
Yeah, so we're looking to raise some money just to match the trophies that we have for the men. You know, we're all about equality here at Rowing New South Wales. So the elite single scull, the elite double scull, the elite quad scull, the pairs race, and the under 21 8. So as Chris said, we're about halfway to our target. So jump on to the Australian Sports Foundation website. Any money is greatly appreciated. We've had some great support so far from a diverse group of individuals that will help us be able to purchase some great trophies and name and recognise some amazing individuals from our sport in the past to celebrate female rowing.
All right, now a little break is over. We'll move back down to the start line for our first proper final of the day. It's race 154 in your program, the final of the Championship Women's Under-16 Coxed Quad Scull. Full fleet of 9. These girls all raced heats earlier this morning. In lane 1 is Loretto Kirribilli number 2. In lane 2, Roseville College. In lane 3, Radford College. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 5, Queenwood. In lane 6, Loretto Kirribilli number 1. In lane 7, St Catherine's. In lane 8, Pymble Ladies College. And in lane 9, Commercial. We saw great showings from Kinross Walleroy, Queenwood and Loretto Kirribilli 1 in the 3 heats this morning. Remember that Queenwood crew looking very technically strong, proficient, and the Loretto Kirribilli number 1 crew getting a really strong win over the rest of the field. So it'll be great watching the tight battle unfold in the middle of the course there. These girls tackle the 1,000 metre course. Only a couple of 1,000 metre races left for the day, and then, or in terms of finals at least, we'll have some under-16 heats later on this morning. But as the race progresses towards the 500 metre mark, it does look like it's that Kinross Walleroy's crew who were our fastest qualifiers, sitting in lane number 4, striding out to a nice little lead in the opening stages of the race. See them on the screen now, getting good length and good little bit of connection up at the catch. Really important with the pickup of the quad. And then following the stroke through, really nice as well. The slightly heavier coxed quad really demands that of the crew. They're just leading out the Queenwood College crew on the left-hand side of them, which is just on the right-hand side of your picture if you're looking at the drone shot. So at the 500 metre mark, it was Kinross Walleroy, Scammell, Lilf, Searle, Wong and their cox Caro. Leading out the Queenwood crew next to them in lane 5. That's Wark, McLaren, Hare, Rolls, and their cox Yardley. And third place sitting in the provisional bronze medal position, the Loretto Kirribilli number 1 crew in lane 6. Bit of a gap then back to Pymble Ladies in lane 8. Roseville College in lane 2, sitting in 5th place. Radford 6th. Loretto Kirribilli 7th. Commercial 8th. And St Catherine's in 9th spot at the moment, as we come into the closing 250 metres or so of the race. It's still, as we can see on the drone footage there, it's Kinross Walleroy leading the field by about half a boat length over the crew from Queenwood to their left-hand side, and Loretto Kirribilli, their rivals on Middle Harbour, both rowing out of Mossman Rowing Club, just sitting in that bronze medal position as we enter the closing stages of the race. It is most certainly Kinross Walleroy's crew race to lose at this stage. And Kinross Walleroy crew, Jemima Scammell, Sophie Lilf, Olivia Searle, Tessa Wong, their cox Emily Caro and their coach James Perrin doing an awesome job at the front of the field to maintain that lead that they worked so hard for in the opening stages of the race. Definitely the most technically proficient crew on the course. Rowing the longest, highest rating. Absolutely dominating the field here, just opening up to almost a boat length lead as we come into the red boys, the last 100 metres of the race. It'll be Kinross Walleroy who take out the state champions in the women's under-16 coxed quad scull. Kinross Walleroy crossing the line ahead of Queenwood in lane 5. Loretto Kirribilli about a boat length behind in the bronze medal position. Coming through for 4th will be Roseville on the far side of the course. Pymble Ladies College in 5th place. 6th place will go to the Scullers in lane 3, just narrowly ahead of lane 7. That's, we'll go to a photo finish there. 8th Commercial, 9th Loretto Kirribilli on the far side of the course there. So summing up the results, first place in state champions in the women's under-16 coxed quad scull, Loretto Kinross Walleroy. 2nd place Queenwood, and 3rd place Loretto Kirribilli. The winning time for that one, 3 minutes 42.96. And my fellow commentator, Margot Harley, has ducked down to the presentation dais to present some medals, as is her duty as the CEO of Rowing New South Wales, and I'm joined in the commentary box by Nathan Birch. Morning, Nathan. Great. Absolutely beautiful morning. A bit better than the weather yesterday, I heard. I heard it was a little bit of 4 seasons in one day. Lovely. I think so, yeah. And I think it'd be a good time to be a lightweight on the course at the moment. Wind looks like it's just swung around a little bit to a nice little cross tailwind. So anyone sitting over in the higher lanes, lanes 8 and 9, are going to have a nice little push through the centre of the course there. I can just see a little bit of wind on the course. So back down onto the course now. Got another 1,000-metre race. The final of the championship men's under 16 coxed quad scull. 8 crews in this race. In lane 1, Northern Beaches Secondary. In lane 2, Redlands. In lane 3, St Augustine's. In lane 4, Kinross Wallaroi. In lane 5, Shaw. In lane 6, Newington. In lane 7, Newington number 1. And in lane 8, Scots. So our favourites here, definitely the Shaw School, who dominated the first heat. That Shaw crew coached by Max Pearce, a handy rower himself at Sydney Rowing Club. And he's very proud of his boys and how they performed in the heat, getting out to a really fast start. So we'll look to see them possibly trying to beat the field to the first 500-metre timing point. Kinross Wallaroi were our other heat winners, progressing directly through to the centre lanes in the final here. So a good tussle possibly erupting in the centre of the course. So Kinross Wallaroi may have gotten the better of it in the early stages. We'll just wait to see as they come a little bit closer to in line with the camera and see how that one's panning out. It's the Kinross Wallaroi crew of Nicholas Tancred, Tom Day, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, and their cox Angus Peterson, coached by Benjamin Watt. Just leading the field out by about a boat length at the first 500-metre timing point, the halfway timing point of this one. Boys looking very controlled around the finish. This is the proper Australian way to row a quad scull. Shaw School about 2/3 of a boat length behind, 1.59 seconds the margin there. Throw a blanket over the field for the bronze medal position. Timing had St Augustine's, so it looked like Newington actually might have just been the first ones through for that bronze medal battle at the back of the field. Good gap back to the rest of the field, but at the moment we're showing for St Augustine's 3rd, Newington 4th, Redlands in 5th, Northern Beaches Secondary in 6th, Scots in 7th, and Newington number 2 crew rounding out the rear of the field. They had a very tight race in the heat to just sneak through into the final. It's definitely still Kinross Wallaroi, just opening up a little bit of clear water over the crew from the Shaw School next to them. Definitely not letting off the gas in this final of the championship men's under 16 coxed quadruple scull. See from the drone footage there, just that little bit of clear water opening up over the Shaw School. Shaw School sort of sitting in a little bit of no man's land in between everyone else, not really being threatened by the rest of the course, but at the same time just a little bit out of touch to make a move to Kinross Wallaroi in the leads. As we approach the last 100 metres of the race, Kinross Wallaroi bringing up the rating, those iconic blue shells that they've raced in for years. It'll be Kinross Wallaroi in lane number 4, striding home to a state championship victory here this morning. Shaw School will stay in second. It's a tight race about emerging for the bronze medal position. Kinross Wallaroi cross the line, take the gold medal. They'll be followed across by the Shaw School. Tight battle between Newington and St Augustine's, a few lanes apart from each other. Coxon's looking over, taking a look. It's Newington and St Augustine's. Newington will take the bronze medal position. St Augustine's in 3rd, Redlands 5th rather. Newington number 2 crew coming through for 6th. Northern Beaches Secondary in 7th, and Scots College crossing the line in 8th place.
Great finish there from the Newington boys, just
Absolutely.
to take bronze there, and I'm sure Kinross will be very pleased with that result.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some very happy coaches in that peloton we saw coming up the field.
And as spectators, if I can draw your attention to the medal podium, we have the first presentation of the medals of the morning. This is for the Championship Women's Under-16 Coxed Quad Scull, sponsored by our friends over at Sykes Racing. In third place from Loreto Kirribilli, Chloe Alsop, Ella Chidgey, Georgia Moran, Mabel Oxenham, and coxed by Ruby Kozub, coached by Frederica Gives. In second place from Queenwood, Maddie Walk, Gemma McLennan, Lola Hare, Addie Rolls, and coxed by Alice Yardley, coaches Ella Davidson and Ray Boyle. And the 2022 Champion Under-16 Cox Quad Scull winners from Kinross Walroy, Jemima Scammell, Sophie Loof, Olivia Searle, Tessa Wong, and coxed by Emily Caro. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Women's Under-16 Cox Quad Scull.
And as we look back onto the screen, or if you're joining us at home on the Bont Rowing live stream, we'll see crews just lining up back down at the 2,000 metre starting point for the final of the Championship Women's Under-19 Double Scull, sponsored by Croker Oars. In lane 1, from Sydney Rowing Club and Canberra Rowing Club, Zoe Bond and Talisa Noak Driver. In lane 2, the Yarra Yarra Composite, Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club and Rhea Werner of Yarra Yarra. In lane 3, the Canberra Composite, we have Imogen Lang from Canberra and Alina Moran from ANU. In lane 4, from Mossman Rowing Club, Lillian Hyde and Grace Burke. In lane 5, from Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien and Elizabeth Holtower. In lane 6, from Cathedral, Isabel Egan and Scarlett Woodbury. In lane 7, from Yarra Yarra Composite, Zara Kafuri and Ella Huber from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 8, from Askham, Portia Coxar and Aubrey Aberwick Rama. Just see the girls lining up there, just awaiting a final roll call from the starter. This race in the heats, we did see Mossman and Sydney University take out the 2 heats. However, I would say that a keen eye should be on Zoe Bond and Talisa Noak Driver, the Canberra and Sydney Rowing Club combination in lane number 1. They did lead to the 1,000 metre mark in their heat and then drop down the rating to conserve their energy. So the girls in the yellow Empacker Scull, bearing the name of their coach, Kendall Brody. In lane 1, ones to watch. Slightly calmer conditions over in lane 1 as well, with a slight cross breeze starting to form. All crews are off to a clean start. See the Askham crew there on the lower side of the screen. Very small program from Askham. It's great to see them out here competing in a state championship A final, competing for medals. So the Mossman and Sydney University crews, as I mentioned, our heat winners in the centre of the course, afforded those advantageous centre lanes. It's Lillian Hyde and Grace Burke from Mossman Rowing Club in lane 4, and Alexandra O'Brien and Elizabeth Holtower of Sydney University in lane 5. We'd expect a good tussle from them in the centre of the course. Mossman crew, Lillian Hyde and Grace Burke, taking home some pretty impressive results over the last sort of 18 months or so, as a part of the Mossman Rowing Club Junior Girls squad, which has been really going from strength to strength over the last 2 seasons. And great to see them out here once again. Sydney University's crew to recent school leavers, I believe from Queenwood, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know if she's from Queenwood.
So as we go through the 500 metre mark, as I did give a little bit of a hot tip there, it looks like Zoe Bond and Talisa Noak Driver, the Sydney Rowing Club and Canberra Rowing Club combination on the far side of the course in that nice calm lane 1. It's about a 5-second lead over the Sydney University combination in lane 5. Canberra and then the Actas combination of Moran and Lang from down south in the ACT, sitting in the that provisional bronze medal position. And then a little bit of a gap back to the Sydney Yarra Yarra number 1 combination. Mossman sitting in 5th. Yarra Yarra Sydney number 2 sitting in 6th place at that 500 metre timing point. Cathedral in 7th and Askham sitting back in 8th place. So definitely that Sydney Rowing Club crew and the Empacker Shell on the far side making the most of the race at this point.
And we'll go to the second presentation of medals. This is for the Championship Men's Under-16 Cox Quad Scull. Again, brought to us by our friends at Sykes Racing. In 3rd place, bronze medal position, Newington, Toby Cameron Tavendale, Harrison Vitch, Leon Titmus, Toby Denton, and Cox by Blake Dewhurst. In silver medal position is Shaw, James Bestick, Charlie Gillian, Charlie Amati, Joshua Frape, and Cox by Jamie Gandy. And gold medal winners of the men's under-16 Cox Quad Scull for 2022 is Kinross Walleroy, Nicholas Tancreed, Tom Day, Oscar Clearly, Oliver Smith, and Cox by Angus Peterson, coached by Benjamin Watt. Please join me in congratulating the 2022 champion men's under-16 Cox Quad Scull.
Back down onto the water now. The crews are through the 1,000 metre mark, and it is the Sydney Rowing Club and Canberra combination on the far side. Zoe Bond and Talisa Noak Driver, coached by Kendall Brody and Brendan Longman, that more than solidifying their lead that they gained in the first 500 metre mark. It's absolutely clear water back to second place. It was a margin of 8.95 seconds at the 1,000 metre mark. I suspect that's grown even further in the last minute or so since that mark has passed. It's the Canberra combination, Ella Moran from ANU and Lang from Canberra, coached by Dave Fermano of the ACT High Performance Program, sitting in 2nd place. The Sydney University crew, O'Brien and Holtower, sitting in 3rd place, just dropping back 1 spot there. And the Yarra Yarra Sydney combination of Ella Huber and Kafori sitting in 4th place. A little bit of a gap. They're sitting just slightly in no man's land, as we can see in the drone footage overhead. Mossman in lane 4 in the centre of the course there, just dropping back into 5th place. And Yarra Yarra Sydney number 2 in 6th, and the rest of the field remaining unchanged. Cathedral in 7th and Askham in 8th place. It is definitely not really too much contest for the lead at this stage. The ACT combination and the Sydney University combination in 2nd and 3rd could emerge into a good little tussle in the latter stages of the race. We did see the Sydney University combination come through in their heat to win.
Yeah, 2nd and 3rd place swapped positions at the first 500 metres. But now they're back on it. And going through their 1,000 metre timing. Dominant row by Bond and Nock Driver from Sydney Canberra in lane 1. Extended their lead. Quite comfortable now out in front. In 2nd place, we've got Canberra ANU composite of Moran and Lang in lane 3. And they've got at least a boat length on the Sydney University O'Brien and Holter. 4th place is the Yarra Yarra Sydney composite Huber and Kafuri. Mossman are in 5th, Cathedral in 6th, Yarra Yarra Sydney composite in lane 2 in 7th.
Things just tightening up there between 2nd and 3rd place. Sydney University putting on a good challenge for the silver medal position. Really challenging the combination from the ACT Academy of Sport over to their right-hand side. Seeing a good little battle unfurl there. The ACT girls on the defence as they lift the rating into the closing stages of the race. Sitting out in the lead, Talisa Noak Driver and Zoe Bond, Sydney and Canberra combination, unchallenged through really from the 500 metre mark onwards this race. Talisa Noak Driver being a homegrown Sydney Rowing Club Learn to Row athlete, moving up through the ranks of the club and now trying to be selected in the Youth 8 for the year. It'll be Sydney Rowing Club and Canberra Rowing Club composite. Crossing the line takes the state championship in the championship women's under-19 double scull. Talisa Noak Driver and Zoe Bond will take the gold medal. Little battle holding up for second place. The girls from the ACT Academy of Sport, Moran and Lang, ANU and Canberra, coached by Dave Romano. They will stay a boat length clear of the combination from Sydney University to the left. ACT for the silver medal. Sydney University, O'Brien and Holtow will take the bronze medal. The Yarra Yarra Sydney combination number 1, Ella Huber and Zara Kafori will cross the line in 4th place. Mossman combination, Grace Burke and Lillian Hyde in lane number 4 will cross the line in 5th. The Cathedral, Egan and Woodbury in 6th place. The Yarra Yarra Sydney combination of Tierney and Werner will cross the line in 7th, and the Askham crew of Coxed and Aberwick Rema will round out the field in 8th place.
Askham. And the Askham double of Kozak and Abby Wickrama. Give them a hand. The long race, particularly when you're up against a field that's so dominant in Bond and Nock Driver. Congratulations to the girls from Askham.
Cool, so back down onto the course now. We've got the male equivalent of what we've just seen, the Championship Men's Under-19 Double Scull, sponsored again by Croker Oars, current champions Sydney Rowing Club, Appleton and Carmody, both boys moving out of the division this year. That second race is just through the 1,000 metre mark now. It's the Gibson Grammar crew of Hamilton and Osborne who were leading out the field, only 2 seconds up on the Sydney Rowing Club and Adelaide combination of Holland and Hoskin. Holland from Adelaide, Hoskin from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Donovan Seck. In 3rd place at that 1,000 metre timing point, a good 7 or 8 seconds back, the Glebe Sydney University combination, Oliver Klotz from Sydney Uni and Scott Brown from Glebe. They're sitting back in that bronze medal position, just ahead of the Lake Macquarie Mossman combination. Radford College sitting in 5th, Gibson Grammar number 2 and 6, Lake Macquarie Mossman as well, sitting in 7th, and St Augustine's in 8th place. It's definitely Gibson Grammar sitting out the lead of the course at the moment, but being challenged by Holland and Hoskin, the Sydney Rowing Club and Adelaide Rowing Club combination in lane number 3. Possibly just trying to seek some advantage from that slightly calmer far lane for the Sydney combination. Don't think they had quite the race they were after in their heats, so they'll be pretty stoked if that affords them a better opportunity in the final because of the lane draw.
Absolutely no wind on the course at the moment. Flags are absolutely still, so not much advantage to any lane from a slight tailwind.
Does look like at the 1,500 metre mark was Gibson Grammar, Hamilton and Osborne just edging out, starting to grow that lead, 2.73 seconds up in front. It was pretty much a clean boat length, and we'll see that on the drone footage now. A clean boat length over the Sydney and Adelaide combination to their right-hand side. The Glebe Sydney University combination sitting back about 2 lengths of clear water between them and the provisional silver medalists. That's Klotz and Scott Brown in third place in lane 1. You'll see on the left-hand side of your picture. On the right-hand side of your picture there, you'll see the 4th place getters at the moment, the Lake Macquarie and Mossman combination there. Gibson Grammar really winding towards the line now, feeling the pressure from the Sydney-Adelaide combination to their right-hand side. It's just starting to lift the rate. I don't think they'll be in any trouble. The Sydney Rowing Club and Adelaide combination look to have a little bit too much work to do as they just approach the Red Boys of the last 100 metres. It'll be Gibson Grammar, Hamilton and Osborne who'll stride towards the last 15 strokes towards a State Championships gold medal here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre this morning in the men's under-19 double scull. Gibson Grammar followed by Sydney Rowing Club and Adelaide on their right-hand side. Clear and easy start to finish lead for Gibson Grammar. Take the state championship in the men's under-19 double scull. About 2 boat lengths back to the Sydney Rowing Club Adelaide combination. Glebe Sydney University combination take the bronze medal. Lake Macquarie and Mossman, Fraser and Routley in 4th place. See the crew from Radford College in the ACT coming across the line now in 5th. And there's a tight battle going on at the back of the field actually for 6th, 7th and 8th. Could really be anyone's game at this stage. Looks like the crew in lane number 8 from Gibson Grammar, their number 2 crew, might just have their bow balls in front at this point. It's Gibson Grammar will come through in 6th, St Augustine's in 7th, and the second Lake Macquarie and Mossman combination in lane 6 to round out the field.
And our attention now turns to the pontoon, where we have the medal ceremony for the Championship Women's Under-19s Double Scull, sponsored by Croker Oars. And in 3rd place from Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien and Elizabeth Holter, coached by Jack Hanley, Lucy Mason and Jeff Patterson. In the silver medal position, we have the Canberra composite from Canberra ANU of Alina Moran and Imogen Lang, coached by David Framano. And the 2022 Women's Under-19 Double Scull winners in gold medal position from Sydney and Canberra, Zoe Bond and Talisa Knock-Driver, coached by Kendall Brody and Brendan Longman. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Women's Under-19 Double Scull, Sydney and Canberra.
Cool, so if we turn our attention back down to the course now, we've got race number 158, the Championship PR3 Mixed Coxed 4. Current champions, a combination last year which went on to be 3/4 of the Tokyo Paralympic Coxed 4. At the 1,000 metre mark, it is the Australian Mixed Coxed 4 that's sitting in the lead as expected. It's Alex Viney of Mercantile, Jess Gallagher also of Mercantile, Thomas Birtwhistle of UTS, James Talbot of Sydney University Boat Club, their Cox, Tees and Koo of Melbourne University, coached by Sam Fennessy, Hallie Chapman, Chris Holiday, and one name that's not in there would be Lizzie Chapman, who heads up the para program, the para 4 at the moment. It's had a lot to do with all of those athletes. In second place at that 1,000 metre timing point was the Drummoyne composite of Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne, Mac Russell from University of Queensland, Nicholas Neals from ANU, Julia Story of Drummoyne and their Cox Kathleen Hextall. And then sitting back in third at that 1,000 metre timing point was Mika Kelly of Balmain, in combination with Eleanor Taylor, also of Balmain, Stuart John of ANU, and James Johnson of Balmain, their Cox Edward Walker. So a pretty clear lead there for the Australian, or provisional Australian crew, the National Training Centre sponsored combination of Viney, Gallagher, Birtwhistle and Talbot. Jess Gallagher, a new addition to the crew for this year. She was not in the Tokyo crew, but does have a very storied history of one of Australia's most successful Paralympians, both at Winter Paralympics and at Summer Paralympics, as alpine skier, track and field, and a tandem cyclist. And she was first Australian woman to win a medal at the Winter Paralympics in Vancouver. So very storied Paralympic athlete there, and making the move over to rowing, I believe at the start of last year. An absolute powerhouse on the ergo, and hopefully that'll add a little bit of oomph to the Cox 4 for the next Olympic cycle, Paralympic cycle rather.
Certainly looking like it. Very dominant row there.
Yeah, they're looking fantastic. It's amazing to see how far the para program has come in the last 4 years. The iconic the green with the green decks on the Philippes signifies a National Training Centre boat. So it'll be the Sydney University composite with the National Training Centre that come across to take the gold medal in the State Championship for 2022 in the Championship PR3 Mixed Cox 4. Alexandra Viney, Jess Gallagher, Thomas Birtwistle, James Talbot, and their Cox Teeson Koo, coached by Sam Fennessy, Hallie Chapman, Christopher Holliday, to take the gold medal here. And rowing a muchly unopposed race for themselves, the Balmain composite of Mika Kelly, Eleanor Taylor, Stuart John, I'll say that one again. The Des Moines composite, Stephanie Walker, Mac Russell, Nicholas Neals, and Julia Story in the middle of the course, crossing the line now. Nicholas Neals was the first medalist in the PR3 single at the Interstate Regatta last year for ACT. First medalist for the ACT, coming home with a bronze medal. And it'll be definitely one to watch over the coming season. Really progressed over the winter. They'll come through in the bronze medal position. The last Balmain composite. Give them a round of applause, crossing the finish line, or coming into the red boys to cross the finish line in the next 100 metres.
And as the Balmain crew cross the line, we'll turn our attention now to the pontoon, the medal ceremony for the Championship Men's Under-19s Double Scull, sponsored by Croker Oars. In third place, the Glebe Composite, Glebe and Sydney University of Oliver Colts and James Scott Brown, coached by David Cameron. In second place, from Sydney and Adelaide, Adam Holland and Alec Hoskin, coached by Donovan Check. And the 2022 champion men's under-19 double scull, Gippsland's Grammar, Lindsay Hamilton and Billy Osborne. Please join me in congratulating the men's 2022 under-19 double scull champions.
And as we turn back down to the start in the next few moments, we'll see the crews lining up on the start line for race number 159 on your program, the Championship Men's Under-17 Coxed Quad Scull, sponsored by Wintec Racing Australia. Current champions from 2021, the Shaw School, not competing today. We do have a full field, 9 crews out here on the course this morning. In lane 1, Newington. In lane 2, Cathedral. Lane 3, Northern Beaches Secondary. In lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 5, Redlands. In lane 6, Radford College number 1. In lane 7, Newington College number 2. In lane 8, Radford College number 2. And in lane 9, Newcastle Grammar. So these boys, the Cox Quad Scull, not an event that we see too much of on the older categories, but getting out there for their first season of 2,000 metre racing.
They need to learn their stripes, huh?
They need to earn their stripes,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's good to see Northern Beaches Secondary been represented in so many finals over the last few days.
Absolutely, new up-and-coming program, and as Margot mentioned before, they've put in countless hours of really hard work to get that program up and running, and rowing out of Mossman Rowing Club, I believe. Which is just really great to see another school program emerging. It doesn't happen very often, and it's fantastic.
It's good to see.
Newington, Cathedral, Northern Beaches Secondary, Sydney, Redlands, Radford, Newington, Radford, Newcastle Grammar. Attention.
All crews there off to a pretty clean start. We can see the crews in the centre of the course in lanes 4 and 5. Sydney Rowing Club crew on the left of your picture there, and the Redlands crew just to their left, our right. All crews getting away to a pretty clean start there. Radford College crew in lane 6 making pretty good work of it. And the crews on the far side of the course, Cathedral, Northern Beaches Secondary, making a pretty good start as well. Hard to see from the angle, but...
Race 160.
So the race number 159 there, the championship men's under 17 coxed quad scull. At the 500 metre timing point, it was Cathedral on the far side of the course that crossed the line at the head of the field, just 0.31 of a second up over the Newington number 1 crew sitting in second place. Radford College from the ACT in third, Newington number 2 in fourth, Sydney Rowing Club in fifth, Radford College 2 in sixth, Northern Beaches Secondary, Redlands and Newcastle Grammar to round out the field. So interesting that we're seeing so many crews on the far side of the course there doing well. Traditionally, well, the lanes are allocated to those who, we actually didn't have a heat for this one, so scratch lanes. So that would be why we're not seeing leaders from the centre of the course.
And we'll turn our attention once again to the podium. This the medal ceremony for the championship Para 3 Cox 4. In bronze medal position, Balmain, Jack Calderon, Rebecca Jones, Stephen Lawler, Lauren Webber and Cox Annie Craig. In silver medal, the Des Moines ANU University of Queensland Composite, Stephanie Walker, Mac Russell, Nicholas Niels, Julia Story, and Cox, Kathleen Hextall. And in gold medal position, the Sydney University Composite of Alex Finney, Jessica Gallagher, Thomas Birtwistle, James Talbot, and Cox by Tisan Koo. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating the 2022 champion Power 4 Cox 4 Sydney University Composite.
Heading back down to the course now, we've got crews almost at the 1500 metre mark in the Championship Men's Under 17 Cox Quad Scull, sponsored by Wintec Racing Australia. At that 1000 metre mark, we had a little bit of a change in the lead, so the Newington crew, that's William Fuller, Mark Rillikas, Angus Mitchell, Morgan Jones, and their Cox, Elvis Johnson, coached by the ever-present Marty Nicholas. They were at the head of the field through that 1000 metre mark, just a hair under 3 seconds over Cathedral, so opening up about a boat length lead in the third 500, and they've continued that through to the 1500 metre mark as they come through now. I see it on the screens, just ahead of Cathedral by just over a boat length, about half a length of clear water sitting there, and between them, Radford College sitting in the provisional bronze medal position, so a little bit of clear water over the Newington number 2 and the Sydney Rowing Club combinations in 4th and 5th respectively. Radford College number 2 sitting in 6th place at that third timing hut.
Looks like Newington have got this wrapped up.
Yeah, absolutely. They were sitting behind, a little bit of a slow start, but moved through in the third 500 metre mark. So pretty impressive performance for such a young crew to race like that, rather than just getting out in front early on and trying to stay there. It's quite a mature racing tactic. It's the smart one to do. It's the negative split, and they've definitely made the most of it and sitting out there enjoying the fruits of that hard work and well-planned race at the moment in that far lane.
And they've managed to drag Cathedral on their left with them, who are sitting quite comfortably in silver medal position.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of a battle there, and that's pushed them away from any threat of being overcome by Radford College,
yeah,
who are sitting in the bronze medal position, quite a way back, about 7 seconds behind. So gold and silver pretty much wrapped up here. Newington College sitting out the head of the field, well-rode race, coming from behind to move through, put some length into Cathedral. In Newington College, William Fuller, Mark Rillikas, Angus Mitchell, Morgan Jones, and their Cox, Elvis Johnson, who'll take home the state championship in the Championship Men's Under 17 Cox Quad Scull for 2022. They'll be followed across the line by Cooper Wormsley, Nathan Whitehead, Darcy Hodge, Henry Chin from Cathedral for the silver medal position. It'll be Radford College from the ACT who come across about a boat length in front of Sydney Rowing Club for the bronze medal position. Sydney Rowing Club crossing in 4th place. Newington number 2, great effort to be up here with the facing the number 1 crews of other schools in 5th. Radford College number 2 in 6th place. Northern Beaches Secondary in 7th position. And the Redlands crew rounding out the field the Redlands crew in 8th, and Newcastle Grammar will just be crossing the line in the next 80 metres or so to round out the field for 8th place.
So there's some competitive commentary going on in the next race.
A little bit of bias in the next race.
Yeah.
Your
Here we
daughter
go.
Nathan is in the Queenwood number 2 crew over in lane 2.
And your sister in the Tara crew.
Yeah, in lane number 9. I think they were pretty stoked just to get through to the final from Tara crew, and good for them to sort of be there, sitting out in the back of the field at the moment.
Good program there, Tara. Good results last year.
Yep. Getting there.
Getting there, exactly.
Getting there. Just doing a little bit of rowing at the other club that I dare not name. Hallie Chapman looking after her on camp, Tari. But as for the rest of the field, at the moment, they're coming through just come through the 1,000 metre mark as we speak. And it was St Catherine's out the head of the field. So that's Sienna Morgan, Leela Gaston, Madeline Swan, Jade Bliss, their Cox, Emily Alton. They were leading the field by just under 2 seconds. Pymble Ladies in second. Queenwood in the Queenwood number 1 crew sitting in the provisional bronze medal position. But a tight race for gold, silver and bronze. A little bit of a gap then back to the Mossman crew in 4th place. PLC Sydney sitting in 5th, Commercial in 6th, Queenwood number 2 in 7th, Loreto Marriotteville from South Australia in 8th, and Tara sitting at the rear of the field there in 9th place.
So very close here for the first 3 positions.
Absolutely.
St Catherine's with some well-credentialed rowers in their boat already. Had a decent regatta already, and their perennial Pymble and Queenwood 1 boat not out of contention by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, absolutely, those medal positions fairly locked in. So about a boat length lead to St Catherine's over Queenwood through the 1500, and then only a half a length back to Pymble Ladies. Fairly slow moving boat, the Coxed quad, with the added weight of the Cox there. So pretty easy one to make a turn in speed. The girls can definitely make a lift in the last 500 metre mark if they have planned their race and spent their bickies accordingly.
Spent their bickies being a technical term.
But an absolute technical
yeah,
term. That's actually from the sports science world.
Absolutely, yeah.
But at 4th place there, a bit of a gap back to PLC Sydney, Mossman, Queenwood 2, Commercial, Loreto Marriotteville and Tara. So those top 3 positions nice and comfortably ahead of the rest of the field. Looks like it's still St Catherine's there in lane at number 5 that are doing their best to stay out in front. Queenwood still sitting there in the silver medal position. Pymble Ladies College knocking on their door, but I don't think they've done enough to put themselves in a position to attack in this closing 180 metres of the race. The St Catherine's School crew, Sienna Morgan, Leela Gaston, Madeline Swan, Jade Bliss and Emily Alton, looking to have done everything they can to secure a state championship victory here this morning. They're sitting there ahead of the Queenwood School crew, Annie Sieve, Talia Nolan, Heidi Boyd, Imogen Gray, coxed by Angela Han, coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle, sitting in the silver medal position at the moment, just ahead of the PLC Sydney crew, Miranda Zabo, Isabel Yardley, Sarah Debbington. Oh, wrong one, apologies. The Pymble Ladies crew sitting there in 3rd place. It will be St Catherine's, done what they can to sit out in the lead of the race. Just over a boat length's lead, St Catherine's the state champions for 2022 in the under-17 Cox Quad Scull. Queenwood School sitting in the silver medal position. Pymble Ladies College take bronze. It'll be PLC Sydney a good way back there in 4th place. Just ahead of Commercial in 5th. Queenwood number 2 in 6th place. Loreto Marriotteville just overtaking Mossman in the closing stages for 7th. Mossman in 8th and Tara School round out the race in 9th place. Back down on the field now, we've got race number 161, the Championship Women's Under-21 Quad Scull, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing, the current champions, Sydney University Boat Club. They do feature today, sitting a little bit further back in the field. At the 1,000 metre mark, we had the UTS composite crew, Sarah Farr, Danica Free, Hannah Kenway and Laura Goulet sitting in 1st place. They were followed by the Toowong composite, then Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney University Mercantile, Melbourne University, Sydney number 2, and Mercantile number 2 in 8th place at the 1,000 metre mark there in the women's under-21 quad scull. Those girls making their way down the course now. Pretty comfortable lead to the UTS composite. It's UTS with Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise there out at the head of the field. definitely making the best of this women's under-21 quad scull. Not really anyone looking to challenge that one in these closing stages of the race. Tight battle for second, though, between Toowong and Sydney Rowing Club.
And we'll turn our attention quickly to the podium. This is the 2022 Championship Men's Under-17 Coxed Quad Scull, sponsored by Wintec Racing. In third place, bronze medal position, Radford College. Rowan White, Ewan Grieg, Hamish Gaydon, Finley Stewart, and coxed by Pippa Humphreys. In the silver medal position from Cathedral, Cooper Walmsley, Nathan Whitehead, Darcy Hock, Henry Chin, and coxed by Paulus Nicholas Grober. And the 2022 champion men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull, Newington, William Fuller, Mark Grilakis, Angus Mitchell, Morgan Jones, and Elvis Johnson. Please join me in congratulating the men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull champions for 2022.
Back down to the course now. We've got a good race unfolding in the women's under-21 quad scull. It's still the UTS combination who have led start to finish, but having their lead eaten into by the Toowong composite. So lots of Queenslanders out racing for the medals here today in the women's under-21 quad scull. It's still the UTS combination of Sarah Farr, Danica Free, Hannah Kenway and Laura Goulet sitting out the front of the field. They're being followed by the Toowong composite of Jessica Malcolm, Sophie Malcolm, Olivia Georgopoulos and Sophie Gerber, so an all-Queensland combination there racing for the silver medal, who are really being pushed by the Sydney Rowing Club #1 crew of Laura Cypher, Kayla McManus-Barrett, Isabella Scammell and Grace Cypher for the silver medal. Sydney Rowing Club rowing through for the silver medal. It'll be the UTS combination that take home the state championship in the women's under-21 quad scull. It'll be Sydney Rowing Club that cross the line, rowing through the Toowong composite for the silver medal. Toowong composite crossing the line in bronze medal position. Sydney University, the champions from 2021, not to be this year in 4th place. Melbourne University crossing the line in 5th place over the next 2 strokes or so. The Sydney Rowing Club #2 crew in lane 8 in 6th place. And the Mercantile Rowing Club crew, a hard-fought little battle there, only half a boat length back in 7th position. And the Mercantile #2 crew in the centre of the course there in lane 6. These races not seeded by heats, sitting just coming down to cross the line now in 9th place to round out the heat. So confirming the results of that one, gold medal and state champions, UTS composite, silver medal, Toowong composite, and silver medal rather, Sydney Rowing Club, and bronze medal, Toowong composite. Back down to the course now. We've got the men's equivalent race 162. The championship men's under-21 quad scull, also sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. The current champion, also Sydney University Boat Club, who are featuring today, but not looking to be quite in the hunt, sitting a little bit far back on the competition today. So at the 1,000 metre mark, we have the Sydney Rowing Club combination of Gabe Carmody, James Fredrickson, William Bogue, and Gordon Applecroon, coached there by Don Seck and Shane Mulvaney, who are leading out the field over their compatriots, the Sydney and Nepean composite. So that's Will Delaney from Sydney, Miles Howard from Nepean, Declan Glendenning and Brad Graham, both of Sydney Rowing Club. So pretty much an all Sydney Rowing Club battle for first and second out the front of the race. They were within half a second at the 500. They were within half a second at the 1,000, and now approaching the 1,500 metre mark. It does look like the Sydney Nepean composite in lane number 6. No, rather the Sydney Rowing Club, the all Sydney Rowing Club crew, Gabe Carmody, James Fredrickson, William Bogue and Gordon Applecroon. Wouldn't have been my pick for the win out of these 2 crews. Does look like maybe our timing's just behind. Looking at our screen now, I can see the Nepean Rowing Club Zudi of Miles Harold in the leading boats. That's the crew of Will Delaney, Miles Harold, Declan Glendenning and Bradley Graham sitting out the front of this men's under-21 quad scull. They're leading their club mates from Sydney Rowing Club of Gabe Carmody, James Fredrickson, William Bogue and Gordon Applecroon sitting in the provisional silver medal position. A couple seconds back then to a well-performing Schoolboy crew here. St Augustine's in the coxless quad scull. Coxless quads being a bit of a new thing and a bit of a challenge for Schoolboy rowing, but not for St Augustine sitting in the bronze medal position just in front of the crew on the far side of the course from the Sydney University Boat Club, Bowman, Leahy, Danks and Bristow. So Danks in Hamish Danks in the Sydney University crew, and then Gabe Carmody in the All Sydney Rowing Club crew. Not Gabe Carmody, rather. Gordon Applecroon in the Sydney Rowing Club crew. Rowed together in the Australian Junior Double Scull last year. Facing off against each other today, with Gordon looking to get the ascendancy there. But it will be the Sydney Nepean Composite storming into the last 100 metres of the race. It's Will Delaney, Miles Harold, Declan Glendenning and Bradley Graham, who will take the state championship in the Championship Men's Under-21 Quad Scull for 2022.
Close for second.
Ahead of their clubmates from Sydney Rowing Club, who've just held off a fast-finishing St Augustine's crew for the bronze medal position, and Sydney University Boat Club crossed the line in 4th place to round out the Championship Men's Under-21 Quad Scull.
Yeah. We'll bring your attention very briefly to the medal pontoon. Only 3rd place here, represented in bronze medals. So this is the bronze medal awards for the Championship Women's Under-17 Cox Quad Scull. And in bronze medal position was Pymble Ladies College, Harriet McLean, Aspen Moore, Skye Pockley, Olivia Kelly, and coxed by Carolina Yemmer. And the coach there was Lewis Gray. That's the bronze medal awarded to Pymble Ladies in the Under-17s Cox Quad Scull.
Back down to the course today, we see the first of our 8s racing for this morning. Race number 163, the Championship Women's Elite 8 for the New South Wales Sports Club Centenary Trophy. Current holder, Sydney University Boat Club. At the 500 metre mark, the race was led by Lane 4, Melbourne University Boat Club over Sydney University. Only the 2 competitors in this race today. A Henley Royal Regatta style match race out there today. So the Sydney University crew in lane number 5, Jen Horton, Eleanor Price, Emily Shepherd, Rowena Meredith, Tara Rigney, Kate Rowan, Jamie Ford, Georgie Gleeson, and their cox Talia Barnett Heppels, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. They were just trailing the Melbourne University crew in lane 4. It's Mila Marston, Zara Lavery, Sarah Diore, Evelyn Dow, Jean Mitchell, Eliza Gaffney, Laura Foley, Lucy Steffen, and their cox Phoebe Georgiakis. So a smattering of Olympians and medals between the 2 crews in the race. It does look like perhaps the Sydney University Boat Club crews just come through in the second 500 metre mark over the crew from Melbourne University. With one-on-one style racing, once you sort of get a lead, it's very, very hard to have that overtaken. Only one other crew on the course.
Yeah, they've taken a couple of boat lengths out of them in the first 1,000 metres there. That's a good acceleration from the Sydney University boat.
Absolutely.
I'm sure there's some bragging rights in this as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's it didn't have a boat race this year.
Now we'll turn our attention quickly to the medal pontoon. This is for the Championship Women's Under-21 Quad Scull, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. In 3rd place, from Toowong, Griffith and Centenary, Toowong, Jessica Malcolm, Sophie Malcolm, Olivia Georgilopoulos, Sophie Gerber, coached by Michael Russell. Toowong composite in bronze medal position. In silver medal position from Sydney, Laura Seifer, Caitlin McManus Barrett, Isabella Scammell, Grace Seifer, coaches by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. And the winners of the Women's Under-21 Quad Scull is the UTS Composite. Sarah Fard, Danica Free, Hannah Kenway, Laura Gawley, coached by Hallie Chaplin and Duncan Free. Please join me in congratulating the champion of 2022 Women's Under 21 Quad Scull UTS Composite.
Turning our attention back to the course here, we've got the drone following along the final of the Championship Women's Elite 8 for the New South Wales Sports Club Centenary Trophy. It looks to be that the Sydney University Boat Club will retain that trophy. They are the title holders from last year. They've come through after possibly just a faltering start in the first 500 metre mark to take a couple of lengths out of the Melbourne University crew in boat race fashion. They've got about a length of clear water. It's the crew of Genevieve Horton, Eleanor Price, Emily Shepherd, Rowena Meredith, Tara Rigney, Kate Rowan, Jamie Ford, Georgie Gleeson, their cox Talia Barnett-Heffels, and the coaches Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. That's the crew that will be your champions in the Championship Women's Elite 8 for 2022. Barring disaster, as they come down and put a great show down to the line. A number of Olympians in that crew really boosting their chances here at the New South Wales State Championships. Sydney University Boat Club champions in the Women's Elite 8, followed across the line by Melbourne University Boat Club for the silver medal.
I'm sure Alfie and Jack will be very pleased with that result.
Absolutely.
Not a bad time as well in 6:22.4.
Not a bad time, especially with such a wide margin. They've managed to push all the way to the line, but I wouldn't really expect anything less from a crew with 3 Olympians on board, one of which coming home with a bronze medal from the Tokyo Olympic Games. It was Rowena Meredith in the women's quad. And really using that experience to lay down a heater of a race here today. Back down onto the course now. We've got possibly one of the most anticipated races of the state championships for many of the athletes, both in and out of these boats. Race 164, the Championship Men's Elite 8 for the QL Deloitte Trophy. The current holders are Sydney University Boat Club. In lane, we've got 5 competitors today. In lane 5 from Cand, Angus McCasker, Jared Lord, Mitch Salisbury, Dylan Rhodes, Samuel Atherton, Daniel Horsley, Darcy McCluskey, Miller Rowe, their cox, John O'Cook. In lane 4 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Andrew Judge, Will Ackerman, Hamish Winpope, Harry Fox, Fraser Miss Campbell, Simon Keenan, Nick Smith, Rowan Lavery, their cox by Lachlan Goller. In lane 5 from Sydney University Boat Club, the current title holders, Marcus Britt, David Barthelot, Cameron Girdleston, Will O'Shaughnessy, Jackson Kench, Jack O'Brien, Jack Hargraves, and Alex Purnell, cox by Danielle Pettit. And in lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Andy Hoffman, Max Crow, Alex Nickel, Harry Crouch, Spencer Turin, Josh Hicks, Sam Hardy, Torrin Olsen, and their cox, Kendall Brody, crew coached by Don Seck and Shane Mulvaney. The Sydney University number 2 crew sitting on the closest side of the course, that's Joshua Hewitt, Matt Smith, Devlin Walsh, Tom Anderson, Elliot Simpson, Lockie Miles, Kieran Riak, Nicholas Miro, and their cox, Ben Dewhurst. That crew coached by Chris Holliday, Tom Lorick, and Don McLaughlin. At the 1,000 metre mark, it was Sydney Rowing Club neck and neck with the Sydney University Boat Club at the head of the field. Just 0.54 of a second in front. 1.62 back to Melbourne University in 3rd place. This is an absolutely spirited race. The Sydney Rowing Club boys will be rowing in a boat named after the trophy that they're striving to take back in just a couple of minutes. The QL Deloitte, founder basically of rowing in this state. The Sydney Rowing Club crew with Sam Hardy and Josh Hicks, the Australian men's pair from the Tokyo Olympics. Spencer Turin, gold medalist in the men's 4, so really bolstering that crew. But Sydney University Boat Club do have on board 2 gold medalists and a bronze medalist from the Tokyo Olympics. We are on board just now. We can see that Sydney University Boat Club just opened up probably about a boat length's lead over the crew from Sydney Rowing Club. Sydney University Boat Club confirming that with the timings. 4:16 through the 1,500 metre mark, just over 4 seconds back to Sydney Rowing Club. Melbourne University Boat Club in 3rd, really knocking on the door of Sydney for that silver medal position. The Sydney University number 2 crew in 4th, and Cand from Queensland sitting back in 5th place. Medals pretty much locked up. It'll be Sydney Rowing Club, it'll be Sydney University, Sydney Rowing Club, and Melbourne University. In what order for the silver and bronze, we don't quite know yet. It is very tight between Melbourne University and Sydney Rowing Club. And Sydney Rowing Club crew, Andy Hoffman up in the bow seat, getting his chance finally after quite a long time at the club. Almost a wish come true for him. It's sitting up in the bow seat there with some more senior athletes. It'll definitely be the Sydney University Boat Club striding out to a couple of boat length lead over Sydney Rowing Club. Does look like Melbourne University coming through in the dying stages of the race. Melbourne University coming home with a wet sail will overtake Sydney Rowing Club for the silver medal position. It is absolutely bow ball for bow ball at the Sydney International Regatta Centre this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sydney University Boat Club will take the win, be state champions in the Championship Men's Elite 8 for 2022. Sydney University Boat Club for the QL Deloitte Trophy. Be Sydney Rowing Club just over the top of Melbourne University Boat Club for the silver medal. It'll come down really tight. Sydney Rowing Club in the silver medal position. Melbourne University Boat Club with the bronze. Sydney University Boat Club for the coming across the line. No, their number 2 crew coming across the line in 4th place, and Canned rounding out the field in 5th place. Whew. What a race.
Great race. Great race for silver and bronze there.
Great race.
Just coming through. I thought Melbourne were coming through them in the last 200 metres, but
I really thought they were as well.
they pushed back.
Yeah, the Sydney Rowing Club crew obviously going out pretty strong in the opening stages of the race, and Sydney University really winding it up through the middle 1,000 metres to sort of assert a bit of dominance there. Our unofficial results are giving it to Melbourne University, but it's definitely not the case. You can see the slow-mo replay there. Back down on the field now, the skinny equivalent, the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight 8 for the Alan de Bellin Trophy. Current holder, the UTS Aberfield and ANU Boat Club composite, and they really do look to be making the most of things at this stage in the race. So lightweight rowing, all crew members at this point in the season under 72.5 kilograms, no weight average just yet. It's just reserved for the national championships. So in lane number 5, and our current leaders at the 500 metre mark of the race is the UTS composite, Peter Waldersey from UTS, Cameron Ogilvie from UTS, Jack Message from UTS, James Waldersey now representing Canberra Rowing Club with a recent move, William Clark from UTS, Michael McRae from UTS, Sean Murphy from Mossman Rowing Club, and Harry Curtin from UTS. The crew's coxed by Anna O'Hanlon. They were just leading the Toowong composite, although it looks like we may have had a little bit of a change in the lead in the second 500 metre mark. Toowong composite now leading the crew. There's a real smorgasbord of crews in this one. Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University Boat Club, Ethan Toscan from Canberra, Jordan Roberts from Mercantile, Benjamin Whitney from Mercantile, David Carter from Toowong, Wyatt Batt from Sydney University Boat Club, Harry Cathcart from Banks, Jack Bowser from Toowong, and Sadie Ridgway, their cox. Coached by William Legg and Leo Karadimitris. That crew, the Toowong composite, sitting out in the lead at this stage. You can see how absolutely neck and neck it is from the drone footage there. Lightweight rowing, obviously, all crews on a very even playing field, given that they all weigh the same. We tend to see very tight racing, one of the most thrilling categories of racing that we get to watch here.
And we'll turn our attention quickly to the medal pontoon, the Championship Men's Under-21 Quad Scull. Sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. In 3rd place with a great result from Augustine School, Joshua Wilson, Brandon Smith, Oliver St. Pierre, Bo Nicholas, coaches Judith and Matthias Ungermach. In silver position, the Sydney boat of Ben Hornsley, of Gabriel Comodi, James Fredrickson, William Berg, Gordon Applecrin, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. And the 2022 Men's Under-21 Quad Scull Champions, Sydney Nepean, William Delaney, Miles Harold, Declan Glendinning, Bradley Graham, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney and Daniel Woodell. Please congratulate the men's under-21 quad scull champions of 2021, the Sydney Nepean Composite.
And we turn our attention back down to the course. It's been absolutely thrilling racing the entire way down the track for the men's elite lightweight 8.
This is a great
We've got
race here.
several members of all of the Penrith Cup crews from all the various states around the country. It hasn't been more than a bow ball separating them the entire way down the course. I don't even want to pick it at this stage. It looks like maybe the Toowong Composite, just a bow ball in front. It'll go to a photo finish. It's got to be the tightest race that we've seen all day. My heart says UTS with the Welshman in the boat, but I think the Toowong Composite might just have it. We'll wait until the photo finish results come through for that one. That was textbook lightweight rowing out on the course today.
As an ex-lightweight, and people who know me will laugh when I say I'm an ex-lightweight. Yeah, I love lightweight rowing because there is no quarter given at all. That's a great race. Well done to both crews there.
No more than half a second between the crews at any of the timing points throughout the race. And we'll wait until we get official results of that one. Official results coming through. It was the Toowong Composite, who are the state champions in the men's elite lightweight 8 for 2022 by just 0.03 of a second over the UTS Mossman combination.
And we'll turn our attention now to the awards pontoon again. This time for a trophy presentation. It's the New South Wales Sports Club Centenary Trophy. And this is for the Championship Women's Elite 8. The winners of the New South Wales Sports Club Centenary Trophy for 2022 is Sydney University, Genevieve Horton, Eleanor Price, Emily Shepherd, Rowena Meredith, Tara Rigney, Kate Rowan, Jamie Ford, Georgie Gleeson, and coxed by Talia Bennett-Heppels, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating the 2022 Women's Elite 8 champions.
Cathedral, cathedral. Attention.
Back down to the start line of the course now. Last of two finals second last final for the morning. We've got race number 166, the Championship Schoolboy Single Scull. Current champion from Newington College, Hamish Danks, not present today, moving up into the under-21 category. In lane 1 from Marist College, Darcy James. In lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Zane McGregor. In lane 3 from Marist College, Kai Martin. In lane 4 from St Kevin's, James Hart. In lane 5 from Cathedral, Mika Talbot. In lane 6 from Marist, Jesse Rosen. In lane 7 from UTS, Robert Russell. In lane 8 from Cathedral, Ashton Pratchett. And in lane 9, also of Cathedral, Jaya Pradhan. We saw in the heats. This one, we saw a pretty dominant performance by James Hart of St Kevin's. I think he was the fastest qualifier by about 20 seconds, and he crossed the line at rate 20. So should be one to watch in the centre of the field there in the green and yellow stripes of St Kevin's. As they come towards the 500 metre mark, he's already got his bow ball out in front of the field. Leading out the scullers on the far side of the course. It looks like scullers from Marist and the sculls from Marist. Darcy James there, you can see at the top of your picture.
And as the Championship Women's 8 to leave the pontoon, it's a great time to remind that Rowing New South Wales is hoping to raise money from the community, from the rowing community, to purchase trophies for our female championship events at these state championships. There's currently an imbalance between the male and female trophies, and obviously we wish to rectify that. We're halfway to our $20,000 total, so please visit the Rowing New South Wales fundraising page on the Australian Sports Federation website to donate. We will move to the Men's Elite 8 presentation. This is for the QL Deloitte Trophy, widely regarded as Quarton L. Deloitte, the foundation member and first captain of Sydney Rowing Club, regarded as the father of amateur rowing in Australia. In third and bronze place, Melbourne University, Andrew Judge, William Ackerman, Hamish Wynne Pope, Harry Fox, Fraser Miss Campbell, Simon Keenan, Nick Smith, Rowan Laverty, and Cox Lachlan Goller. In second place, Sydney, Andy Hoffman, Max Crow, Alex Nichol, Harry Crouch, Spencer Turin, Joshua Hicks, Sam Hardy, Turan Oslan, and coxed by Kendall Brody. And the winners of the Men's Elite 8 for the QL Deloitte Trophy, Sydney University, Marcus Britt, David Bathelot, Cameron Girdlestone, Will O'Shaughnessy, Jackson Kench, Jack O'Brien, Jack Hargreaves, Alex Pennell, and Cox by Danielle Pettit. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Championship Men's Elite 8, Sydney University.
Heading back down to the field now, we've progressed past the 1,000-metre mark of the championship schoolboy single scull, and as predicted by the form in the heats, it is James Hart of St Kevin's in Victoria who has moved out to a pretty commanding lead, 12.5 seconds at the 1,000-metre mark, and 3:39 through that halfway point. So setting up for a pretty solid time as he dominates this final of the championship schoolboy single scull. It's Mika Talbot from Cathedral sitting in the provisional silver medal position, only 1.5 seconds over Jessie Rosen from Marist College. Jaya Pradhan of Cathedral in 4th place, really knocking on the door for a spot on the podium. Zane McGregor of Northern Beaches Secondary, the first New South Welshman in the race, in 5th place. Ashton Pratchett of Cathedral in 6th. Robert Russell of UTS in 7th. Kai Martin of Marist and Darcy James also of Marist in 8th and 9th place respectively. So interestingly, only 2 New South Welshmen in this race for the New South Wales State Championship of the schoolboy single scull. James Hart coming up from down south to really dominate this final and get a good hit out on the Regatta Centre course ahead of the National Championships in about 6 weeks' time. And moving through the 1,500 metre mark now, not letting up, really getting a good hit out here in front of the competition. Can almost take a few breaths and go and have a nap, something to eat, as we wait for second place to cross that 1,500 metre mark. So it's still Mika Talbot of Cathedral, solidifying his silver medal position at the moment, ahead of Jessie Rosen from Marist College in the provisional bronze medal position for the moment. You can see some fantastic sculling out there from James Hart of St Kevin's at the head of the field. Really got the rate up, really attacking the race, nice and long. Really good connection with the water and not doing much to disturb the run of the boat as he comes up the recovery. Reverse rigger Felipe Shell doing wonders underneath him. Really accelerating the stroke through as he comes down to the last 160 metres of the race. James Hart from St Kevin's putting on a commanding performance here this morning. The New South Wales State Championships, barring disaster, all but secured himself a state championship gold medal in the Schoolboy single scull this morning. Not much of a race hotting up for the other medal positions, so we've still got Mika Talbot of Cathedral sitting in the silver medal position, a bit over a boat length in front of Maris Jesse Rosen, but it'll be James Hart from St Kevin's, a start to finish commanding lead over the field in the championship Schoolboy single scull. James Hart is the state champion for 2022. One of a bit of a battle going on for a bronze medal here. So it's Cathedral's Mika Talbot for the silver. And all the way through, it has been Jesse Rosen of Maris College for the bronze. Pratchett from Cathedral pushing up, but not to be. Mika Talbot from Cathedral in the silver medal position. Jesse Rosen of Maris takes home the bronze medal. Ashton Pratchett of Cathedral in 4th place. Zane McGregor of Northern Beaches Secondary in 5th place. Robert Russell of UTS in 6th. Kai Martin from Marist in 7th. And Darcy James, also of Maris College, in 8th place. Rounding out the fields, we'll have the Cathedral sculler in lane number 9, Jada Pradhan, to round out this championship Schoolboy single scull.
And as Jada crosses the line for Cathedral, we'll turn our attention to the medals award. This is for arguably the most exciting race of the day. It's the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight 8, sponsored by Bont Rowing for the Alan de Bellin Trophy. Alan de Bellin was a World Championship bronze medal winner in the lightweight 8s in 1972. The winners of the Alan de Bellin Trophy, the Toowong Composite. Damien Schroeder from MUBC, Ethan Toscan from Canberra Boat Club, Jordan Roberts from Mercantile, Benjamin Whitney from Mercantile, Dan Carter from Toowong, Wyan Batt from SUBC, Harry Cathcart from Banks, Jack Bowser from Toowong, and Coxed by Sadie Ridgway. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight 8 for 2022, Toowong Composite.
So back down on the course now. We've got the women's equivalents, the last final for this morning before our, we've got a lunch break in about 40 minutes or so. We'll have some heats up next. But the last final of this morning's program, race number 167 on your program. It is the Championship Schoolgirl Single Scull. The current champion we saw in the under-21 quad earlier from Kinross Walleroy is Isabella Scammell. At the 1,000 metre mark, it was led by Kinross Walleroy's Hannah Richardson, so the trophy potentially staying out west of the Blue Mountains this year. Cathedral's Sarah Scobie sitting in second place at that halfway timing point. Lucy Searle of Kinross in the bronze medal position. Madison Joiners of St Paul's Grammar in fourth. Jazz Ingle of St Helder's in fifth. Abigail Cox from Cathedral sitting in sixth place. Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar in seventh. And Felicity Errington of Askham in eighth place. So Hannah Richardson we saw with an absolutely commanding performance in the heat. Almost got overtaken and pipped in the semi-final, but only because she was rating about 4 strokes a minute over the line, and really making the most of that conserved energy now in the third quarter of the A final of the championship Schoolgirl single scull. She crosses that 1500 metre timing point, probably about 5 or 6 boat lengths ahead of Sarah Scobie from Cathedral. I believe at Henley Royal Regatta they would call that easily rather than describe the boat lengths.
I've been the victim of a few easilies.
A few easilies.
Yeah. Both the victim and the recipient of a few easilies.
There's, the other Kinross Wallaroi sculler, Lucy Searle, sitting in the bronze medal position. Looks like the medals are fairly tied up at the moment. 8 seconds then back to Madison Joiners, the local sculler from St Paul's Grammar. St Hilda's Jazz Ingle in fifth. Cathedral's Abigail Cox in sixth. Gibson Grammar's Ella Durand in seventh, and Askham's Felicity Errington rounding out the field there at that three-quarter timing point, which is all about Hannah Richardson here at the head of the field, who has put down a pretty commanding display start to finish, just like we saw earlier in the Schoolboy single scull. Hannah Richardson leading from the start of the race with almost no contest. Maybe a slightly smaller margin than the Schoolboys that we saw earlier, but nonetheless, still incredibly impressive at the head of the field.
Dominant race here from Hannah. Taking it very easy. I'm going to guess a stroke rate of maybe 18.
She's absolutely cruising. Knows that doesn't have to do too much more work. This is her third race of the morning. 3 2,000 metre races in a singles. Big ask of anyone. Clearly a high calibre athlete out in front of us on display this morning.
Could have a race for silver and bronze here between Sarah Scobie and Lucy Searle from Cathedral and Kinross Wallaroi respectively.
Yeah, just 3 seconds between it at the 1500. It has narrowed slightly, but maybe Sarah Scobie looking pretty spent there as we cross into the red boys. And Lucy Searle from Kinross Wallaroi looking to make it 1-2 for Kinross Wallaroi. I think Sarah Scobie's just done enough to hold on to that silver medal position. It'll be Hannah Richardson of Kinross Wallaroi cross the line to take the state championship in the championship Schoolgirl single scull for 2022. Sarah Scobie from Cathedral cross the line in the silver medal position. Lucy Searle of Kinross Wallaroi following the line in bronze. So 1 and 3 for Kinross Wallaroi in this championship Schoolgirl single scull. It's looking tight for the fourth place. Fourth place will definitely go to the local Madison Joiners from St Paul's. Oh, I'm not going to call that for 5th and 6th. It's between Cathedral's Cox and St Hilda's Jazz Ingle. That one, I'm not going to call exactly what that one was. Then Gibson Grammar, Ella Durand crossing the line in 7th, and Felicity Errington from Askham rounding out the field here in 8th place.
We'll move to the medals award for the championship Schoolboy single scull. In bronze medal position, we have from Marist College, Jess Rosin. From Cathedral, we have Mika Talbot. And the gold medal position for the championship Schoolboy single scull for 2022, St Kevin's James Hart. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the 2022 Schoolboy single scull, James Hart from St Kevin's. As we come through a race, if we look at the race at the moment on the lake, race 168, the championship women's under 16 single scull. First heat, we've got a scratch on the far side from Mossman. In lane 2, Redlands, Lily Weinberg. In lane 3 from Asham, Molly Davis. In lane 4 from Kinross Walleroy, Sophie Loof. In lane 5 from St Catherine's, Chelsea Baker. From Sydney Girls, Noah Kepi. Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 7, Zoe Armstrong. And Penrith's Eloise McEwen in lane 8. And as they went through the 500 metres, Kinross Walleroy's Sophie Loof just a nose out in front from Zoe Armstrong in lane 7 and St Cath's Chelsea Baker in lane 5. Sydney Girls, Noah Kepi was in 4th. Molly Davis in 5th from Asham. Penrith's Eloise McEwen was 6th and Redlands Lily Wainwright in 7th. But early doors at the moment. They approach the 1750 mark, 250 metres to go. Looks like from this position that it's a race between Zoe Armstrong from Hunter Valley, who might just have a nose out in front, from the Kinross Walleroy boat of Sophie Loof. But the angle is deceptive. It looks like the two boats, Kinross Walleroy's in lane 4 and Hunter Valley in lane 7, seem to be out in front. Kinross Walleroy, Sophie Loof. It's going to get down to the wire. Sophie Loof, Zoe Armstrong. Kinross Walleroy boat just looks to have a slight lead on Zoe Armstrong from Hunter Valley in lane 7. In 3rd place in lane 5 from St Catherine's, Chelsea Baker has got a nose out in front of Sydney Girls' Noah Kepi in lane 6. So as they approach the last 100 metres of this, the first heat, the women's under 16 single scull. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy, Sophie Loof crosses the line. 2.5 boat lengths in front of Hunter Valley, Zoe Armstrong, who takes it from St Catherine's, Chelsea Baker in 3rd place. And in lane 6, Noe Kepper. First 4 through to the semi-finals. Just missing out there is Molly Davis from Ashcombe. In 6th place, Redlands, Lily Weinberg. In 7th place, Eloise McEwen from Penrith. So a good win there for Sophie Loof in Heat 1 of the women's under 16 single in a time of 4 minutes 28.63. 2nd place, Zoe Armstrong. 3rd place, Chelsea Barker from St Catherine's. And in 4th place, Noah Kepper from Sydney Girls. Just missing out was Molly Davis from Asham, Lily Weinberg from Redlands, and Eloise McEwen from Penrith. We go into the 2nd heat of the under-16 seals. On the far side, Zoe Wisner from Penrith. UC Lasby in lane 2 from Askham. In lane 3 from Tweed is Lily Foggo. From Kinross Walleroy is Jemima Scammell. In lane 5 for Sydney is Grace Bennett. In lane 6 from Loreto Kirribilli is Jessica Rich. In lane 7 from Sydney Girls is Olive Bilbao. And from Redlands is Julia Trelaw in lane 8. And as we come up to the final 200 metres, looks like the boat, the familiar blue boat from Kinross, Jemima Scammell, I don't know, but sounds like she has an older sister who might be known to us.
Yes, that would have been last year's champion in the schoolgirl single, and recently just won the under-21 quad as a part of the Sydney Rowing Club combination, medalled in the under-21 quad.
Second place, it looks like it's going to be, so as Jemima crosses the finish line. Great result there from Lucy Yasby from Asham, who crosses the line as well. In lane 5, Grace Bennett, following in her sister's footsteps, crosses the line. I think it was from Tweed, Lily Foggo, who finishes in the last qualification place.
Rounding out the field, Juliet Trelaw from Redlands, Jessica Rich from Loreto Kirribilli, Zoe Wisner from Penrith, and Olive Bilbao from Sydney Girls to round out the second heat, women's under-16 single scull. We'll now turn our attention back down to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for race 167, the championship schoolgirl single scull. Third place and bronze medalist from Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Searle. Second place and silver medalist representing Cathedral, Sophia Scobie, Sarah Scobie. First place, gold medalist and champion in the schoolgirl single scull for 2022 from Kinross Walleroy, Hannah Richardson. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating our champion and medalist in the championship schoolgirl single scull for 2022.
And we're coming up to the race 170, the third heat in the women's under-16 single scull. Early showing was between Sydney Girls' Annie Pham and Queenwood's Eva Thompson. Sydney Girl, Annie Pham in lane 7 and Eva Thompson in lane 3. As they're coming up to the finish, very close. Looks like Eva Thompson from Queenwood in lane 3 has eked out a lead, but it's going to be close. Certainly for the top 4 positions, which will go through to the final. Looks like Tweed's Jessica Hudson and Commercial Saskia Josipovic in lane 8 and 6. Either side have dragged themselves along as well as we cross the line. The Queenwood sculler, Eva Thompson, eases over the line, kind of comfortable win. In second place, as expected, Sydney Girls' Annie Pham. Third and fourth, Commercials' Saskia Josipovic. And PLC's Isabel Yardley. They're just pipping Jessie Hudson on the line in lane 4. So Jessie Hudson just missing out there on qualifications for the final. Sonia Pollock finishes in 6th for Redlands.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for the next heat to come down, I'll just bring to your attention that the Bentley's Bar, located just next to the grandstand, is now open. A full complement of food and drink to help you spectate the remainder of the day. Not that you need help, but can certainly be enhanced by having a drink at the bar.
I definitely know a few parents who definitely needs help.
So turning our attention back down onto the course, we've got the fourth heat of the Championship Women's Under-16 Single Scull. It's the fourth of six heats that we've got today. So this is probably the most contested event of the day. At the 500 metre mark, it was the Kinross Wallaroi sculler Tessa Wong. So Kinross really put on a real show today in the singles, in the younger categories, across all age groups really. So Tessa Wong of Kinross leading the race at the halfway point over Jessica Kovacs of Loreto Kirribilli. There's Olivia Grant from Commercial sitting back in third. Sabrina Koksar of Askham in fourth. Madeline Swain of St Catherine's in fifth. Ruby Rhodes of Tweeds in sixth. Kira Attard of Redlands in seventh. And Annabelle Alexander Lace of Newcastle Grammar rounding out the field there. So top four progressing through to the semi-final. And at that 500 metre mark, we had a bit of a tight battle for fourth place between the Askham and St Catherine's scullers in lanes 1 and 6 respectively. We'll see how that pans out. It does look like the St Catherine scullers maybe just moved up a little bit. It's definitely still Tessa Wong of Kinross Wallaroi sitting out in the lead. She doesn't have too much to worry about at this point in the race. She's done the work, and she'll be moving through to the semi-final later this afternoon.
Very tidy scull from Tessa Wong. No bother at all from any of her competitors on her right side. Tessa Wong in lane 8, nearest the grandstand. Easy qualification for her.
May not be quite so easy for the Askham and St Catherine scullers on either side of the course of each other. So it'll be Tessa Wong from Kinross Wallaroi who crosses the line qualifying in first place for the upcoming semi-final just after the lunch break. The sculler in lane 5 from Loreto Kirribilli,
yep,
who crosses the line in second. Commercial sculler in third, St Catherine's in fourth, Askham in fifth, and the sculler from Tweeds in sixth place. Redland sculler in lane number 7. That's Kira Attard. It's in the line in 7th place, and the Newcastle Grammar sculler crossing the line in 8th place.
So good win there in the heats for the sculler from Kinross Wallaroi. Tessa Wong looked very, very comfortable in that. Loreto Kirribilli's Jessica Kovacs also qualifying, as is Olivia Grant from Commercial, and St Catherine's Madeleine Swain will go through to the final this afternoon. Apologies, all go through to the semi-final this afternoon.
That'll be one of our first races back off the after the lunch break. So the men's under-16 single will have their heats, and then semi-finals for the women's just after 1 o'clock, and then they'll have to turn around and compete in the final just after 2 o'clock. So tight turnarounds for these athletes that are racing heats and semi-finals and finals. Obviously at a national championships that's spread out over 4 or 5 days, but here at State Champs we work with 3 days, and if we get enough entries for a semi-final, then it's just a hectic schedule.
Looks like a bit of a gap between the finish of that race being number 171 and the next one 172. Again, heat, and competitors are quite a way off from lining up by the looks of things.
So the lineup for this fifth heat of the women's under-16 single scull: in lane 1 from Redlands, Michaela Sanger-Larson; in lane 2 from Askham, Kitty Elias; in lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle McKenzie; in lane 4 from Kinross Wallaroi, Olivia Searle; in lane 5 from Sydney Girls, Ariel Moniaja; in lane 6 from Redlands, we have Annabelle Huang; in lane number 7 from St Catherine's, Melanie Poulos; and in lane 8 from PLC Sydney, Charlotte Sard.
All scullers away okay. Annabelle Mackenzie had a bit of a wibble on the start, but she seems to have sorted itself out. And off she goes. Some of the first regatta experience or racing experience for these young scullers. Under 16 is where you earn your stripes, particularly in a scull. As you can see, as they come down the course, there's some interesting routes being taken by a couple of scullers. PLC's Charlotte Sand is now being pointed in the right direction as she comes down the course.
You do find in the single scull that all of a sudden those lane boys seem very far apart, and it's the first couple of times out here, sometimes that can lead you a little bit astray.
Yeah, it's interesting how disorientated you get sometimes. You know, you can be sculling quite easily, equidistant between the end of your blades and the kind of corner of your eyes where the boys are, and then all of a sudden, one or two strokes slightly mistimed on either side, the boat gets pointed in a particular direction, and then all of a sudden you can feel that oh so familiar bump of the sculling blade over the top of the buoy. Doesn't matter too much here. You can correct yourself, particularly in the heats, pretty easily in the single, but it can go horribly wrong if you're in the bigger boats. As we see Redlands Annabelle Huang as well, also slightly over to the left side of her lane.
So just at the 500 metre mark, so halfway in the 1,000 metre race. It come as a great surprise to everyone that Kinross Wallaroi once again up in the lead. So I think out of the heats, we're probably going to see quite a Kinross heavy final coming up. So we've got 1, 2. We've already got 3 qualifiers from Kinross Wallaroi, and we're looking likely to have our 4th one. So the final is looking to be, and possibly even the podium this afternoon, pretty dominant by Kinross in the under 16 single scull. Olivia Searle leading out there by about 4 seconds over Sanger Larson from Redlands, who's narrowly over Elias from Askham and Sard from PLC Sydney. A little bit more of a gap back then to Newcastle Grammar. Redlands, Sydney girls, and I believe our sculler from St Catherine's actually didn't start this morning. Just marveling how great the conditions look as well. There was a little bit of swirling wind earlier, and there might be a bit further down the course, but right up here at the finish line, it's absolutely dead flat. So we just watched the Redlands sculler Huang there in lane 6, just be a victim of that, just striking a buoy there and catching a little bit of a digger, but she has recovered and giving it a little bit of a spurt to try and move up into a qualifying spot. There's a long way to go there. Still Olivia Searle from Kinross Wallaroi out nice and calm in front of the field. Not sure what they're feeding all these girls out in orange, but
well, with a name like Searle and being an Englishman, she's got a lot to live in.
Exactly.
A lot to live up to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think you could row if you weren't competing at that level, would you? Yeah, it looks like Michaela Sanger Larson of Redlands on the far side, just holding off a late challenge to hang on to that second qualifying spot. It will be Olivia Searle of Kinross Wallaroi who will cross the line in first place in this 5th heat. The women's under 16 single scull, Michaela Sanger Larson of Redlands in 2nd place. Newcastle Grammar's Annabelle Mackenzie in 3rd. Charlotte Sard of PLC Sydney in 4th. Those are our qualifiers. Kitty Elias of Askham in 5th. Annabelle Huang of Redlands in 6th. And Ariel Monijra of Sydney Girls in 7th place to round out the heat. Turning back down to the field now for the 6th and final heat of the Championship Women's Under-16 Single Scull. And at the lead at that 500 metre point was Greta Knott of Centenary Rowing Club, sitting well out in the lead there by about 5 seconds at the halfway point, and not taking her foot off the gas either, as she seeks to put some distance between herself and Addison Rolls of Queenwood. Then back to Abby Wex of Commercial and Madeline Yalia of Capital Lakes in 4th, Jennifer Maley of Nepean in 5th, Zoe Raywood representing South Grafton High in 6th, and Sophie Yu of Redlands in 7th place at that halfway point. It's all up to Greta Knott at the head of the field, who seems to be making the most of this women's under-16 single scull.
Yeah, very tidy scull here from Greta Knott. Looks like easy qualification for her. Addie Rolls on the far side from Queenwood in lane 2. Under a bit of pressure from the boats nearer her, nearer the stand side of the lake, Commercial, Abby Wex, and also Madeline Yeller from Capital Lakes on the near side as well. As the angle starts to unwind, we'll see that Greta Knott, coached by Michael Oppelstein and Peter Wadsworth. Easy win there, quite relaxed win. Goes through to the semi-final. Obviously not expended too much energy, got out very quickly, maintained a lead, and in fact increased that lead over, all other things being equal. Addie Rolls from Queenwood, who will finish in 2nd position, and also through to the semis. And we have Abby Wex from Commercial in lane 6, just being pressured there at the end, and probably just being overtaken there by a very fast finishing Madeline Jella from Capital Lakes. In 5th place from South Grafton High, we have Zoe Raywood. Nepean, Jennifer Maley from in 6th position. And as we just wait there, on the sculler from Redlands, Sophie Yu. Redlands in their distinctive blue and yellow stripes. Sophie Yu crosses the line. So there we have the results of the first heat, and the last heat actually of the Championship Women's Under-16 Scull. In 1st place from Centenary was Greta Knott. 2nd place, Queenwood's Addie Rolls. Capital Lakes, Madeline Jalia in 3rd. Commercial's Abby Wex in 4th. All progressing through to the semi-final. Zoe Raywood from South Grafton, Jennifer Maley from Nepean, and Sophie Yu from Redlands unfortunately miss out. Next race, we're way back down the course at the very beginning. 2,000 metre race is race 174. It's the women's under-17 single scull. Again, a big field here. 4 heats in total. The first 4 progress through to the semi-final. later in the afternoon. Then that will be races 198 and 199 for the semi. Start umpires just keeping the girls on the start for a long time. Looks like we have scratch in this race in lane 8 from Radford College, Mia Cluth. I'll read the starting lineup. On the far side from Mossman is Catherine Wilcock. In lane 2, Loretto, Norma Hurst, Holly Gibson. In lane 3 from Redland, Alana Mansfield. In lane 4 from Nepean, Olivia Harris. Sydney Girls, Charlotte Steele is in lane 5. Gippsland's Grammar's Ella Gerard is in lane 6. Hannah Alexander from Roseville is in lane 7. As I said, Radville College have scratched in lane 8. And Loretto, Maritorville, Victoria Binns in lane 9 nearest the grandstand. They seem to have all got off to a start. One boat in particular could be in lane 4, Olivia Harris. Hard to see from this side.
It's like we might be looking at on the screen Ella Durand from Gippsland in that dark shell in the centre there. She's already raced.
Somebody's off to a flyer.
3 times, I believe, this morning.
Wow.
In the Schoolgirl single scull. So big day of racing for Gippsland Grammar. I suppose if you're coming all the way up from Victoria, you don't really want to waste it. Get as much racing experience in on a proper course as possible.
Go out strong, hard at the beginning. Fly and die, as we used to call it. There was much more dying than flying when I was rowing.
Yeah, that sculler from Nepean, Olivia Harris, in the centre of the course does look to be making the most of things as we approach the 500 metre timing point. So as we cross that first timing point, obviously in heats, unseeded, so can't really guess what lane the challenges are going to come from. Victoria Binns from Loretto Marriotteville. I spoke about making the most of coming a long way, all the way from South Australia. Definitely making the most of it here, out in the lead at the 500 metre mark, just narrowly over Olivia Harris from Nepean. Hannah Alexander from Roseville in 3rd. Alana Mansfield from Redlands in 4th. Ella Durand of Gippsland in 5th. Catherine Wilcock of Mossman in 6th, and Charlotte Steele from Sydney Girls High in 7th place at that first timing point.
Current showing, it looks like the sculler nearest to the grandstand. Loretta Marriottville's Victoria Binns. She's got off to a good start. There's no one in the lane next to her right. So she's slightly detached from the rest of the field, but doesn't seem to be bothering her. She's sculling very neatly in the middle of her lane. Victoria Binns in lane 9, being challenged at the moment from the Nepean sculler Olivia Harris in the centre of the field. As they cross the 1,000 metre mark, Loretto's Marriottville Victoria Binns has eked out a few boat lengths on second place Nepean's Olivia Harris, almost 6 seconds in front at the moment. In third place, Roseville's Hannah Alexander, some 4.5 seconds behind. In fourth place at the moment is Ella Gerard from Gippsland Grammar. In fifth from Redlands is Alana Mansfield. In sixth place from Mossman, it looks like Catherine Wilcock. And in seventh place from Sydney Girls, it's Charlotte Steele. Some good racing in the first 1,000 metres from the Loreto Maritville sculler, Victoria Brins. Clearly racing to her own race plan.
Again, that fantastic drone footage provided to us here by Alistair Moon is upstairs piloting the drone to give us these awesome pictures that you see on the screen on the Bont Rowing live stream. Just a little overlay in the corner of a bit of a close-up of the Loreto Marriotteville sculler. Victoria Binns is still out nice and comfortably in front of the rest of the field. In lane number 9 on the left-hand side of your picture. Look like we do have a little bit of wind on the course at the halfway point, so that's down at the 1,500 metre mark rather. Just a slight tailwind down there. It's dead flat once you come through into sort of the last 400 metres or so, but looks like it's just a few patches of tail breeze creeping their way onto the course, which I'm sure these girls will be very, very appreciative of at this point in the race.
As they come through the 1,500 metre mark, Loreto's Maritville's Victoria Binns extends her lead over Nepean's Olivia Harris. She's pushed out now to 6.5 seconds in front. Roseville's Hannah Alexander just 2.5 seconds behind the second place, but in fact a good lead for in front of fourth place Gippsland Grammar's Ella Gerard. Well spread out field here for the Heat 1 of the under-17 single sculls. Race 174. Again, 4 people to go through, 4 scullers to go through. Doesn't look like there'll be any real changes in the first 4 scullers. All 4 scullers now obviously looking around, realising they've consolidated. They've done what they've had to do first half of the race. Ella Gerard will keep an eye out over her right shoulder just to make sure the sculler from Redlands doesn't creep up on her. As they come in the last 150 metres, great row here from Victoria Binns from Loreto Maritville. Comfortable row. Grand standing as she comes through. Nice measured recovery.
Just cruising along, really enjoying these absolutely dead flat conditions in the last couple hundred metres.
Good push though from Olivia Harris.
She's still doing it at rate 20 though.
Yeah, putting the legs down there. Certainly pulled back more than the 6.5 seconds she was 500 metres ago. So Victoria Binns takes first place. Olivia Harris second. Third from Roseville is Hannah Alexander. In the distinctive green strip of Gippsland's Dammer is Ella Gerard. Just missing out on the far side from Redlands is Alana Mansfield. And bringing up the rest of the field, we have Mossman's Catherine Wilcock on the far side. And in lane 5, Sydney Girls, Charlotte Steele in the yellow boat. Mating to the final line, both of them. So that's race on 7-4. The first heat of the under-17 single scull. First 4 go through. Loretta Maritaville's Victoria Binns. Nepean's Olivia Harris. Roseville's Hannah Alexander. And Gippsland's Grammar's Ella Durand all go through to the semi-finals. In 5th place, Redlands, Alana Mansfield. Charlotte Steele from Sydney Girls finished 6th. Catherine Wilcox from Mossman finished 7th. Unfortunately, they don't progress. Looks like we have a remaining sculler still on the course. He may have had an equipment failure. Yeah, certainly looks like Loretto Normanhurst, Holly Gibbons, originally in lane 2 or bow number 2, has had a bit of an equipment failure there. Looks like either her gate's gone or she may have a problem with her foot stretcher. Seems to have got back on track now. Give her a round of applause. She pushes to the finish. That's Loretto Normanhurst's Holly Gibbons. She comes over the line, looks to have somewhat of an issue with her boat.
Possibly looks like maybe a rudder issue. If she's just fouled it on some weed or on a rock in the training lake. Just boat's taking a bit of a turn towards the bank there, which is pretty unfortunate. I've been in that situation. I remember racing the mixed quad at the Reindeer Regatta and taking a rudder out, and subsequently racing a 1,000-metre race and trying out about 4 different lanes. I'll give the unreserved blame to Harriet Hudson for steering us over the rocks for that one. Never forget.
Yeah, I've had a few of those myself. Yeah.
So, back down onto the course now. Sort of just approaching the 1,500 metre mark is the second heat of the women's under-17 single scull. In the lead for probably the last almost 1,000 metres or so is the sculler from St Catherine's. Catherine Sculler of...
Neve Turney. No. No, they've jumped a race.
Yeah, there's the Catherine Sculler of Jade Bliss, who's been leading pretty much through the whole middle 1,000 metre marks. Pretty comfortable lead there over Alice McCready of Newcastle Grammar. Sophia Miller of Glebe sitting back in 3rd place. Pretty tight there for 2nd and 3rd. And then Imogen Gray of Mossman back in 4th, pretty comfortably in front of Malaya Kuritakoga from Centenary. Charlotte Scamps of Redlands ahead of Amelia Ryan from Canberra and Mary Grant from Loretto Normanhurst sitting back there in 8th place. This is St Catherine Sculler in lane number 9, closest to the grandstand course. It's really making the most of the race. About a 9-second lead at the 1,500 and just boosted by that little patch of tailwind through those last couple 100 metres, and doing a good job to keep her bow ball in front of the field and not have to do too much work ahead of the final this afternoon, or semi-final rather this afternoon. It's another race where we've got some semi-finals just after the lunch break.
It's fair to say most of these girls will certainly raced yesterday and this morning.
I've seen a lot of names that have also raced this morning.
Yeah. Imogen Gray, I think, has just got out of a boat for Queenwood. And is comfortably in 4th place. Queenwood and Mossman share the same stretch of water on the North Shore. Again, a nice measured heat here for Jade Bliss, coached by Jared Watson at St. Catherine's. Takes the win quite easily in lane 9.
Comfortably ahead of, it's actually a bit of a hard pick who'll come across second. It does look like it's still the Newcastle Grammar sculler in lane number 8. That is
Alice McCready.
Yeah.
Very
Just
close.
quite narrowly over Sophia Miller of Glebe. Neither athlete's putting in too much work there, knowing they're pretty secure. Imogen Gray there from Mossman, taking that 4th qualifying spot. Teenery 5th, Redlands in 6th, Charlotte Scamps. Amelia Ryan from Canberra crossing the line in 7th. Mary Grant rounding out the field from Loretto Normanhurst. So our 4 qualifiers, Jade Bliss, Alice McCready, Sophia Miller, Imogen Graves, St Catherine's, Newcastle Grammar, Glebe and Mossman respectively. Those are the girls we'll see in the semi-final this afternoon. The rest of the field, unfortunately, will not progress to the next round. Back down on the field now, just coming through the 1250 metre mark. Got the 3rd of 4 heats, so the penultimate race before our lunch break this morning, or this afternoon by the time the lunch break rolls around. At the 1000 metre mark, it was Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club, coached there by Brendan Longman and Don Sek. It was about 7 seconds up on the field ahead of Leela Gaston from St Catherine's. It was Ella Boyd from Canberra in 3rd place and Melina Wilcox from Commercial in 4th. Pretty sizable gap then, about 8-9 seconds back to Lara Ayazadine from Centenary and Jemima McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar, followed by Lily Tasker from South Grafton High, rounding out that field.
Wind's picked up a bit.
A little bit. It looks like we've got a pretty consistent tailwind down the course now.
And it does seem to be favouring the scholars on the near side of the lake. Lots of leaders in lane 9.
Yeah, particularly just you can see a little bit of wind at the start of the course and then a little bit of wind right in front of us at the end of the course, sort of from the 1500 down. There's a few little gaps in the trees where the car park is on the far side of the course, just letting a little bit of wind through. I know that was definitely the case yesterday. Some of the elite races, people saying that there was a good amount of time difference between being in lane 1 and lane 9.
Yeah, you can see just the shadow, certainly from our position here, you can see the shadow on the water, the darker water representing where the wind is, giving you a slight advantage.
Although in comparison to many state champs of years past, I don't think it's too much to write home about. I remember my first state champs here doing some ridiculous time in an 8 and still not winning.
I did most of my rowing in Scotland. This is absolutely like a mirror compared to what I was used to.
I'd say the temperature would be a bit more hospitable too.
Yeah, when you fell in, you definitely remembered it.
And still at the 1500 metre mark, Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club. She's done the work early and sitting out there in front of the field, about 8 seconds back now to Leela Gaston of St Catherine's, Ella Boyd of Canberra, following pretty closely behind her, and then Melina Wilcox pretty closely again. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all within a couple of seconds of each other, but had a good gap back to 5th place. So our top 4 qualifiers pretty set in, as close to set in stone as you can be, 150 metres out from the end of the course. Neve Tierney's just having a good time, making a little race out of it, practicing her wind up to the finish. She enters the red boys for the last 100 metres of the race. Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club. Definitely not leaving anything to chance at the end of the race, practicing a good wind up, just in case the semi-final presents a bit of heat. Neve Tierney crossing the line, 8:57. The buzzer probably just a second or two late there. And And then for second, third, and fourth, does look like it's still going to be the St. Catherine's sculler. Yep, in the centre of the course, Leela Gaston. And then pretty close to third and fourth, Melina Wilcox of Commercial, just ahead of Ella Boyd of Canberra Rowing Club. It'll then be the sculler on the far side of the course from, figure out where we are. The sculler on the far side of the course from Newcastle Grammar rather, Jemima McKenzie ahead of the Centenary sculler on this side. And rounding out the field, the sculler in line number 4 from South Grafton High, Lily Tasker. Moving on now to the final race of this morning's session before we approach our lunch break and a trip to the Bentley's Bar. The fourth heat of the Championship Women's Under-17 Single Scull. At the 1,000 metre mark, it was Lucy McFarlane of Centenary Rowing Club ahead by just a fraction of a second over Rhea Werner of Yarra Yarra. Hannah McKay of Kinross Walleroy, a little bit of a margin back there, and Sophia Zamprogno of Sydney Rowing Club just hot on her heels in that fourth qualifying spot. A little bit of a gap back then to Philippa Young of Mossman Rowing Club in 5th, about 4 seconds separating 4th and 5th, so separating the qualifiers from not. And then back to Anna Newsom of Loretta Normanhurst, Sophia Hinterzols of Grafton High, and Emma Sullivan of Redlands in 8th place. So a good little battle emerging up the head of the field here between Lucy McFarlane of Centenary and Rhea Warner of Yarra Yarra. So the Queensland and Victorian battle at the head of the field at the New South Wales State Championships.
Yeah, a bit of steering issues here from the sculler from Centenary, Lucy McFarlane, but she seems to have corrected it. And is going across the other side of the lane now. She needs to straighten up pretty quickly.
Lucy McFarlane seems to have forgotten she's not on the Brisbane River anymore.
Yeah.
There aren't any corners out here.
Maybe that's just the way she goes. Yeah, she's definitely good at going around corners by the looks of things.
It's right on the boys there at the 1,500 metre mark. Not hindering her too much though.
She's keeping her eye on her right-hand shoulder and not really. Ah, there you go. She's realised.
Still about 3.5 seconds up on the sculler from Yarra Yarra, Rhea Warner. And then back to Sophia Zamprogno from Sydney Rowing Club, who's actually just overcome Hannah Mackay of Kinross Walleroy to move up into 3rd place. And a good healthy gap back to Philippa Young of Mossman Rowing Club in 5th.
Good to see a good showing here from Rhea Werner from Yarra Yarra in lane 3. In the red and blue Zooty and Blades.
So being the last race before lunch, all of the officials, all of our wonderful officials that are down at the start line, moving up and following a bit of a formation behind the field.
They'll be in the queue for the Bentley Bar, no doubt.
Absolutely.
And well deserved as well.
Yeah, we've run pretty much exactly on time the entire morning, which is a fantastic achievement given we've had, 100 and something races this morning.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
Not 100 and something races, it's 100 and something races for the day. I think we've had about 50 races this morning. So coming into the line now, it's still the lane 7 sculler. So Lucy McFarlane from Centenary up in Queensland, who's just maintaining her lead, looking pretty relaxed there at the head of the field over the sculler from Yarra Yarra, Rhea Werner, who is just about a boat length and a half, 2 boat lengths ahead of Neve Tierney from Sophia Zamprogno, wrong race, from Sydney Rowing Club in 3rd place. And then we'll have Hannah Mackay of Kinross Wallaroi crossing the line in 4th to take that much coveted qualifying position for the semi-final this afternoon. Philippa Young from Mossman Rowing Club in 5th place.
Looks like Anna Newsom on the far side from Loretto Normanhurst. And bring up the rest of the field. There's a bit of a battle here going on between Grafton High and Redlands. Sophie Hinterholtz and Emma Sullivan. Looks like Sophie Hinterholtz will take it a couple of boat lengths in front of Emma. And Emma brings to conclusion as she crosses the line the racing for this morning.
All right, what a fantastic morning of racing. We'll be going off to a lunch break now. The first race back will be the first heat of the men's under 16 single scull at 12:58. You will be taken through that by Nathan and a couple other members of our commentary team, and you'll probably find me in the Bentley bar.
Welcome to the afternoon session of Day 3 of the 2022 New South Wales Rowing Championships. We've got a series of heats coming up between now and 3 o'clock, and then after 3 o'clock into the finals. Our first race of this session is the first heat of the Championship Men's Under-16 Single Sculls. It's over 1,000 metres with first, second and third going through to the final. In lane 1 from Scots, it's Hamilton Derby Cairns, coached by Charlie Patterson and Tom Herburn. In lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, William Robertson, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kabelke. In lane 3 from Newington, Toby Cameron Tavendale, coached by Marty Nicholas. In lane 4 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Levi Williams, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kabelke. In lane 5 from Redlands, Oliver Cook. Lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Ronan Brown. Lane 7 from Redlands, Zachary Borness. Lane 8 from Glebe, Zachary Hyde. And in lane 9 from Hunter Valley Grammar, it's Vaughan Henderson. So we're just waiting on the start. Getting right up to the 1,000 metres. First, second and third going through to the final, which is race 206.
Thanks, Jordan. Our scullers are underway this afternoon, kicking off the afternoon session. As you said, the last, block of racing for the state championships. It's been a great regatta so far, and hopefully the weather is going to stay this calm for the remainder of the afternoon.
Look, you compare it to a couple of years ago when it was absolutely raining cats and dogs, Noah's Ark coming down the track with 2 of every animal. That was very brutal conditions. So it's been quite pleasant.
Well, even yesterday afternoon, we had the wind whip up at stages and some scattered rain. But hopefully, there's some dark clouds hanging over the regatta centre. But hopefully, they stay away so the party's not spoiled. But yeah, certainly at the moment, the water's flat and perfect conditions for sculling, and some fantastic drone footage on the Bont rowing live stream that we're receiving here in the commentary tower. And so far, the scullers in this first heat of the Championship Men's Under-16 Single Scull are fairly well spread out, Stuart.
Yeah, look, we've got there's not a lot between them. We've got Hunter Valley Grammar's Vaughan Henderson over in lane 9 doing quite well, as is Glebe Rowing Club's Zachary Hyde. Then over towards the far side of the course, you've also got Newington's Toby Cameron Tavendale looking quite strong as well. Remember, first, second and third are the only ones going through to the final a little bit later on today. As they're coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, it's still Vaughan Henderson and Zachary Hyde, our 2 early leaders.
Looks as though, Stuart, some of our scullers just experiencing a little bit of steering difficulties. Couple of, I think it could be Cook and Brown in the middle lanes just floating with the boys. Hopefully not too many difficulties though. A good chance to practice for these young scullers. It's a bit of an art form really to stay in the middle of your lane and you focus on a point in the horizon and not try and deviate too far from that. But yeah, hopefully, it looks like as though we've just had, I can't quite pick what lane that is. Sculler in the centre of the course, just pipping a boy in the centre there, just on the live stream. But certainly a great learning opportunity, but
an absolute thrill as well, I would imagine, to be able to race on an Olympic course.
Absolutely, and we're so lucky to have this course a stone's throw away from Sydney, and certainly even competitors from the ACT are very handy to drive up to Sydney and compete at what is a world-class venue.
Absolutely. Coming up towards the 750 metre mark, and it's still Vaughan Henderson from Hunter Valley Grammar. He's been pushed a lot though over there on lane 3. It looks like Toby Cameron Tavendale. No, that will be Northern Beaches Secondary's William Robertson. Also sitting in quite nicely. Glebe Zachary Hyde a little bit behind Vaughan Henderson there over in lane 8 as they come up. With about 200 metres to go, you can hear the crowd starting to cheer on their rowers. The first heat of the Championship Men's Under-16 Single Sculls, sponsored by V Insurance. And now with about 250 metres to go, it is William Robertson from Northern Beaches Secondary, who has got a lead. He's ahead of Hunter Valley Grammar's Vaughan Henderson over in lane 9. So pretty well spaced out there. Vaughan Henderson starting to just make a little bit of a comeback towards the end there, pulling away a bit, and he will finish in first place in the first heat. So a win in heat number 1 for Vaughan Henderson, Hunter Valley Grammar. Second place going to lane 2, Northern Beaches Secondary's William Robertson. Zachary Hyde from Glebe will finish in third place ahead of Newington's Toby Cameron Tavendale. Scott's Hamilton Derby Cairns. Then back a little bit further to, that is Levi Williams, I think, from Northern Beaches Secondary, ahead of Oliver Cook from Redlands, and then Zachary Borness also from Redlands.
Thanks, Stuart. Yeah, just a couple of dirty strokes, unfortunately, from William Robertson of Northern Beaches Secondary. Coming across the line, just gave Vaughan Henderson from Hunter Valley Grammar that late advantage.
Yeah, he was leading early. It was a good comeback there by William Robertson.
Absolutely.
And I think we'll see in the final that those two well and truly battling it out for the title of New South Wales champion. And we're underway in heat number 2. Again, first, second and third through to the final in the men's under-16 single sculls. Lane 1 from Newcastle Grammar, Elliot Collins. Lane 2 from Redlands, Daniel Coppers. Lane 3 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Ted Thompson, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kabelke. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy. Lane 5 from Glebe, Carson Prout, coached by Nicholas Galea. In lane 6 from Newington, Toby Denton, coached by Jessica Wickenden. In lane 7 from Scott's, Matthew Alt Graham, coached by Charlie Patterson and Tom Herburn. In lane 8 from Redlands, Daniel Borness. And in lane 9 from Kinross Wallaroy, it's Oliver Smith, coached by Benjamin Watt.
Thanks, Stuart. And just from the footage we're receiving on the live stream so far, it does look as though it could be Ted Thompson of Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 3, who commands an early lead. Just coming through the 500 metres now are our scullers. Oh, I'm mistaken. By the looks of things, it's Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar School. Narrow margin, less than a second, lead over Toby Denton of Newington College. And then about a second again to Oliver Smith. So, of course, those first 3 qualifying spots are all important, and that's where the real race is, at the head of the field, Stuart, but a bit of a gap, about 7 seconds back to the remainder of the field.
Yeah, so first, second and third looking comfortable at the moment, but who's going to be able to get into that nice little middle lane? Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar, looking quite strong at the moment. He's ahead of lane number 9, Kinross Wallaroy's Oliver Smith, and then back a little bit further to Toby Denton from Newington. So that's our 1, 2, 3, and then a little bit further back again to Scott's Matthew Alt Graham. Then we've also got Glebe's Carson Prout, Hunter Valley, Northern Beaches Secondary's Ted Thompson, Daniel Coppers from Redlands, Elliot Collins from Newcastle Grammar, and Daniel Borness from Redlands. But with about 50 metres to go, it is lane 4, Luke Purdy, Hunter Valley Grammar. It looks like it's going to be a Hunter Valley Grammar 1-1, both wins in both heats so far in the men's under-16 single sculls. He'll go through and he'll take the win. Second place is going to be an interesting battle. I rather suspect that Kinross Wallaroy's Oliver Smith has just managed to pip Toby Denton over the line there in third place. Fourth place will go to Newcastle Grammar's Elliot Collins. And then for fifth, again, we've got a close battle between lane 5 and lane 7. That's Carson Prout from Glebe and Matthew Alt Graham from Scott's. Back a little bit further again to Northern Beaches Secondary's Ted Thompson. And then Redlands' Daniel Coppers and Daniel Borness also from Redlands. So a photo finish there for 5th and 6th, but Luke Purdy making it 2 from 2 for Hunter Valley Grammar in the under-16 single sculls. Second place to Kinross Wallaroy's Oliver Smith, and third to Newington's Toby Denton. They'll get ready for the final, back it all up a little bit later on today as we get ready for the start of heat number 3 in the men's under-16 single sculls. Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 1, Tobias Elias, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kabelke. Lane 2 from Redlands, Angus McInnes. Lane 3 from Scott's, Toby Correnti, coached by Charlie Patterson and Tom Herburn. In lane 4 from St Augustine's, Jason Cow, coached by Daniel Samus. In lane 5 from Glebe, Carter Clifton. Lane 6 from Scots, it's Lucas McGregor, coached by Charlie Patterson and Tom Herban. In lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Thomas Maloney, coached by Charlie Patterson. Lane 8 from Marist College, Garvin Hayes. And in lane 9 from Newcastle Grammar, Lucas Burton.
Thanks, Stuart. And the third heat is just underway. Just to quick comment on that last heat, 3:53 was the winning time by Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar, which is about 10 seconds quicker than heat 1. And that was won by Vaughan Henderson, his colleague from Hunter Valley Grammar. So let's see what turns up in the final heat. No Hunter Valley Grammar scullers in this race, so it's all to play for.
Absolutely, but there is a Newcastle Grammar in there, so let's see if the Hunter can make it 3 from 3.
Indeed. Looking in these early stages of the race, Stuart, it's a fairly close battle. I couldn't even hazard a guess as to who's in the lead at this stage. It could be that centre lane, Lucas McGregor, I think.
Yeah, Lucas McGregor and Carter Clifton both looking good, as is Jason Cow from St Augustine's. Garvin Hayes from Marist College over there in lane 8, also looking quite nice at the moment. So it is Clifton, McInnes and Hayes, our 1, 2, 3 coming past the 500 metre mark. Only the first 3 going through to the final. We're just waiting on the timings to come through, and they may not have just come through. So it's going to be an interesting finish. I don't think we've got much between us.
There's narrow margins in any event, Stuart, and the distance is short. It's over 1,000 metres this event, and so it's all to play for in the final, 250 metres. But certainly, as at the 500 metres, Carter Clifton of Glebe, closely followed by McInnes and Hayes.
As they're coming up now towards that 750 metre mark, it's still our 1, 2, 3 of Clifton. We've got Clifton, McInnes and Hayes, our 3 in the lead. But now they're starting to be just chased down a little bit. Lane 4, St Augustine's also doing quite well. And then Tobias Elias from Northern Beaches Secondary over in lane 1. So I think we're going to have an interesting finish here with about 200 metres to go. Only the first 3 going through. This one is a very tight heat in heat number 3 of the men's under 16 single sculls, sponsored by V Insurance. Carter Clifton from Glebe Rowing Club. He has the lead. He's looking reasonably comfortable. Then you've got a couple over from him. Thomas Maloney from Sydney Rowing Club has made a bit of a comeback. And then Redlands, Angus McInnes, also putting in some big strokes ahead of Tobias Elias and Garvin Hayes in lanes 1 and 8 respectively. But now we've got 50 metres to go. It's Glebe's Carter Clifton. He's in the lead. He's been pushed hard by Angus McInnes from Redlands. The battle for third and the final qualifying place. Maris's Garvin Hayes also pushing hard. It will be a win in the heat for Carter Clifton. Second place will go to Angus McInnes from Redlands, and third to Garvin Hayes from Marist College. That was a tight finish.
That was pretty high octane. We had a late surge from Thomas Maloney as well, it should be said. From Sydney Rowing Club. He ended up finishing in 5th place. He was coming through really strongly. Unfortunately, a couple of dirty strokes in the final stages. We're just having lane 9, Lucas Burton of Newcastle Grammar, and of course, Toby Carenti of the Scots College finalised the field. But that was a tight heat indeed.
Michael, what do you do in that scenario where you are at the bottom end of qualifying for the final and you see those other rowers come up behind you and really start to push and try and pinch that from you?
I suppose when the boys turn red, the vision turns red as well, Stuart. It's very much a case of, I suppose, closing your eyes and gritting your teeth and throwing the rate through the roof, and certainly that's what happened in this race. Unfortunately, we had some sculls clip some boys, which is a shame, but it's all part of the experience and part of the plan.
Absolutely, better for the run. Race number 181, it's the Championship Women's Under 16 Single Sculls, sponsored by V Insurance. This is the semi-final, first, second and third going through to the final. Lane 1 from St Catherine's, Madeline Swain, coached by Jared Watson. Lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Grace Bennett, coached by Gonzalo Briones and Brendan Longman. In lane 3 from Asham, it's Lucy Yabsley, coached by Susanna McMahon and Thomas Parker. In lane 4 from Kinross Walleroy, it's Olivia Searle, coached by James Perrin. Lane 5 also from Kinross Walleroy, Tessa Wong, coached by James Perrin. Lane 6 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Zoe Armstrong. Lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle McKenzie. And in lane 8 from Sydney Girls, it's Noah Kepi, coached by Cameron Ogilvie, Tal Lewis and Miku Johnson.
Thanks, Stuart. A bit tight to tell at this stage, but certainly those light sky blue zooties of the Kinross Wallaroi colours in the middle. That's Olivia Searle and Tessa Wong doing well at this stage. I think also there's a challenge from lane 3's Lucy Yabsley of the Ascombe School in that distinctive red zootie as well. Those three look as though they're towards the front of the pack. Hopefully we get some numbers very shortly, but certainly Yabsley of Ascombe, Wong of Kinross Wallaroi, and I couldn't quite say who's in third position at this stage.
No, Swain of St Catherine's also looking quite good. We're down to the last 150 metres and it's going to be another tight finish, Michael. We've got Tessa Wong from Kinross Wallaroi in the lead at the moment. She's half a boat length ahead of Ascombe's Lucy Yabsley and St Catherine's Madeline Swain, with the other Kinross Wallaroi rower Olivia Searle also pushing hard, as is lane 2, Grace Bennett from Sydney Rowing Club. With about 20 metres to go, it will be Kinross Wallaroi's Tessa Wong who takes the win in the first semi-final of the women's under-16 single sculls. Second place will go to Ascombe's Lucy Yabsley. Third place going to St Catherine's Madeline Swain. And then they finished ahead of Kinross Wallaroi's Olivia Searle, Grace Bennett from Sydney Rowing Club finishing in 5th, Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar in 6th, Hunter Valley Grammar's Zoe Armstrong in 7th, and Sydney Girls' Noah Kepi in 8th place.
Thanks, Stuart. And it was just a flurry of hooter blows as all our scullers came across the line. Fantastic effort from our 1, 2 and 3. That's Wong of Kinross Wallaroi, Yabsley of Ascombe School and Swain of St Catherine's. Some good conditions on the water for our scullers this afternoon, but a fantastic race.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think we'll see a bit more of that, as you say, with those conditions. You can see the flags over towards the grandstand. They're not really standing up in the breeze, which is what you want to see. There is a little bit of a southerly coming through at the moment. So it's lovely conditions. Getting ready for the start of semi-final number 2, first, second and third, through to the final of the Championship Women's Under-16 Single Sculls, sponsored by V Insurance. In lane 1 from Commercial, it's Abby Wex, coached by David Vandis. In lane 2, also from Commercial, it's Saskia Josipovic, coached by David Vandis. In lane 3 from Queenwood, Addison Rolls. In lane 4 from Kinross Wallaroi, Sophie Loof, coached by James Perrin. In lane 5 from Centenary, Greta Knott, coached by Michael Opstanton and Peter Wadsworth. In lane 6 from Loretto Kirribilli, Jessica Kovacs, coached by William Foxton and Frederica Gibbs. In lane 7 from St Catherine's, Chelsea Baker, coached by Jared Watson. And in lane 8 from Tweed Rowing Club, Lily Foggo, coached by Gary Annand.
Thanks, Stuart. And a semi-final is tough. It looks as though this is such a large event that the event has had to be broken down into heat, semis and finals. It's likely that most of these young women will have raced at least once before today in the heat, and again, if they're going to progress, they're going to do it all again this afternoon as well. I remember doing this back in the day when I was a young sculler myself in the under-16 category, and it's just tough to back up 3 really strong performances in the single scull. So certainly these young rowers have my respect. And the race is underway, as you say, Stuart. Again, the quality that we're seeing so far is really quite good. The scullers are not all that spread out. It's all to play for.
Yeah, and it's Greta Knott who has the early lead at the 500 metre mark. She's a couple of seconds ahead of Queenwood's Addison Rolls. Abby Wex from Commercial sitting in 3rd place, just half a second behind Addison Rolls. Then back a little bit further, Loretto Kirribilli's Jessica Kovacs, Lily Foggo, Saskia Josipovic and Sophie Loof are the ones that we've got going through at the moment. But it's almost a state of origin field there, Michael. We've got, if you count Tweed as being Queensland, then it's 4 Queenslanders and 4 New South Welsh women. Who's going to take it?
Well, look, let's hope that the home ground advantage counts for something, Stuart. I'm certainly cheering on the Welsh women this afternoon, but look, I've said all weekend, the quality of rowers, of the school-age rowers that we're seeing from Queensland this weekend has just been exemplary. Schools, Centenary is one of them. the Cathedral School, Churchy, they're all down here, and they really are putting some pressure on our local schools. And it's fantastic to have an elevated level of competition and for everyone to get involved at the state champs this weekend.
Look,
as you say, I think it's Greta Knott from Centenary who's just extended that lead as well.
I think it's also good that they're able to travel down in the first place. You know, we're still seeing the shut border with WA, but all of the other states still the opportunity to be able to come down to Sydney, race, and then get let back in without the 2 weeks quarantine.
Absolutely, and still plenty of uncertainty, as you say. So a really fantastic logistical effort as well, can I say. Shout out to the coaches and the administrators who make it happen.
Absolutely. So coming up towards the last 100 metres, and it is Centenary's Greta Knott, so it does look like it will be a Queenslander qualifying in first place in semi-final 2 of the Championship Women's Under-16 Single Sculls. Second place looks to be Lane 3's Addison Rolls from Queenwood, and then Commercial's Abby Wex sitting in third place. So that's our 1, 2, 3 to go through to the final. It will be Centenary's Greta Knott who'll take the win in the second semi-final. Second place will go to Addison Rolls from Queenwood. She just makes a couple of big strokes there. She'll finish half a boat length ahead of Commercial's Abby Wex over in lane 1. Then back a little bit further to Loretto Kirabilly's Jessica Kovacs in lane 6. Battling it out for the other places, we've got Tweed's Lily Foggo finishing just ahead of Kinross's Sophie Loof. Then Chelsea Baker from St Catherine's, and then back a little bit further to Saskia Josipovic from Commercial.
So that, Stuart, that race was won in a time of 4 minutes, 9 seconds, unofficially of course, by Greta Knott of Centenary, which was a fair improvement from the previous time. The previous heat, I should say. That time, that was 4:22, and that was a time put down by Tessa Wong of Kinross Wallaroi. So certainly Greta Knott is a name to keep an eye out for in the final, and that's going to be at 3:13 p.m. in race 205 on your schedules, ladies and gentlemen. But moving right along, we've got race 183 on the course, which is the third semi-final of the Championship Women's Under-16 Single Scull.
And in lane 1 from PLC Sydney, Isabel Yardley, coached by Felix Dew. In lane 2 from Capital Lakes, Madeline Jallier, coached by David Bagnall. We have a scratching lane 3. Lane 4, Queenwood's Eva Thompson, coached by Ella Davidson. Lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroi, Jemima Scammell, coached by James Perrin. Lane 6 from Sydney Girls, it's Annie Pham, coached by Cameron Ogilvie, Tal Lewis and Miku Johnson. In lane 7 from Commercial, Olivia Grant, coached by David Vandas. And in lane 8 from PLC Sydney, Charlotte Sard, coached by Felix Dew.
Thanks, Stuart. And at this early stage of the race, I think it could be a Jemima Scammell from Kinross Wallaroi in lane 5 with an early lead, but certainly a handsome lead at this stage. Scammell is a last name to keep an eye out for. It's a last name that has long been associated with rowing at Kinross Wallaroi. I had the pleasure, I should say, of meeting Isabella Scammell at the Rowing New South Wales Awards night in 2021. I think she's moving down to Sydney to row at, I think it could be Sydney University Boat Club or Sydney Rowing Club. But certainly this family, the Scammell family, has had a long history of association with the Kinross Wallaroi rowing program, and certainly Jemima, if I'm assuming correctly, is a member of that extended clan. So congratulations, or kudos to her. She's leading this race.
Yeah, we've got Jemima Scammell from Kinross in the lead, nearly 6 seconds ahead of Annie Pham in second place. Then back to Olivia Grant, and then behind her, Isabel Yardley, Eva Thompson. None of those particularly out of the running as things stand in this third semi-final. And then only a second and a half back to Madeline Jallier from Capital Lakes, and then Charlotte Sard from PLC Sydney sitting in 7th place with the one scratching in this particular race. But it's, Michael, it's still those distinctive blue boats of Kinross Wallaroi, and how many times have we seen them at the front of Sculling Field this weekend? And
in the under 16 age category, Stuart, it's fantastic to see how strong Kinross are in this event. Yeah, it's a regular feature. But look, at this stage, it's all to play for. Between 2nd place and 6th place, there's about 2 seconds in it. So we saw that coming through the 500 metre mark. You might say that the field has opened up a little bit. Again, Scammell of Kinross Wallaroi looking as though she's maintained her lead. I'm just trying to see who that is in lane 7. I think it's Olivia Grant of Commercial who has is kept up with Scammell of Kinross.
Yeah, and then Isabel Yardley from PLC Sydney as they're coming up towards the finish line. So we've got about 100 metres to go. It's still Jemima Scammell from Kinross Rolleroy in the lead at the moment in this, the third semi-final of the women's under-16 single sculls. And then the battle for second and third, the final two qualifying places, is heating up. Olivia Grant from Commercial sitting nicely in lane 7, back a little bit to Isabel Yardley, PLC Sydney, in lane 1, but also Queenwood's Eva Thompson putting in some big yards. A win there for Jemima Scammell. Second place will go to Olivia Grant from Commercial, and then third will go to Queenwood's Eva Thompson, finishing just ahead of Isabel Yardley from PLC Sydney, and then back to Madeline Jallier from Capital Lakes. Sydney Girls Annie Pham, and then again to PLC Sydney's Charlotte Sard. So just at the end there, we really saw, Michael, a big push there from Eva Thompson. Olivia Grant finished strongly, wasn't too far behind Jemima, but I do suspect that it did look very comfortable for the Kinross sculler the whole way through.
That's right. It didn't look like she was under any kind of immediate duress from her competitors. It was Jemima Scammell. Yeah, just at the end there, it was Eva Thompson just throwing the rate through the roof just to make that victory over Isabel Yardley a little bit clearer than it otherwise might have been. But look, fantastic effort. Fourth is a tough place to come, certainly in the semi-final. So yes, it'll be 1, 2 and 3 to Kinross, Commercial and Queenwood in that race.
So that was the final heats for the men's and women's under-16 single sculls. So they're all done. Our boat race officials are heading back to the main start line. We'll be back over 2,000 metres very soon with the start of the Championship Schoolgirl Double Scull Heat event sponsored by Bont Rowing.
Newcastle Grammar, Ashcombe, Queenwood, Loreto Kirribilli, Grafton High, Grafton, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Loreto Normanhurst. Attention.
And as you can hear, we are underway in race 185. It is the Championship Schoolgirl Double Scull, sponsored by Bont Rowing. In 184, sorry, first, second and third going through to the final later on today. In lane 1 from Newcastle Grammar, it is Grace Charge and Amy Georgia Barnett. In lane 2 from Askham, it's Portia Kochkar and Audrey Aberwikrima, coached by Susanna McMahon. In lane 3 from Queenwood, Olivia Dont and Madeline Nicol, coached by Kieran Glynn. In lane 4 from Loreto Kirribilli, Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran, coached by Michael Bernius and Elliot Hunt. In lane 5 from Grafton High, Sophie Hinterholtz, McKenna Wearing, coached by Colin Lang and Joanna Tarrant and Adam Dewberry. In lane 6 from Grafton, Letitia Black, Lily Tasker, coached by Colin Lang, Joanna Tarrant and Adam Dewberry. Lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Molly Walkerden and Adelaide Goldfinch. And in lane 8 from Loreto Normanhurst, it's Madison Webster and Molly Purtle, coached by Jeff Patterson. And we do have a scratching from Sydney Girls in lane 9.
Thanks, Stuart. And a couple of these names will be familiar to the spectators in the stands.
Coming up towards the 1500 metre mark in heat number 1 of the championship Schoolgirl double scull. And as they pass through the 1500 metres, it is Queenwood's Olivia Dont and Madeline Nicol who have the lead ahead of Loretto Kirribilli's Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran. And then Hunter Valley Grammar's Molly Walkerton and Adelaide Goldfinch sitting in third place ahead of Newcastle Grammar's Grace Charge and Amy Georgia Barnett. So down with 400 metres to go now. First heat of the Schoolgirl double scull. Michael, we've got first, second and third going through, and they're looking quite comfortable at the moment, our 3 leaders.
That's right, Stuart. Of course, 1, 2 and 3 to qualify, and by the looks of things, there's not much pressure at this stage on that Hunter Valley Grammar School. Of course, Newcastle Grammar in 4th, Grafton's Black and Tasker in 5th place, followed by Loretto Normanhurst's Webster and Pirtle. Ascom's Koskar and Abby Wickramer in 7th position at this stage, and Grafton High in 8th place, Hinterholtz and Waring. But certainly a bit of a gap between 1, 2 and 3 and the remainder of the field at this stage, Stuart.
So now the battle is on. Who's going to qualify in first place for the final later on today? Queenwood's Olivia Dont and Madeline Nicol have been leading from start to finish ahead of Loretto Kirribilli's Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran. Then back a little bit further then to the Hunter Valley Grammar double of Molly Walkerton and Adelaide Goldfinch. So that's the 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Newcastle Grammar's Grace Charge, Amy Georgia Barnett also pushing up towards third, but might be a little bit too far at this point. Coming up towards the finish though, with about 100 metres to go, Queenwood's Olivia Dont and Madeline Nicol, coached by Kieran Glynn. You can see them really low rate, just nice and powerful with the strokes. They're a boat length ahead of Loretto Kirribilli's Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran, and then a little bit more of a push from Hunter Valley Grammar's Molly Walkerton and Adelaide Goldfinch. But a very easy win there for the Queenwood crew. Olivia Dont, Madeline Nicol, Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran in second from Loretto Kirribilli. And then third place going through to Hunter Valley Grammar's Molly Walkerton and Adelaide Goldfinch. And Michael, you could hear the cheers as that Hunter Valley Grammar crew passed through in that final qualifying position.
Indeed, Stuart. I'm always impressed by the Hunter Valley Grammar supporters down there in the grandstand. So fantastic. Keep the effort up. We've got some more to come this afternoon. Lane 6's Grafton, Letitia Black and Lily Tasker crossing the line now. They'll be in 5th position. And they are closely pursued by Lane 8. That's Loretto Normanhurst's Madison Webster and Molly Pirtle. They'll finish in 6th. Ascomb, Schools, Portia Koskar and Audrey Abby Wickramer now crossing line. Their coach is Susanna McMahon. They cross the line now in 7th position. And finally, to complete the field, Lane 5, Grafton High, Sophie Hinterholtz and McKenna Waring, coached by Colin Lang, Joanna Tarrant and Adam Dewberry.
Heat number 2 is underway and passing the 1,000 metres. In lane 1 from Gippsland Grammar, Hannah Roberts and Freya Hamilton. In lane 2 from Sydney Girls, it's Lauren Teo and Mia Vinciaguera. In lane 3 from Loretto Kirribilli, Alice Watkins, Claire Flanagan, and they're coached by Michael Benarius and Elliot Hunt. In lane 4 from Kinross, Walleroy, Bridie Walsh and Sally Carter, coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. In lane 5 from Loretto Normanhurst, Kate Cooley and Elizabeth Powell, coached by Jeff Patterson. Lane 6 from Redlands, Georgia Verschaw and Elizabeth Holt-Heuer, coached by Lucy Mason. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Jasmine Whitford and Josephine Armstrong. Lane 8 from Cathedral, Isabel Egan and Scarlett Woodbury, coached by Ian Edmonds. And in lane 9 from Radford College, Claudia Kendall and Ellen Mihailovich.
Thanks, Stuart. And the field is looking pretty well distributed so far. Looks as though I think we have that crew in lane 4, Kinross Walleroy, I think, is in the lead, as is, they're tussling for the lead with that crew from Redlands. That's Verschaw and Holt-Heuer by the looks of things. And those names are Georgia Verschaw and Elizabeth Holt-Heuer. Yeah, names that I've seen before in this regatta, and certainly they've featured throughout the Rowing New South Wales regattas this season. And they are names to remember, ladies and gentlemen, because they are, like Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran in the previous race, are names that have come up time and time again and consistent performers. So watch those names as they progress through the categories.
Yeah, that Redlands crew of Georgia Verschaw and Elizabeth Holt-Hewer, they were also very prominent in the ACT Head of the Lake back in 2021. So looking forward to seeing all the schools come down again for the 2022 event. But don't forget, from the ACT, Radford College's Claudia Kendall and Ellen Mihailovic also doing quite well there over in lane 9, although they might just be dropping a little bit off the pace, but they are still sitting in 3rd spot.
Let's not forget either, Stuart, Gippsland Grammar over in lane 1, Hannah Robertson, Freya Hamilton, by the looks of things, are also in with a shot. 1, 2 and 3 to qualify, ladies and gentlemen. This should be a cracking finish. About 250 metres to go.
With the 250 metre mark, we've got Radford over in lane 9. We've got followed up then by Kinross Walleroy in lane 4 and Redlands in lane 6. So they're our top 3 at the moment, but as you say, Michael, Gippsland Grammar, lane 1. Can they come through? Can they steal a place in the final later on today in the Championship Schoolgirl Double Scull, sponsored by Bont Rowing? 200 metres to go now. It's still Radford, Kinross, Redlands.
Radford making a move by the looks of things, Stuart, on this close side, closest to the grandstand.
Yeah, look, Radford, they've just got some amazingly fit athletes in that Radford shed, dominating a large number of events in ACT regattas. So always good to see them come good up here in New South Wales and show off what we're capable of down in the Territory. Gippsland Grammar making a move in lane 1. So we've got about 100 metres to go. Kinross in the lead. Redlands have started to really push through. Gippsland Grammar in lane 1. Have they got enough? Have they done enough to be able to beat Radford College? There's a big push here on from Redlands. They've just moved ahead of Kinross Walleroy in lane 4. And then Radford starting to up their rate as well. But it will be Redlands with the win in the heat, followed up by Kinross. Radford half a boat length behind there in 3rd. That's our 1, 2, 3. Gippsland Grammar in 4th place and just missing out there, followed up by Cathedral in lane 8. Then back a little bit further, we're going to have lane 5's Loretto Normanhurst, Loretto Kirribilli, Sydney Girls in lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3, and then back a little bit further to Newcastle Grammar. So that was the win there for Redlands, and a big push there towards the end there, finishing over the top of Kinross Walleroy, and then Radford College also qualifying, able to hold off the charge by Gippsland Grammar.
What a fantastic conclusion to that race, Stuart, as you've pointed out. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere this afternoon, because at 3:23, the final of this event will be on. And can I point out that the winning time for Dont and Nickel of the Queenwood School in race 184, heat 1, was 8 minutes and 98 minutes flat, 97.97, and there was less than a second in it. In that time put down by Georgia Verschaw and Elizabeth Holt-Hewer in the second heat. So really not much difference at all between those first 2 heats. So we'll see what comes up in this the 3rd heat, which is about to start, or I think it might be underway, Stuart.
It is underway. Heat number 3 of the Championship Schoolgirl Double Scull. Let's see if they can match or crack that 8-minute mark. In lane 1 from St Paul's Grammar, it's Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins, coached by Lindsay Callahan and Charlotte Toos Cutler. In lane 2 from Radford College, Zoe McIntosh and Hannah Sampson. Lane 3 from Sydney Girls, it's Lorian Wong and Josephine Perry, coached by Matteo Villani. In lane 4 from Redlands, Michaela Sanger-Larson and Briar Carter, coached by Lucy Mason. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, Annabelle Woods, Lucy Searle, coached by Andrew Gannon. In lane 6 from Cathedral, Sarah Scobie, Steffi Simon, coached by Ian Edmonds. Lane 7 from Yarra Yarra, it's Ruby Gray and Anika Siratich, coached by David Orkert. And in lane 8, from St Catherine's, it's Missy Callahan, Erin Cara, coached by Jared Watson.
Thanks, Stuart. And at this stage, it looks as though the crews in lane 5 and 6, that's Kinross Walleroy's Annabelle Woods and Lucy Searle, and Cathedral's Sarah Scobie and Steffi Simon in lane 6, they look to be the 2 crews with their bow balls in front. It's that all-important 3rd place that we're looking for again, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks to be a race between Radford College's Zoe McIntosh and Hannah Sampson, and over on the near side, St Catherine's Missy Callahan and Erin Cara. So don't go away. This is going to be an exciting finish again by the looks of things. It's that all-important 3rd qualifying spot.
And I wouldn't necessarily count them out, Michael, for 1st or 2nd. They're just probably about a boat length between 2nd and third and fourth at the moment. So still anyone's race. Past the 1,500 metre mark, it's Cathedral in the lead, followed up by Kinross Walleroy. Third place is Radford College, but there's half a second between third and fourth. Get ready for the finish of this one. It's the third heat of the Schoolgirl Championship Double Scull, sponsored by Bont Rowing. And then just behind our first four, so the first four, Cathedral, Kinross, Radford, St Catharines. Then we've got St Paul's Grammar, Sydney Girls, Yarra Yarra and Redlands.
Just looks as though that Redlands crew in lane 4 had some steering difficulties, but good to see that they've straightened up now. But certainly these first 4 crews exerting some lead now over the rest of the field. But Stuart, that battle going on between the far extremities of the course, Radford in lane 2 and St Catharines over here in lane 8. I couldn't say who's in the lead at this point.
No, we're up to the 1750 metre mark. It's still Cathedral who have the lead, probably about a boat length ahead of Kinross Walleroy. And then between Radford and St Catharines, well, that's going to be another photo finish. So we're down to the last 200 metres. It's heat number 3, the Championship Schoolgirl Double Scull. Cathedral in the lead, Sarah Scobie, Steffi Simon ahead of Kinross's Annabelle Woods and Lucy Searle. And then for third place, it's between Radford, Zoe McIntosh and Hannah Sampson, and St Catharines, Missy Callahan and Erin Cara. We're down to the last 100 metres or so. We're seeing a big push here from Radford College over in lane 2 to be able to claim that final qualifying position. Our 2 leaders just taking a little bit easier up to this point. They're now just starting to up it, try and qualify ahead of the other. But Cathedral will come through, and they will, with a couple of strokes to go, finish in first place. Second place will go to Kinross. Third place, big push here from St Catharines. Have they finished ahead of Radford? We've got another photo. We've got another photo, Michael, for third place in the final qualifying position. We've got the win for Cathedral. We've got second place to Kinross Walleroy. We had a massive push from St Catharines. Were Radford able to hold them off? We've got a photo finish. It is going to be tight. I don't know that we can call that one. St Paul's Grammar will come in fifth place. There, the crew of Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins. And then following them will be Sydney Girls, Lorian Wong, Josephine Perry. And then back a little bit further, Yarra Yarra's Ruby Gray, Anika Siritich, and Redlands, Michaela Sanger-Larson, Briar Carter. We're going to have to wait for the photo here, Michael, and I think they're going to have to rock and roll this one a few times.
Well, look, we can all exhale after that. We're all holding our breath, I'm sure. Look, nothing in that at all, Stuart. Look, the Radford girls had a valiant push towards the end, and it looked like they were going to come through. But then in the final 5 strokes, the St Cath's girls through the roof. That's Callahan and Cara, coached by Jared Watson. So I really couldn't say, even sitting right here, who won that. That's going to come down right to the line.
So we'll wait on official confirmation of third place in race number 186. That was heat number 3 of the Championship Schoolgirl Double Scull. We are underway for race 188. It's heat 1 of the Championship Schoolboy Double Scull, sponsored by Bont Rowing. First, second, third and fourth going through to the final, with the rest eliminated. In lane 2 from Cathedral, Joshua Nalda and Toshiro Larson. They're coached by Luke Thomas and Ian Edmonds. In lane 3 from Kinross Walleroy, Alec Hoskin and Fletcher Smith, coached by Benjamin Watt and Andrew Gannon. Lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Nicholas Melmeth and Benjamin Hudson. In lane 5 from St Augustine's, Tom Faflin and Alex Bohm, coached by Judith Ungamak. In lane 6 from Newington, Thomas McLean and Angus Moses, coached by Christopher Holliday and Ralph Hobbs. In lane 7 from Cranbrook, Oliver Klotz and James Scott Brown, coached by David Cameron. In lane 8 from Newington, Charlie Carr, Max Elliott, coached by Ralph Hobbs and Christopher Holliday. And in lane 9 from Redlands, William Thomas and Daniel Close, and they're coached by Brendan Martin.
Thanks, Stuart. And look, we've received official confirmation now. Race 186, that's a previous Schoolgirl Double Scull. We were talking about that all-important race for third place. That was a photo finish, and it was snatched by the St Catharines crew in lane 8 by 0.01 of a second, which I'd love to be corrected. That's probably the closest finish of the day.
I think it's the closest finish of the day. I think there might have been one other one a little bit earlier, and without meaning to bring back bad memories, I think the elite lightweight 8 was .03 between first and second.
Nothing at all. It's even less than that. That's .01. That couldn't be any closer. Almost a dead heat between the St Catherine's girls. Commiserations indeed to Zoe McIntosh and Hannah Sampson from Radford College. They will miss out on a qualifying spot for the final this afternoon. And it is worth pointing out that race was won in a time of 7:56, which was the fastest qualifying heat. So, look, the girls left it all out there, and it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, look, and that's going to be a fantastic final a little bit later on today as well, Michael. I think we're going to see some brilliant racing coming up in the Schoolgirl double sculls in race number 207. But we're on to race 188 at the moment. As mentioned earlier, it is the Championship Schoolboy double scull, sponsored by Bont Rowing, first, second, third and fourth going through to the final, and sitting in first place, passing the 1,000-metre mark. It is Newington's McLean and Moses in the lead ahead of their schoolmates, Carr and Elliott. Kinross sitting in third place ahead of Cranbrook, St Augustine's, Redlands, Cathedral and Hunter Valley Grammar. As they're coming up now towards the 1,500-metre mark, still looks like it's Newington and Newington. Our two crews in the lead at the moment, looking to make it a 1-2 to go through to the final ahead of Kinross Wallaroy, who are looking to qualify yet another sculling final.
Thanks, Stuart. Of course, it is those Newington 3 crew. That's Thomas, McLean and Angus Moses in the lead. But indeed, that sky blue boat of Kinross Wallaroy in the mix as well. 1, 2, 3 and 4 is the progression in this race 188, the first heat of the Championship Schoolboy double scull. 4 seconds between Cranbrook in fourth place at this stage and the St Augustine's 1 crew. That crew is Tom Faflin and Alex Boehm, and their coach is Judith Ungermark. That program is exceptionally strong and is coached by some fantastic personnel down there with Matthias and Judith Ungermark. Exceedingly talented coaches. So don't write Tom Faflin and Alex Boehm off just yet. It's all to play for in the final 500 metres of this race. But certainly that Kinross Wallaroy school crew in third place looks fairly comfortable, as does the crew in first place, that crew from Newington College, Thomas McLean and Angus Moses.
And how easy is it in an event like this where you've got first 4 to spend all your tickets early?
It really is an exercise in self-control in the final 500 metres, certainly coming down to the last 250 now. It's over 2,000 metres. They've got another race, a 2,000-metre race to do this afternoon, Stuart. So you would think that these young gentlemen are going to be conserving their energy as much as is possible for the final later on this afternoon.
Well, Thomas McLean and Angus Moses from Newington are in the lead at the moment, and it's a very, very comfortable one. There's clear water between them and Kinross Wallaroy, and then back a little bit further to Charlie Carr and Max Elliott, also from Newington. But with about 5 strokes to go, it will be Thomas McLean and Angus Moses who'll take the win for Newington. They'll go through to the final later on today. Second place, we're seeing a big push here from Newington too, Charlie Carr and Max Elliott. And it looks like they'll just finish over the top of Kinross Wallaroy over in lane 3, and then about another half a boat length back to Cranbrook. Then finishing in 5th place, St Augustine's in lane 5, then back to Cathedral in lane 2, and Redlands in lane 9. So our 1, 2, 3, 4 there are Newington 3, Newington 2, Kinross Wallaroy and Cranbrook.
Thanks, Stuart. Yeah, the Cranbrook crew of Oliver Klotz and James Scott Brown just snatching it off Tom Faflin and Alex Boehm from St Augustine's. Commiserations to that crew. It wasn't much in it at the end of the day. It was less than 2 seconds, so that's probably half a boat length.
And we're getting ready for the start of race number 189. It's the second heat of the Championship Schoolboy double scull, and again, first, second, third and fourth going through to the final, race number 208. In lane 2 from Cranbrook, it's Jasper Dawson-Damer and William Wright, coached by David Cameron. In lane 3 from Northern Beaches Secondary, it's Kobe Reeves and Zane McGregor. They're coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kabelke. In lane 4 from Newington, Noah Tainch and Oscar Sutherland, coached by Ralph Hobbs and Christopher Holliday. In lane 5 from Redlands, Harley Vanderplume and Patrick Walker, coached by Brendan Martin. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, it's Zachary Annette and Harry Maslin, coached by Benjamin Watt and Andrew Gannon. Lane 7 from St Augustine's, Liam Kilpatrick and Tane Potts, coached by Bjarne Ungemak. In lane 8 from Gippsland Grammar, Matthew Thompson and Curtis Wilmot. And in lane 9 from Newington, Alexander Page and Hugh Harvey, and they're coached by Christopher Holliday and Ralph Hobbs.
Thanks, Stuart. So the race is about a minute underway at this point. Boys coming through the 250 metre mark, so hopefully within the next 30 seconds or so we'll get some data as to who is in front. I'd hazard a guess at this stage to say that it's the crew from Newington in lane 4, that's Tainch and Sutherland, who are in the lead, and also that crew from St Augustine's in lane 7, Liam Kilpatrick and Tane Potts, who are also doing well.
Michael, it'll be interesting to see. We've got this is the second heat of the Schoolboy double scull, and then we're following it up with the heats for the men's under 21 double sculls. And it'll be interesting to see the difference in speeds between the two. Absolutely, and sometimes, I don't know if it's going to be possible in terms of race scheduling, but I've seen it done before, the double up in terms of the Schoolboy double scull and the under 21 event. So there's, yeah, as we've spoken about before, as happened in the Schoolgirl events, that there was a double up between the under 17 double scull and the Schoolgirl event, which I assume we'll see some degree of overlap in these male events as well this afternoon. And passing the 500 metres of Heat 2 of the Schoolboy double scull, Newington again, it's Noah Tainch and Oscar Sutherland who have the lead ahead of Newington 1, Alexander Page and Hugh Harvey. St Augustine's sitting in third place. That is Liam Kilpatrick and Tane Potts. They're ahead of Redlands, Harley Vanderplume and Patrick Walker sitting in fourth place. And then back about a second to Kinross Walleroy's Zachary Annette and Harry Maslin. And then back again to Cranbrook, Gippsland Grammar and Northern Beaches Secondary. So, but not a hugely spaced out field. Our first three, only a second between Newington and St Augustine's. Then back a little bit further to Redlands, and then only a few seconds at that early point between our final five. So again, we might see a bit of a battle for that final qualifying spot. Well, look, certainly us in the stands are going to be crossing our fingers and toes for another exciting finish towards this end of the stand, but certainly won't be the case with our scullers on the water. They'll be wanting to assert their dominance over the rest of the field and hopefully conserve some energy before the final this afternoon around 3:30 p.m. That's race 208 in this event. So that Newington crew of Noah Tainch and Oscar Sutherland sitting nicely in the lead ahead of their classmates Alexander Page and Hugh Harvey, and then back a little bit further to Liam Kilpatrick, Tane Potts from St Augustine's, Redlands, Harley Vanderplume and Patrick Walker sitting in the final qualifying spot. And they've opened up a couple of seconds gap ahead of Cranbrook's Jasper Dawson-Damer and William Wright, and then Kinross Walleroy, Zachary Annette, Harry Maslin, Northern Beaches Secondary moving into 7th with Kobe Reeves and Zane McGregor, and then Gippsland Grammar in 8th at the moment with Matthew Thompson and Curtis Wilmot. Thanks, Stuart. So yes, it is Cranbrook at this stage, Dawson-Damer and Wright who are just in that first spot not to qualify. So they've got some work to do, about 2 seconds to make up on that Redlands crew of Vanderplume and Walker. So it's all to play for, 1,000 metres to go now. We'll see what happens. There looks to be a whisper of wind whipping up over the course around the 1,500 metre mark. So we'll see how that affects the integrity of our sculling this afternoon. But hopefully not too much disruption as these guys come past the 1250. Yeah, Newington 4 still sitting in the lead ahead of St Augustine's over in lane 7. And then I think we might just have the field start to bunch up a little bit again. Newington 1 over in lane 9, also doing quite well, and then back again to Redlands in lane 5. So that's 1, 2, 3 and 4. But over in lane 2, Cranbrook also not giving up, not without a shout of getting into that final qualifying position. They're coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark. It's the second heat of the championship, Schoolboy double scull, first, second, third and fourth, going on to the final a little bit later on today. And as they cross the 1,500 metre mark, it's still Newington's Tainch and Sutherland with the lead ahead of their classmates Page and Harvey. St Augustine's, Kilpatrick and Potts leading Redlands, Vanderplume and Walker. Only a second between 4th and 5th. Cranbrook starting to make up some grounds there ahead of Kinross, Northern Beaches and Gippsland Grammar.
That's right, Stuart. So that Cranbrook crew making up some ground between the 1,000 and the 1,500 metre mark. Let's see what gas they have left in the tank over these final 500 metres.
Coming up then to the 1,750 metre mark. It's still Newington, Noah Tainch and Oscar Sutherland. They've led from start to finish. They're absolutely dominating this race, and you can see them as they come up towards the grandstand really start to pull away. There's some nice clear water between them, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So looking good to qualify in first place and get themselves a nice juicy little lane for the final a little bit later on today. Their classmates in lane 9, Alexander Page and Hugh Harvey, sitting in 2nd place at the moment ahead of St Augustine's Liam Kilpatrick and Tane Potts. And then Cranbrook in lane 2 up against Redlands in lane 5. Who's going to be able to take the final qualifying position? We've got 150 metres to go now in heat number 2 of the championship Schoolboy double scull. Newington 4, Noah Tainch and Oscar Sutherland. They've got about 10 strokes left to go, and they should hold on to be able to go for the win in this second heat. The battle's up for 3rd place at the moment, 3rd and 4th and 5th. So we've got Newington 1 over in lane 9, St Augustine's in lane 7. It's a win for Newington 4. 2nd place with a big finish will go to Newington 1 in lane 9. 3rd place will go to lane 7. We've got a big push in for the final qualifying position, and Cranbrook have done it. Cranbrook in lane 2 have managed to qualify ahead of Redlands in lane 5. Kinross Walleroy finishing in 6th. And then Northern Beaches Secondary and Gippsland Grammar in lane 8. And that was a big push there, Michael, from Cranbrook.
That was a titanic struggle from the Cranbrook boys, but it's paid off. They were, I think it was 4 seconds down at one stage in that race on Redlands, but they've come up and they've beaten them by about a 0.7. So a fantastic conclusion to that race. Some really gritty racing from those boys in the Cranbrook colours. So take a bow. That's one for the Cranbrook fans in the stands. So get around heat. We can get around the next race now, which is race 190, the Championship Men's Under-21 Double Scull. That race, the Schoolboy race, was won in a time of 7 minutes and 7 seconds by the Newington crew of Tainch and Sutherland. So let's just see, Stuart, what the time difference is now as we move to Under-21 racing. And of course, this race is going to be contested by club crews as opposed to school crews, of course.
Absolutely. In lane 2, we have from Canberra Rowing Club, Ethan Toscan and Tate Van Heemst from UTS. They're coached by Alex Field and Dave Romano. In lane 3, from Ballarat City, it's William Gilbert and William McKechnie. They're coached by Grant McKechnie. We have a scratching lane 4. Lane 5 is Melbourne University's William Tozer and Wesley Hudson, coached by Matthew Ryan. Lane 6, Sydney Rowing Clubs, William Delaney and Gordon Applecrin, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. And in lane 7, from Sydney University, Hamish Danks, Hugo Hobbs, coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Lurick. And we've got, with 4 going through to the final, Michael, 1 crew will miss out in this event. You've just got to keep 1 crew, 1 boat in your sights.
And at this stage, Stuart, that battle is between the UTS Canberra crew of Toscan and Van Heemst. And they're going toe-to-toe with Tozer and Hudson of Melbourne University. There is 1.87 between them at the 1,000 metre mark, with the UTS Canberra crew, their noses in front at this stage. But as we've seen in that previous race, the Cranbrook crew of Dawson Damer and William Wright really made up their time in the final 500 metres of this race. And so it really can come down to the final stages. Last couple of strokes, we've seen some fantastically close finishes in the Schoolgirl races this afternoon. So look, it's too early to call at this stage, but certainly the UTS Canberra crew ahead at this point.
Yeah, so at the moment, leading the race in heat number 1 of the Championship Men's Under-21 Double Sculls, it's Sydney Rowing Club's William Delaney and Gordon Applecrin. They've got a lead over Sydney University's Hamish Danks and Hugo Hobbs, and then back a little bit further to William Tozer and Wesley Hudson from Melbourne University. And then, as you say, Michael, it's between UTS's Tate Van Heemst and Canberra Rowing Club's Ethan Toscan and Ballarat City's William Gilbert and William McKechnie. It is worthwhile pointing out, though, that Ethan Toscan is a lightweight rower, so he is rowing up, so to speak.
Well, that's right, and it's worth saying as well that Tate Van Heemst was, until very recently, a lightweight rower himself. So we've got a gentleman of smaller stature, I suppose, is the correct thing to say in that UTS composite boat. But look, that said, we've got 4 going through to the final, and that crew, that composite crew, has gone up into 3rd place.
Yeah, look, they're really starting to give it a big push at the moment. It's still Sydney Rowing Club passing the 750, who are in the lead ahead of, well, it looks to be Ballarat. It's very even, actually. We've got Ballarat City over in lane 3, the UTS composite in lane 2. We've got Sydney University in lane 7 and Melbourne University in lane 5. And I don't know that we've really got that much between them. Melbourne University maybe just dropping off the pace a little bit in that middle lane. Sydney Rowing Club still looking quite comfortable in the lead. We've got about 150 metres to go. Remember, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th going through to the final of the Championship Men's Under-21 Double Sculls. Sydney Rowing Club with the lead at the moment. We're seeing some big pushes from UTS Canberra and also the Ballarat City crew in lane 3, and then Sydney University in lane 7, leading Melbourne University by about half a boat length. There's only about 20 metres to go. Sydney Rowing Club putting in some big strokes to finish up this first heat of the Under-21 Double Sculls. They'll go through and they'll take the win. 2nd place is looking like it's going to Ballarat City, finishing in 2nd. 3rd will go to UTS Canberra. 4th will go to Sydney University, with the Melbourne University crew of William Tozer and Wesley Hudson unfortunately missing out there. So good comeback there from both UTS Composites, UTS Canberra Composite and Ballarat City in lanes 2 and 3 to be able to row through Melbourne University.
Thanks, Stuart. Yes, unfortunately, that Melbourne University crew just missing out about a second back from that Sydney University crew of Danks and Hobbs. It's worth pointing out that race was won unofficially by Sydney Rowing Club in a time of 7:02:45, which is only about 5 seconds quicker than that Schoolboy event we saw just earlier in race 189, Stuart.
Yeah, absolutely. So some tight racing at this particular level. Moving on to race number 191. It's the 2nd heat of the Championship Men's Under-21 Double Sculls, sponsored by V Insurance. In 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th going through to the final, and we've got a slightly fuller crowd here. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, it's Thomas Whalen and James Fredrickson. They're coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 3 from Mossman Rowing Club, Kyle Brown and Patrick Burke, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermack. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Sam Bristow and Digby Lee, coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Lurick. In lane 5 from UTS, Ned Power and Mitchell Caponis, coached by Alex Field and Thomas Krieber. In lane 6 from Toowong and Canberra Rowing Club, it's Raph Priest from Canberra Rowing Club, Darcy Watter from Toowong, and they're coached by Dave Romano and Leo Karadimitris. Lane 7 is a scratching, and lane 8 from Mercantile, Jackson Morrish and William Bankovich, coached by Michael McKay and Brendan Scott.
Thanks, Stuart. Hopefully we get some numbers as to what order the crews came through the 1,000 metre mark in just a moment. Just while this race is coming down, I just would like to take the opportunity to remind all our competitors and officials and coaches this afternoon, please to return your bow numbers as soon as possible following the completion of your race. Our officials at Rowing New South Wales are reliant on your promptness to keep the regatta running. So could you please ensure that that's done as quickly as possible following the conclusion of your race? But Stuart, we turn our attention back to race 191, and it's the UTS crew. That's the crew comprised of Ned Power and Mitchell Caponis, who lead this race at this stage. They came through the 1,000 metre mark in a time of 3 minutes 23 seconds. They're closely pursued, about a 5-second gap back to the Mossman crew. That's Kyle Brown and Patrick Burke, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark at this stage. But certainly Caponis and Power are not challenged at this stage of the race, and they're looking fairly leisurely.
Yeah, they are looking quite comfortable. The battle again is for 4th place ahead of 5th. So that crew of Power and Caponis sitting ahead of the Mossman crew of Brown and Burke. And I think we We also have another scratching in lane 4, Sydney University. So we've only got the 5 going down the track. So same scenario as last time, Michael, and we've got Sydney and Mercantile. Look like either side are going to be battling it out. And if I was a betting man, I'd probably say Sydney Rowing Club's Thomas Whalen and James Fredrickson are in the lead ahead of Mercantile's Jackson Morrish and William Bankovic.
Certainly at this stage, it's a flattering margin, Stuart. 7 seconds over 500 metres. Question is, have Mercantile left it too late? What's in the tank?
Well, you can just see them start to up their rate now as they pass that 1500 metre mark, starting to put in some big strokes. It's quite leisurely for the UTS crew of Ned Power and Mitchell Caponis at the leader at the top of the course. They're a couple of boat lengths ahead of Mossman's Kyle Brown, Patrick Burke, and then back again to the Toowong Canberra composite of Raph Priest and Darcy Watter. Then Sydney's Thomas Whalen, James Fredrickson, and Jackson Morrish and William Bankovic from Mercantile. Still sitting in 5th place at the moment, putting in some big ones, but it does look like they will miss out here. But nice and confident, casual, calm and controlled from UTS's Ned Power and Mitchell Caponis in the second heat of the championship men's under 21 double scull. They'll come through and they'll take the win in the second heat. They'll go through to the final later on today. Second place will, with about 5 strokes to go, will go through to Mossman Rowing Club's Kyle Brown and Patrick Burke. Third place will go to the Toowong Canberra composite of Raph Priest and Darcy Watter. And then back a little bit further, Thomas Whalen and James Fredrickson from Sydney Rowing Club will take that final qualifying position, finishing ahead of Mercantile's Jackson Morrish and William Bankovic. So that concludes the heats for the men's under 21 double sculls. We're moving away, and we are underway for the first heat of the men's under 23 double sculls. And in lane 1 from Sydney University, Tom Anderson and Kieran Riak. They're coached by Christopher Holliday, Thomas Lorick and Donald McLaughlin. In lane 4 from Torrens and Drummoyne, it's Mitch Blackmore-Cram from Drummoyne and Callum Deckers from Torrens. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Harry Crouch and Torin Olsen, and they're coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 6 from Corio Bay UTS, it's Alexander Wood and Xavier Hall-Sullivan. They're coached by Alex Field and Lee Hall-Sullivan. And in lane 7 from Cand Rowing Club, Angus McCasker and Miller Rowe.
Thanks, Stuart. And by the looks of things, it's the composite crew of Alexander Wood and Xavier Hall-Sullivan who are in the lead at this stage, and a handsome lead at that. Coming through the 1,000 metres, they have a 6-second lead over the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Harry Crouch and Torrin Olsen at this stage, closely followed by the Sydney University crew. That's Tom Anderson and Kieran Riak. 4th position at this stage is Cand, McCasker and Rowe, and in 5th place at this stage, less than 2 seconds back to that Torrens composite crew.
Yeah, and as always, Michael, you never know what's quite going to happen here in the final 1,000 metres of these events. And it's always a little bit off-putting. You know, you get past that 1,000 metres and you go, oh, I'm only halfway there.
2K is a long way. It doesn't look like it on the live stream, but certainly these scullers will be feeling it this afternoon.
So coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark now in Heat 1 of the men's under 23 double sculls. It's sponsored by the Regatta Shop, and 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th going through to the final later on today. The Corio Bay composites still in the lead. Alexander Wood from UTS and Xavier Hall-Sullivan from Corio Bay. They're looking quite comfortable ahead of Sydney Rowing Club's Harry Crouch and Torin Olsen. Then back a little bit further to Sydney University's Tom Anderson and Kieran Riak, and then it's between Mitch Blackmore-Cram from Drummoyne, Callum Deckers from Torrens, ahead of Cairns, Angus McCasker and Miller Rowe. So we might see another close finish. I don't think there's all that much between them as they're coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark.
Thanks, Stuart, and certainly Wood and Hall-Sullivan of Corio Bay looking very comfortable in front, and they command a lead in this race. It is worth saying that this is a heat. There's a final to come, and 1, 2, 3 and 4 will qualify. So you might say that that Sydney Rowing Club crew of Crouch and Olsen, and of course the Sydney University crew of Anderson and Riak, and indeed the Cairn crew of McCasker and Rowe, if they know that they're going to qualify, that they're going to leave some bickies in the basket for later on this afternoon. So if I was at Corio Bay UTS crew, I would be certainly happy with the way that this race is progressing, but I would have one eye on the competition because it could well be that they're saving some gas for later on this afternoon.
Yeah, look, and we're just seeing them as they're coming up towards the 1750 metre mark. That Corio UTS composite crew sitting very comfortably. They're not rating all that highly, but again, it's a controlled stroke. It's very calm. It's looking very much like they're saving those biscuits for a little bit later on. We've got Sydney University over in lane 3, sitting just behind Sydney's Harry Crouch and Torin Olsen in lane 5. So that's 1, 2, 3. And then we've got a nice little battle coming up for the 4th and final qualifying position. It's between Sydney University's Tom Anderson and Kieran Riak in lane 3, and then Cairns' Angus McCasker and Miller Rowe. Sorry, that's between Mitch Blackmore-Cram from Drummoyne and Callum Deckers from Torrens, and then Angus McCasker and Miller Rowe from Cairns Rowing Club. But we've now only got about 50 metres to go for our leaders. It will be Alexander Wood from UTS and Xavier Hall-Sullivan from Corio Bay. They'll cross through very calmly, very casually, and very winningly. So a win there for lane 6, UTS and Corio Bay. Second place, now comes the fun stuff. Second place going through to Sydney Rowing Club's Harry Crouch and Torin Olsen. Third place, we've got Sydney University just managing to hold off a very fast finishing Cairns Rowing Club. So Tom Anderson and Kieran Riak finishing ahead of Angus McCasker and Miller Rowe. And then in that final place, the Torrens Drummoyne composite of Mitch Blackmore-Cram and Callum Deckers unable to hold off there. A very strong finish there, Michael, from Cairns Rowing Club towards the end there, managing to come up and finish in 4th place.
Well, that's right. Of course, that Torrens Drummoyne queue knew that they had to finish in 4th place to qualify for the final, which is going to take place at 3:48 this afternoon. So a good time being put down in a heat. 6:43 was the official time now of that Corio Bay UTS composite crew of Alexander Wood and Xavier Hall-Sullivan. Of course, I wouldn't be writing off Crouch and Olsen or indeed Anderson and Riak. Those for a gentleman are decorated scullers in their own right, and certainly it's all to play for in the final later on this afternoon.
And as you said earlier, Michael, there is a 0 point in trying to expend all your energy in the heats unless you are trying to get through into those final qualifying positions. Who's going to join them in the final of the Championship Men's Under-23 Double Sculls, sponsored by the Regatta Shop? First, second, third and fourth going through to the final. In lane 3 from ANU, it's Luca Here and Lucas Hempton, and they're coached by Dion Grant and William Hatcher. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Elliot Simpson, Nicholas Miro, coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Lurick. In lane 5, it's a canned commercial composite of Sam Green and Dylan Rhodes, coached by Charles Green. In lane 6 from Melbourne University, Lucas Matic and Felix Oliver, coached by Matthew Ryan. And in lane 7 from Buckingham and Adelaide University, it's Nick Blackman and Lucas Wigston, and they're coached by Brett Crow.
Thanks, Stuart. It looks like that Bucks Adelaide Uni crew commanding the lead at this stage. Through the 1,000 metre mark go these boats at this stage. 3:20 is the time. 5 seconds back to that canned commercial crew of Sam Green and Dylan Rhodes. In third position at the moment is the Sydney University 2 crew of Elliot Simpson and Nicholas Miro. In fourth position is that Melbourne University crew of Lucas Matic and Felix Oliver. And the ANU crew in fifth position at this stage, that's Luca Here and Lucas Hempton.
Yes, so that's Bucks Composite. It's also a sassy athlete, the Adelaide University, Nick Blackman. So looking very strong there at the lead at the moment, ahead of the canned commercial composite. Say that 3 times fast. And Melbourne University. So that's 1, 2, and 3. Sydney University sitting in fourth, but it's all to do for Luca here and Lucas Hempton from ANU over in lane 3 as they're coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark. We can see our rowers, that ANU double though, are rowing quite pretty. Just a little bit further behind than what they might like to be with the last 500 coming up.
Well, that's right. They teach you how to row pretty well down at the Australian National University. But certainly at this stage, it is that Bucks crew, a Bucks Adelaide Uni crew that has opened up a lead, and it's been slightly reduced. 3 seconds back to the canned commercial crew of Green and Rhodes. and second and a half back to Melbourne Uni in third place. It'll be 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the final at this stage, Stuart. So at this point, that Sydney University 2 crew of Elliot Simpson and Nicholas Miro are taking that final qualifying spot and not under a great amount of duress from the ANU boys at this stage.
Yeah, no, our first four are looking quite set now. They're coming up towards the 1750 metre mark, 250 metres to go. It's still the Buckingham Adelaide University composite of Nick Blackman and Lucas Wixton who have the lead at the moment. They're ahead of canned composite of Sam Green and Dylan Rhodes from Commercial and Canned Rowing Club. Then Melbourne University's Lucas Matic and Felix Oliver, Elliot Simpson and Nicholas Miro from Sydney University leading Luca Hare and Lucas Hempton from ANU. Luca Hare is the captain, boat club captain at ANU, filling in behind some pretty big names over the years. So Caleb Antil last year became the first ANU Olympian.
The first ANU Olympian.
The first ANU Olympian. Kerry Nola learnt to row at ANU, but was a member of Canberra Rowing Club when she represented Australia at the Olympics. So we're down to the last 125 metres. It is the Bucks composite, Buckingham Adelaide University's Nick Blackman and Lucas Wixton. They're half a boat length ahead of the canned commercial composite of Sam Green and Dylan Rhodes. That will be our 1-2 as they head towards the finish line, about a boat length in the end between lanes 7 and 5. Third place will go to Melbourne University's Lucas Matic and Felix Oliver. They'll finish a couple of boat lengths ahead of Sydney University's Elliot Simpson and Nicholas Miro, and then ANU's Luca Hare and Lucas Hempton in lane 3, finishing in 5th and unable to qualify for the final later on today. That was the second heat of the Championship Men's Under-23 Double Sculls. Are underway. We've still got 2 people in the boat, Michael, but it's gone from 4 oars down to 2. It's the first heat of the Championship Women's Under-21 pair. This is sponsored by Bont Rowing. First, second and third going through to the A final. The rest going through to the B final. So we do have the A and B finals for this event. In lane number 1 from Sydney Rowing Club, Freya Neville and Eliza Dunlop. They're coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. In lane 2, it's an Adelaide University Adelaide composite of Grace Sapelt from Adelaide and Claire Romaniak from Adelaide University, and they're coached by Jurek Hasselgrove. In lane 3 from Melbourne University, Evelyn Dow and Romy Cantwell, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In lane 4, also from Melbourne University, Christina Kamenev and Bridget Harwood, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In lane 5 from Loretto Marriotteville, Mariah Murray and Charlotte Illman, coached by Tom Dornbus. In lane 6 from Tasmanian University Boat Club, Sophie Robertson and Kate Oliver. Lane 7 from Mercantile, Remy McKay and Emma Haberfield, coached by Samuel Fennessy and Alistair Matthews. And in lane 8 from the University of Queensland, it's Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy, and they're coached by Gus Rodero.
Thanks for calling that one, Stuart. Of course, our sweep oar rowers coming through the 1,000 metre mark, and at this point it looks as though the Tasmania University Boat Club crew, Sophie Robinson and Kate Oliver in the lead at this stage. Narrow margin back to the Melbourne University crew of Evelyn Dow and Romy Cantwell. In third place, the University of Queensland crew, Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy. They're coached by Oscar Agustin Rodero. Fourth position at this stage, the Sydney 1 crew, Freya Neville and Eliza Dunlop. Fifth was a second Melbourne University crew, Christina Kamenev and Bridget Harwood. Sixth, Adelaide Uni, Adelaide Composite. Seventh, Mercantile. And in eighth place, as at this time, Loretto Marriotteville.
Passing the 1500 metre mark in the first heat of the women's under 21 pairs, we have the Tasmanian University crew of Sophie Robertson and Kate Oliver. They've got the lead. They're a couple of seconds ahead of Melbourne University's Evelyn Dow and Romy Cantwell. Then back a little bit further to the University of Queensland's Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy. And then Sydney's Freya Neville and Eliza Dunlop sitting in that finals qualifying spot. But there's less than a second between 4th and 5th, Adelaide and Adelaide Universities. Grace Seppelt and Claire Romaniak not too far behind them, Michael. And then not too far again to Melbourne University's Christina Kamenev and Bridget Harwood.
Look, it's our favourite to see, Stuart. Two crews fighting for that qualifying spot. It's that crew from Sydney Rowing Club, Freya Neville and Eliza Dunlop, going toe-to-toe with Grace Seppelt and Claire Romaniak from Adelaide. And there was less than a second in at the 1500, so let's just see what's happened. If I was to hazard a guess, I was going to say that Adelaide Uni Composite crew has just opened up a very small lead over the Sydney Rowing Club crew.
Yeah, look, let's see how it all goes. We've still got Tasmanian University, Sophie Robertson and Kate Oliver, but they are being pushed a little bit further across there by Evelyn Dow and Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University. Then back a little bit further, University of Queensland's Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy. That looks to be our first three. Then who's going to finish in 4th place? Coming up towards the finish line now, Tasmania University, Sophie Robertson and Kate Oliver. With a couple of strokes to go, they will win the first heat. Second place with a nice little finish there, the University of Queensland's Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy. Third place will go to Melbourne University's Evelyn Dow and Romy Cantwell. And then 4th place in the final qualifying position, Grace Seppelt and Claire Romaniak from Adelaide and Adelaide University. They've finished ahead of Sydney Rowing Club's Freya Neville, Eliza Dunlop, then back to Melbourne University's Christina Kamenev, Bridget Harwood, Mercantile's Remy McKay and Emma Haberfield finishing in 7th. Then back a little bit further to Loretto Marriotteville's Mariah Murray and Charlotte Illman. So the Adelaide Composites, Michael, just managing to a nice little finish there, able to get that final qualifying spot in the first heat of the women's under 21 pairs.
That's right, Stuart. They had to work for it. A couple of dirty strokes as well in there I saw across the far side of the course, but looks like Neville and Dunlop just overwhelmed a little bit in those final 250 metres.
We're away in heat number 2. Remember, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th going through to the A final. The rest going through to the B final. So all of our rowers will go through to a final in this event. In lane number 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett. They're coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. In lane 3 from Melbourne University, Chloe Cooper and Juliette Roy-Smith, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. Lane 4 from the University of Queensland, it's Nancy Duncan Banks and Lucy Hope, and they're coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 5 from Mercantile, Hannah Magasanic and Olivia Sargent, coached by Samuel Fennessy and Alistair Matthews. Lane 6 from Melbourne University, Zara Lavery and Katerina Bitsios, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In lane 7 from Mercantile, Talia Babianis and Jess Hawker, coached by Samuel Fennessy and Alistair Matthews. And in lane 8 from UTS, Sarah Fad and Taylor Kopinotius, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Fields.
Stuart, our rowers have come through the 1500 metre mark now in the second heat of the Championship Women's Under 21 pair. And through in first place was Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett of Sydney Rowing Club. I mentioned before that the Scammell family name is well known around this boat park, and certainly looks to be the case at the moment that Isabella Scammell of Sydney Rowing Club stroking that boat in the lead. Their coaches are Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. Closely followed by, I think it was that University of Queensland crew, Nancy Duncan Banks and Lucy Hope.
Yeah, so we've still got lane 2 in the lead. Sydney Rowing Club at the moment ahead of Mercantile, Hannah Magasanik and Olivia Sargent. Then back to University of Queensland's Nancy Duncan Banks and Lucy Hope. And then that battle again, Michael, for fourth place, the final qualifying position. UTS's Sarah Fadd and Taylor Kerpeniotis, and then also with the Melbourne University, Zara Lavery and Katerina Bitsios.
That's right, Stuart. Looks like UTS on this close side, Sarah Fadd and Taylor Kerpeniotis are really throwing the kitchen sink now and raising their rate of striking, going toe-to-toe with Zara Lavery and Katerina Bitsios. It's that all-important fourth position. 1, 2, 3 look fairly certain in lane 5. Megan Asanik and a Sargent of Mercantile going to cross the line in first place. They'll be followed by Scammell and McManus Barrett from Sydney. In third place, it'll be University of Queensland, but I think UTS are going to get there. Sarah Fadd putting the rate through the roof in lane 8, and they're just going to pip Lavery and Bitsios of Melbourne University. And a fantastic conclusion to that race. In lane 7, Mercantile's Babranianis and Hawker coming through to finalise the field. It'll be lane 3's Melbourne University, Chloe Cooper and Juliet Roy-Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, race 196 is now on the course. It's the first heat of the Championship Men's Under 21 pair. Just before we call that race, we've just got a change in the commentary tower. I'm joined by Mark Tejan this afternoon. He's replacing Stuart John of the ANU Boat Club, who's heading back down to Canberra this afternoon. So welcome, Mark, and thanks for joining me.
Thanks, Michael. I won't be saying much. I'm going to leave it all to Michael, but we'll see how we go.
So in race 196, as I said, it's the Championship Men's Under 21 pair. The progression is that 1, 2, 3, 4 across the line will go through to the A final later on this afternoon, race 218, and the rest to the B final. In lane 1, representing Mercantile, is Charlie Clark and Hamish Nicol, and they're coached by Brendan Scott and Alastair Matthews. In lane 2, also from Mercantile, Jack Ivers and Edward Findlay. They're coached by Brendan Scott and Alastair Matthews. In lane 3, from Sydney Rowing Club, Angus Aitken and Thomas Hart, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4, representing Cairns Rowing Club, Samuel Atherton and Daniel Horsley, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 5, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Henry Ryan and Ryan Gibson. They're coached by Chris Holliday and Tom Lorich. In lane 6, representing Mercantile, Zach Crawley and Ben Strang, coached by Michael McKay and Brendan Scott. In lane 7, from Sydney Rowing Club also, Gabriel Carmody and Thomas Livingston. In lane 8, from Cairns and the Queensland Academy of Sport is Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury, coached by Scott Rowe. And finally, a crew from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, Ben Horsnell and Mackenzie Branch.
And just coming into the last 250 metres, as I came through the 500, Ryan and Gibson from Sydney University had a pretty healthy lead, followed by Atherton and Horsley from Cairns. then Carmody and Livingston. The whole field has got a length or two between them according to the 1500 metre times, but we just watch as they hit the last couple of 100 metres here.
Thanks, Mark. It's going to be close. It's that all-important fourth position, that fourth qualifying position that Stuart and I have been talking about all afternoon. It looks like there's a battle for fourth going on. I think it might be between that Sydney Rowing Club crew of Aitken and Hart and I think it could be another Sydney Rowing Club crew of Carmody and Livingston over this close side. So we'll just see what happens. Certainly at this stage, the Sydney University crew of Henry Ryan and Ryan Gibson in lane 5 commands the lead. There's not that far back to the fast finishing canned rowers in lane 8, and they're going to come second. Looks like in third position will be Atherton and Horsley from canned also, but it will be lane 7 Sydney Rowing Clubs, Carmody and Livingston, that take that final qualifying spot. So those 4 will go through to the final, and they are happy about it indeed, Mark.
Yeah, that was quite entertaining to watch the Ryan and Gibson there. They knew they were out in front, so dropped it right down to about 20 strokes a minute, then saw them all coming towards them and decided they better take it up again.
Absolutely. That one was for pride between the 2 Sydney Rowing Club crews. Now just coming across the line is that Mercantile 3 crew of Crawley and Strang. And just to finalise the field, in lane 2 is that final Mercantile crew of Jack Ivers and Edward Finlay. So, Mark, that race dominated by crews from Mercantile, of course, and Sydney Rowing Club and Canned.
Yeah.
So, to qualify, it'll be Sydney University, Canned, Sydney Rowing Club.
Great. And on the course coming down now is Heat 2 of the men's under 21 pair. Again, the first 4 through. Over in lane 1, from Mossman, we have David Campbell and Joshua Wilson, coached by Matthias Ungemark and Judith Ungemark. In lane 2 from UTS, we have Mackenzie Thompson and Charles Jewell, coached by Tim McLaren and Alex Field. In lane 3 from Mercantile, Austin Reiner and Dom Frederico, coached by Michael Mackay and Brendan Scott. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Hugo Hobbs and Digby Leahy, coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Lorich. In lane 5 from Sydney, Declan Glendenning and Bradley Graham, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 6 from Mercantile, Flynn Stimpston and Joshua Bortolucci, coached by Michael Mackay and Brendan Scott. And in lane 8 from in lane 7 from UTS, Ned Power and Henry Blackwell, coached by Tim McLaren and Alex Field. And in lane 8 from Mercantile, Jake Polkinghorn and Liam Burke, coached by Michael Mackay and Brendan Scott. So it's the first 4 through, and how they're travelling at the moment.
Thanks.
As they came through the 500, they'd started to spread out with Stimpson and Bortolucci from Mercantile giving themselves a healthy lead. But anything can happen. They could overcook themselves early on. Who knows?
It's certainly a possibility, Mark. And at this stage, we're looking, all eyes are on that UTS2 crew of Mackenzie Thompson and Charlie Jewell, who are just less than a second behind that Mercantile 4 crew of Polkinghorn and Burke. It's all to play for in the second 1,000 now. But certainly in 1 and 2 are crews from Mercantile Rowing Club, Stimpson, Bortolucci and Reiner and Frederico. And they've got a little bit of a gap between them and the Mossman crew of Campbell and Wilson. Just a quick spot on Dom Frederico, Mark. He is a former lightweight rower. He competed in the 2021 Penrith Cup for Victoria, since made the transition to open weight rowing, and looks like he's doing fairly well for himself.
So I think your plug for UTS there, Michael, might have been a bit off, because we have the 2 Mercantile crews coming through the 1,500 metres ahead of Mossman and then ahead of the 2 UTS crews, and the margins are starting to spread out a bit. The Mercantile crews have a good 4 seconds over the following Mossman crew, then another 3 seconds back to UTS, but we'll see how they go now they're coming into the last 300 odd metres. So the Mercantile crew over here in lane 6 looking very comfortable. They seem to think they're in the lead, as does the other Mercantile crew across there in lane 3, is it? Yes. So again, the battle's going to be on for the crews, for the final qualifying crew, so that fourth place.
And at this stage, Mark, that's between the two UTS crews, Ned Power and Henry Blackwell, and Macca Thompson and Charlie Jewell. About a second separates them. Ned Power just raced the under 23 double scull heat, so he's done some work already this afternoon and still some more to come. But they're in lane 7. Over in lane 2 are their counterparts, Macca Thompson and Charlie Jewell from UTS. So we'll see how this plays out in the final couple of 100 metres. But certainly in lane 6, it's the crew from Mercantile, Flynn Stimpson and Joshua Bortolucci, who are going to take out this the second heat of the men's under 21 pair in comfortable fashion. They'll be followed by their colleagues from Mercantile, Austin Reiner and Dom Frederico. Fast finishing Power and Blackwell from UTS takes that final qualifying spot.
Mossman came across third, so that was Campbell and Wilson.
And then in 6th position was the Sydney University 2 crew of Hugo Hobbs and Digby Lay. And finally, to finalise the field, in 7th position was that Mercantile 4 crew of Jake Polkinghorn and Liam Burke. So that crew started quickly and was looking to qualify even, but just pipped by through the second 1,000 metres there.
And the finishing time for that was 6 minutes 52.91. So they're getting along quite a pace there. Okay, on the course now we have the first semi-final for the Championship Women's Under 17 Single Scull. A lot of entries for this event, this regatta. So we have quite a few of these under 17 girls. I don't think they've had to row three 2,000 metre races back to back as yet. So it's going to be interesting to see how they hold up for both this and then the final, which I think is a bit after 4. I know about this because we have a glebe contender in it. But in this first semi-final, in lane 1 from Gippsland Grammar, we have Ella Garand. In lane 2 from Roseville, Hannah Alexander, coached by Gonzalo Briones. In lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Alice McCready. In lane 4 from Centenary, Lucy McFarlane, coached by Michael Opstelton and Peter Wadsworth. In lane 5 from Sydney, Neve Tierney, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Check. In lane 6 from Yarra Yarra, Rhea Werner, coached by David O'Shea. In lane 7 from Commercial, Milena Wilcox, coached by David Vandis. And in lane 8 from Mossman, Imogen Gray, coached by Katie Healy.
Thanks, Mark. And it's that name, Imogen Gray, that we've heard so many times out here at the Regatta Centre. She does lead the first semi-final of the Championship Women's Under 17 Single Scull over Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club. In 3rd position is Lucy McFarlane from Centenary. 4th position as it stands, Hannah Alexander from Roseville. 5th is Ella Gerrand from Gippsland Grammar. 6th through the 1,000 was Rhea Werner from Yarra Yarra in Victoria. 7th was Mylena Wilcox, and finally 8th was Alice McCready of Newcastle Grammar.
So again, it does look as they came through the 1,000 metre mark. The first 4 were reasonably well spread out, but then less than a second back to between Hannah Alexander and Ella Garand. So that's where the battle's going to be for that last qualifying position.
It's fantastic to watch it's been fantastic this afternoon to watch that battle between that 4th and 5th position, as so many races have been top 4 qualifiers. So the real race at this point of the afternoon hasn't really happened at the front of the pack. It's really been in the middle of the pack, which is a very interesting thing to see, and how those crews in the middle of the pack respond to a bit of duress to qualify. So just a little bit of breeze by the looks of things on the course, Mark, but by and large the conditions are still very favourable indeed for single sculling out here at the Regatta Centre. The sun is still shining and doesn't look like we'll see those grey clouds that we saw yesterday around this time.
No, it was interesting yesterday afternoon when the showers were coming in and following some of the races down the course. But at least the breeze is a bit of a tailwind, so it just gives them a little bit of a rest in terms, if it was a headwind, doing 3 2K races, no, thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, Imogen Gray of Mossman Rowing Club looking very calm indeed as she comes through the 1500 metre mark. She knows she has another 2000 metre race to complete this afternoon for the final. And McFarlane of Centenary and Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club will also be cognizant of that. So they're just taking it easy and just doing what they need to do to qualify by the looks of things, but certainly Imogen Gray of Mossman exerting a significant lead over the remainder of the field here.
And for the crucial 4th place, Hannah Alexander does seem to have pulled away by a couple of seconds over Ella Garand, so whether Ella can find something in this last 400 metres to make up the ground. So Ella is in lane 1, so across on the far side, and Hannah is in lane 2. So that's the 2 on the far side that are the ones that are really going to be battling it out for this race.
And Mark, we've seen some fast finishing scullers from Gippsland Grammar this afternoon already, so let's see what's in the tank for Ella Gerand this afternoon. They're coming through the 1750 metre mark now, and it is still Imogen Gray of Mossman Rowing Club looking very comfortable indeed out the front.
Could she go any slower in her rating?
It's all power for Imogen Gray. So remember her name in the final later on this afternoon. That's going to be at 4:23 p.m.
Right,
So
we can see the race on the far side in lanes 1 and 2 between Ella and Ella and Hannah.
And I want to say, Mark, I think it might be Ella Jaron that's made some mileage up on Hannah Alexander and has in fact overtaken her on the far side. So a fantastic sprint being put in by that sculler from Gippsland Grammar. And it looks like she will even press for second place by the looks of things. Imogen Gray just taken the rate down as well. So it'll be Imogen Gray from Mossman Rowing Club, I think, will just get first. It'll be lane 4's Lucy McFarlane in third, and Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club in third, and Ella Gerand snatches it at the death from Hannah Alexander. So a fantastic comeback from her. Sixth place will go to Rhea Werner.
And there's still a couple of scullers coming down the course. That here in lane 7 is Milena Wilcox from Commercial, and across in lane 3, Alice McCready from Newcastle Grammar. Let's give them a good cheer. Okay, and on the course is the second semi-final for the women's under-17 single scull. Over in lane 1 from Canberra, we have Ella Boyd, coached by Alex Hodges and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 2 from Sydney, Sophia Zamprogno, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Check. In lane 3 from Nepean, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane 4 from St Catherine's, Jade Bliss, coached by Jared Watson. In lane 5 from Loretto Marriotteville, Victoria Binns, coached by Tom Durnbos. In lane 6 from St Catherine's, Leela Gaston, coached by Jared Watson. In lane 7 from Glebe, Sophia Miller, coached by Milan and Thomas Parker. And in lane 8 from Kinross Walleroy, Hannah McKay, coached by Alexandra Cropley and Andrew Gannon.
Thanks, Mark. And as at the 1,000 metre mark, it's Victoria Binns from Loretto Marriotteville, South Australia, in the lead. In second place is Olivia Harris from Nepean, about 4 seconds back to her. In third place is Jade Bliss from St Catherine's, and coming in fourth, that final qualifying spot at this stage is occupied by Sophia Miller of Glebe Rowing Club.
And I think the 4 that are going to go through, as they pass through the 1,000 metres, fairly confident because it's then 11 seconds back, or was at 5,000 metre to Sydney's Sophia Zamprogno. So it's unlikely that Zamprogno, not the other Sophia Miller, will catch up.
It's a flattering margin indeed, even for a 1,000 metre I suppose, distance to make up, it's a flattering margin indeed, Mark. But look, at the front of the pack, Victoria Binns from Loretto Marriotteville looking very comfortable indeed. She's gone from strength to strength this regatta and has featured several times in the single scull and indeed the double scull in various events. So her name is one to remember, Victoria Binns from Loretto Marriotteville. They've come a long way to be here this weekend, and amid all the uncertainty with restrictions and border closures, it's fantastic to see so many interstate competitors here at the 2022 New South Wales Rowing Championships.
Where is Loretto Marriotteville? I have no idea.
It's in South Australia. I don't
Okay.
know where it is in South Australia, but I'm reliably informed it is in South Australia.
No doubt Google will tell us.
So through the 1500 metres mark go the scullers in race 199. And the gap between 4th and 5th place, which is of course where the race is going to be, between Sophia Zampronio of Sydney Rowing Club and Sophia Miller of Glebe Rowing Club, the gap is still around 10 seconds. So you would have to say, if you were to hazard a guess, that it'll be Binns, Bliss, Harris and Miller that will go through to the final later on this afternoon.
And look, it's interesting. I think the tactics of this, I would suggest that Sophia Miller was right up there, but she's realised she's well in, so has dropped back a bit, conserving her energy for the final a bit later this afternoon.
And the under-17 event is very interesting, Mark, because it's being an under-17s event, it attracts a number of school-aged athletes. And so the event is usually quite large, but it's also the first age category in which 2,000 metres is raced, which means that we have a situation like we have today where there's a semi-final, a heat, a semi and a final, all in one afternoon. So it's plenty of racing to do. So as you say, the scullers that know that they're going to qualify really are conserving their energy to be spent later on in the final. But just coming into the final 30 metres of the race or so, it's Victoria Binns of Loretto Marriotteville who is in first place, unchallenged by a Bliss of St Catherine's and Zampronio of Sydney Rowing Club, who are content to let it drift over the line. Sophia Miller of Glebe Rowing Club is going to take that final qualifying spot in lane 7. So those are your 4 qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen, in the second semi of the women's under-17 double scull. Zampronio of Sydney Rowing Club now crossing the line in 5th place. It'll be Lila Gaston of St Catherine's in 6th. And a fast finishing Hannah McKay of Kinross Wallaroo in 2nd. And 8th place goes to Ella Boyd.
So we can't really say what's going to happen in the final, because in both those races the leaders were knew they were in, so we're cruising along, not really pushing it. We just wait and see. Going to be an exciting final. Okay, on the course now we have race 200, heat 1 of the men's under 17 single scull. This will be the first 3 through. So there are 3 heats. In lane 1 from Marist College, Ben Vardy. In lane 2 from Redlands, Thomas Jackson. In lane 3 from Cathedral, Henry Chin, coached by Kimberly Brown and Ian Edmonds. In lane 4 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Adam Yates, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kabelke. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, Kaylin Routley, coached by Amos Noon. In lane 6 from Cathedral, Darcy Hodge, coached by Kimberly Brown and Ian Edmonds. In lane 7 from Port Macquarie, Tom Jenkins, coached by Emma Molinar and Barnabas Benny. In lane 8 from Newington, Tom Chanter, coached by Christopher Holliday and Ralph Hobbs. And in lane 9 from Commercial, Toby Hopner, coached by David Vandis.
Thanks, Mark. And at this stage, it looks as though it's Tom Chanter from the Newington College in the lead.
A very healthy lead there by the look of it. No? Oh, okay.
I stand corrected. It's Kaylin Routley. The camera has panned around and shown that Kaylin Routley from Newcastle Grammar in lane 5 is indeed in the lead. He commands a 2-second lead over Tom Chanter of Newington Rowing Club and a small margin back to Ben Vardy of Marist College ACT in lane 1. So, Mark, this event is fairly cutthroat. It's 1, 2, 3 to the final, but as you say, there's 9 scullers in this race, so 6 will miss out. So it might well be that we see a competition between 3rd and 4th, and some scullers scrambling to get themselves into a qualifying position in these final 500 metres.
Yeah, they can be ruthless when you're in these ones where there's a big field and it's only like the first 3, or sometimes I've raced, but this is masters, of course, old people, and it's only the first 2 through, and that's really cutthroat. But it does seem that the first 3 have a fairly comfortable lead. As they came through the 1500 metres, there was a 5-second lead, but 5-second gap between Ben Vardy in 3rd place and Henry Chin in 4th. So we just wait and see how they pan out. Now they come into the last 150 metres here, or 250 metres, sorry.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. So our qualifiers at this stage, relatively unchallenged. Caelan Routley of Newcastle Grammar, it looks like, is going to take out the first heat of the Championship Men's Under-17 Single Scull, and it looks as though he'll be joined in the A final by Tom Chanter of Newington College and also Ben Vardy of Marist College ACT. But Chanter of Newington College on this side of the course putting in a late sprint just to keep Caelan Routley on his toes.
Well, as did Caelan, thought in the last 100 metres I better do a little bit of something, so pushed a bit.
So Caelan Routley unofficially in a time of 7:47, Tom Chanter in 2nd, Ben Vardy in 3rd, and the field really opening up now a bit. Henry Trin crossing in 4th place, followed by Port Macquarie's Tom Jenkins. In lane 9, a fast finish now from the commercial sculler Toby Hopner. And Cathedral School's Darcy Hock in lane 6. Crossing the line now. We've just got a couple of scullers remaining just to finalise our field in this, the first heat of the Championship Men's Under-17 Single Scull. But look, Mark, it is a tough event to qualify in. The pointy end of the event is competitive, and there are a lot of scullers out there vying for qualification. So it's a tough event for these young gentlemen, but it's all part of the experience.
So on the course now we have Heat 2 of the men's under-17 single scull. Again, first 3 through, and it's a full field again. In lane 1 from Redlands we have Lachlan Collier. In lane 2 from Sydney, Callum Dunn, coached by Charlie Patterson. In lane 3 from Commercial, Adam Kamer, coached by David Vandis. In lane 4 from Northern Beaches secondary, Dion Hansen, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kabelki. In lane 5 from Cathedral, Nathan Whitehead, coached by Kimberly Brown and Ian Edmonds. In lane 6 from Gippsland Grammar, Thomas Gilman. In lane 7 from Newington, Morgan Jones, coached by Christopher Holliday and Ralph Hobbs. In lane 8 from Marist College, Charles Carter. And in lane 9 from Kinross Wallaroi, Campbell Miller, coached by Benjamin Watt and Andrew Gannon.
Thanks, Mark. And again, this is a race that has 9 scullers in it, and only 3 will qualify. So again, it's another tough event. And at this stage, it is Morgan Jones from the Newington College in first place, followed by Dion Hansen of Northern Beaches Secondary in second place, Adam Kamer of Commercial in Queensland in third place, and he is ahead of Callum Dunn from Sydney Rowing Club, who is in fourth at this stage. So it's all to do for Callum Dunn from Sydney Rowing Club at this stage if he really wants to qualify for the A final later on this afternoon.
Well, at the 1,000 metre mark, Thomas Gilman, who is coming behind him, is about 3 seconds back. So whether Thomas can make up that 3 seconds, we wait to see as they come up to the 1,500 metre mark.
So on the Bont Rowing live stream, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see that Morgan Jones of Newington has opened up a handy lead over Adam Keimer from Commercial. And in third position, as it stands, Dion Hansen from Northern Beaches Secondary in third. And Callum Dunn has moved into fourth place.
And taking quite a healthy lead now over Campbell Miller. It was 5 seconds as they came through the 1500 metre mark. So it does look like the first 3 through are there. Sorry, I was getting a bit confused before, thinking it was first 4, but it is the first 3.
So Jones, Keimer and Hansen.
Yeah, so Callum Dunn has got a lot of ground to make up if he wants to get in as well. So again, it's quite cutthroat, this big field, small progression.
So Callum Dunn over in lane 2. So keep an eye on him as he moves through the final 250 metres. He's got some work to do now. 5 seconds behind at the 1500, behind Dion Hansen, Northern Beaches Secondary. And if you're joining us on live stream this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, you can just see that rightmost boat on the right-hand side of your screens. That's Callum Dunn, and he's just got that distance to make up if he wants to qualify.
I think Morgan Jones knows that he's there. He's having a very nice little cruise along the course.
Intelligent tactics from Morgan Jones, just lowering his rate and letting the boat drift towards that finish line in lane 7.
I think Callum Dunn's giving it everything he's got. Will he catch up?
That's right, so Callum Dunn really putting the pressure on now. He's putting that pressure on lane 4, Dion Hansen from Northern Beaches Secondary. The question is, has he left it too late? Callum Dunn really throwing everything now, so it'll be Hansen of Northern Beaches Secondary. I think he might have even taken third, has Hansen, but yes, unfortunately, Callum Dunn misses out by 1.74, so plenty of distance made up by him in those final 500 metres, but just not enough.
That was quite interesting because Adam Keimer realised he was up there and was cruising along, and then suddenly he saw Dion Hansen coming at him and had to wind it up a bit.
And so the remainder of the field, so Callum Dunn in 4th from Sydney Rowing Club, Campbell Miller of Kinross Wallaroy in 5th, Nathan Whitehead in 6th, Charles Carter of Morris College ACT in 7th, and Thomas Gillam finally of Gippsland Grammar in 8th position.
And on the course is Heat 3. Again, the first 3 progress through the final. In lane 1 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Oscar Shield Gamborg, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kabelke. In lane 2 from Sydney, Connor Greenwood, coached by Charlie Patterson and Brendan Longman. In lane 3 from Redlands, Ethan Beggs. In lane 4 from Newington, Edward Phillips, coached by Zachary Scott. In lane 5 from Gippsland Grammar, Evan Lewis. In lane 6 from Cathedral, Cooper Walmsley, coached by Kimberly Brown and Ian Edmonds. In lane 7 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Harry Coddington, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kabelke. In lane 8 from Mossman, Lachlan Fraser, coached by Judith Ungemark. And in lane 9 from Kinross Wallaroy, George Wickham, coached by Benjamin Watt and Andrew Gannon.
Thanks, Mark. We've just had Lachlan Collier of Redlands cross the line in that previous heat. So just give him a cheer, ladies and gentlemen. It's a hot afternoon, and he's done a fantastic job, has Lachlan Collier over there in lane 1. But yeah, we are moving right along to race 202, as you've called out, which is the 3rd heat of the Championship Men's Under-17 Single Scull. And at this stage, Mark, it's Oscar Shield Gamborg of Northern Beaches Secondary in the lead. Very narrow lead at that over George Wackham of Kinross Wallaroy School. And a small lead again over Mossman's Lachlan Fraser in 3rd position at this stage. We are looking, ladies and gentlemen, again at that 4th qualifying position, which is currently held by Connor Greenwood of Sydney Rowing Club. Now, he's got about a 4-second deficit to make up on Lachlan Fraser of Mossman Rowing Club. We saw his colleague Callum Dunn, also of Sydney Rowing Club in the previous race, make up a fair amount of distance over the final 500 metres. So let's see what he's got in the tank. But coming through the 1500 now, the margins between first, second and third are pretty tight, and again, it's that about a 4-second deficit has stayed the same between Oscar Skill-Gamborg of Mossman and Connor Greenwood of Sydney Rowing Club. Evan Lewis of Gippsland Grammar coming in 5th at this stage. Edward Phillips of Newington in 6th. Harry Coddington of Northern Beaches Secondary in 7th. And finally Cooper Walmsley at this stage in 8th place.
So it does look like the Lachlan Fraser from Mossman over here in lane 8 and George Wickham have a lead over Oscar Skill-Gamborg, who's over on the far side in lane 1.
It can be difficult, Mark, to look over to the far extremity of the course to see where your competition is.
Yeah.
It's so far away, it's almost as if you forget it's there.
I've been had that happen to me where you think, oh yes, you got it, and then there's some guy completely across the other side of the course who you didn't have in your field of vision, and stuffed up your tactics along the way, basically.
So let's see what happens. The question is, can Connor Greenwood make up that deficit on Skill-Gamborg of Mossman Rowing Club, who was in that all-important 3rd qualifying spot as at the 1500 metres, and it looks as though the margin might be a little bit flattering for Connor Greenwood at this stage. It will be those first 3 through Lachlan Fraser from Mossman, George Wackham, and my apologies, Oscar Skill-Gamborg, of course, of Northern Beaches Secondary. So Fraser of Mossman takes out the first qualifying spot. Second to Wackham of Kinross Wallaroy in lane 9. And it'll be Oscar Skill-Gamborg of Northern Beaches Secondary in 3rd place. And Connor Greenwood just missing out in 4th position. In 5th place will be Gippsland Grammar's Evan Lewis. And a bit of a race on now for 6th between lane 7's Northern Beaches Secondary Harry Coddington and lane 4's Edward Phillips, but Coddington just stealing it by the looks of things. We are going to get a photo for that. 8th place going to Cooper Walmsley of the Cathedral School. So just to wrap that up again, ladies and gentlemen, 1st place and your final qualifiers in the Championship Men's Under-17 Single Scull to progress through to the final at race 220. Lachlan Fraser from Mossman Rowing Club, George Wackham from Kinross Wallaroy, and Oscar Skill-Gamborg of Northern Beaches Secondary. Well, we are going to move right along now to race 203. We're going to return to a women's event, and it's the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Quad Scull on the course. This event is sponsored by the Regatta Shop, contested over 2,000 metres. And there are 2 crews on our start sheet today. In lane 4, it's a Corio Bay composite. And the crew is comprised of Antoinetta De Cosmo of Banks Rowing Club, Demetria Kyriakopoulos of Mercantile, Olivia Evans also of Mercantile, and Maggie Foley of Corio Bay. Their coaches are Alistair Matthews and Lee Hall Sullivan. In lane 5, it's a Sydney University composite crew of Michaela Franz from UTS Rowing Club, Sophie Gerapatridis of the Australian National University, Georgia Miansero of Sydney University Boat Club, and Lucy Coleman also of Sydney University Boat Club. And their coaches are Jack Hanley and Kieran Glynn.
So the Sydney University crew in lane 5, closer to the stand, has a healthy lead over the Victorian crew as they came through the 1,000 metre mark. There was we're just getting the times up now. Yeah, so they've got a 15-second lead, so I think this race is in it. But it does look like the Sydney, well, we call them the New South Wales crew, is still pushing along. They're not just going to cruise along in this race. They're making sure that they get good time.
So, Mark, of course, that crew is comprised of Franz from UTS, Mianzara of SUBC, and Coleman of SUBC. But Sophie Gerapatridis, formerly of UTS Rowing Club, she competes now in the ACT for the Australian National University Boat Club, but her state of domicile remains New South Wales. And so I would hazard a guess and say that is a Victoria Cup crew potential, That's the open lightweight women's quad scull interstate regatta. So, of course, that's a pretty handy crew. Of course, Georgia Miansaro and Lucy Coleman have done stints out at the National Training Centre here in Penrith. And just on the Bont Rowing live stream, they're looking very tidy indeed as they come into the final 100 metres of this race. Michaela Franzen Bow, Sophie Jarapatridis in 2, Georgia Miansaro in 3 seat, and stroked by Lucy Coleman. So I found an emphatic victory for the Sydney University composite crew. And they won't really be challenged much by their Victorian counterparts.
And crossing the line in 6 minutes 45.34. Good time.
And cracking conditions for some quick sculling out here this afternoon. I think there's a little bit of a tail breeze by the looks of things. But that Carrara Bay composite, the Victorians crossing the line now. 20-second deficit on the Sydney Uni composite there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed to race 205 shortly for the final of the Championship Women's Under-16 Single Scull. It's an event sponsored by V Insurance. The incumbent champion mark is Sophia Miller of Glebe Rowing Club. But of course, she's moved up in the age category now, so I think we're due for a new champion in 2022.
Well, I'm hoping that we're going to see her as a champion in the under 17 now, but we wait to see. The competition seems to get tougher as you get older. It's going to be a very exciting race. So being under 16, these are 1,000 metre races. So you can, if you're looking down the course, you can see them lining up across the course from the 1,000 metre timing hut. A little bit harder for the starter to organise them into a straight line, but it does look like they're just about ready to go. And in lane 1 from Commercial, we have Abby Wex, coached by David Vandis. In lane 2 from Commercial, Olivia Grant, coached by David Vandis. In lane 3 from Askham, Lucy Yabsley, also Glebrower, coached by Susanna McMahon and Thomas Parker. In lane 4 from Centenary, Greta Knott, coached by Michael Opstelton and Peter Wadsworth. In lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroi, Jemima Scammell, coached by James Perrin. In lane 6 from Kinross Wallaroi, Tessa Wong, coached by James Perrin. In lane 7 from Queenwood, Addison Rolls. In lane 8 from Queenwood, Eva Thompson, coached by Ella Davidson. And in lane 9 from St Catherine's, Madeline Swain, coached by Jared Watson. So this is the championship final race for this event, the Women's Under-16 Scull, sponsored by V Insurance, and the viewing is by the Bont live stream, Bont Rowing live stream.
Looks like we're just about to get underway, Mark, in race 205, the Championship Women's Under-16 Scull final. So strap in for that. But just as they're getting ready, ladies and gentlemen, if I can please implore you to return your bow numbers. We are running low, and it'd be fantastic to get them back to Boat Shed 1 so that we can, the officials from Rowing New South Wales can complete things this afternoon in an orderly fashion. So please do return your bow numbers as soon as possible following the completion of your race.
And the race is underway. It looks like all these girls got off to a really good start. It does look like there's a bit of movement in the field already in terms of starting to spread out.
We called, Stuart and I called this, the heats of this event, the Championship Women's Under-16 Scull, earlier on in the afternoon, Mark, and we had some very fast finishing times. Certainly Lucy Yabsley of Askham, Greta Knott of Centenary, Jemima Scammell of Kinross Walleroy were fast finishers, as was Tessa Wong, also of Kinross Walleroy. So expect some fantastic racing. It'll be close indeed come the final 250 metres.
From what I could see, it did look like the girls on the far side got off to a really good start. The commercial Abby Wex and Olivia Grant. But as we'd expect in a final, if they all tried hard in the heats and the semis, then we'd expect to see lanes 4, 5 and 6 form a V as they come down the course, but it's not always the case.
Well, that's right. Yeah, the traditional chevron is the formation which our officials try and arrange our scullers from fastest to slowest. I suppose the fastest in the middle and the slowest on the perimeters. However, as you say, Mark, it's a game of tactics out there on a hot afternoon where we have scullers backing up 3 races of an afternoon. So it's tough conditions out there, but certainly not too much wind and perhaps even a little bit of a tail breeze for the final of the Women's Under-16 Scull.
So from what we can see, they're just about to come through the 1,000-metre mark, but it does look like it's...
very close indeed. Greta Knott of Centenary in first place, very closely pursued by Lucy Yabsley. He's doing a fantastic job in second place. She has been, she's just got a small lead over Tessa Wong of Kinross at this stage. Madeline Swain of the St. Catherine's School in fourth. But look, Mark, there's not really much in it at all. If you're joining us online, you'll see on the Bont Rowing live stream that there really isn't much between first and perhaps sixth.
It's really going to be about tactics from here on. Tactics and endurance as to whether they can hold up and know when to push and when to get that final through. It's very close, isn't it?
So I think, yes, Greta Knott of Centenary in the lead. Yabsley just hanging on to that second position of the Askham School.
I think Madeline Swain over here in lane 9 from St. Catherine's is really pushing through as well. Sorry, Michael, didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, that's okay. We are going to be treated, ladies and gentlemen, to a very fast finish by the looks of things. Some quality scullers coming down the course now, ladies and gentlemen. So do give them a big cheer as they come on and get around your sculler. So certainly it looks like Greta Knott of Centenary in the lead still. She's raised her rate of striking, but as has Madeline Swain over this side of the course from the St. Catherine's School. Yabsley of Askham in second place through the 500 as well is still in the running, and she's looking over her shoulder at Greta Knott. Jemima Scammell of Kinross Walleroy in lane 5 by the looks of things, putting in a late sprint as well. So let's just see what happens here, Mark. It looks as though it'll be taken out by Greta Knott of Centenary in lane 4, but we are in for a real treat, ladies and gentlemen, as to the minor placings. I don't know what's going to happen from here. We've got Askham, we've got Kinross Walleroy, we've got Queenwood in as well. So Greta Knott takes out now first place. A messy stroke from Kinross, and third place, I think it might have just been St. Catherine's. Fast finish from Queenwood, from Abby Wex of Commercial, and from Lucy Yabsley of Askham School. In lane 5, Jemima Scammell comes across in 7th. 8th to Eva Thompson of Queenwood, and 9th to Olivia Grant of Commercial.
So what a great race as they came into the last sort of 300 metres there, but the positions all changed around, and certainly Madeline Swain and Tessa Wong really pushed through to catch up and overtake Abby Wex and Lucy Yabsley. So a great finish there, some great racing. 4:05.22 was the finish time. So the first place goes to Greta Knott, second to Tessa Wong from Kinross Wallaroi, and third to Madeline Swain from St Catherine's. She was followed by Addison Rolls from Queenwood and Abby Wex from Commercial, then Lucy Yabsley from Mascom, and I'm going to drop out there because we have the next race storming down the course.
Thanks, Mark. It's race 206, and we move right along to the male version of that event, the men's under-16 single scull final. The current champion is Caelan Routley of Newcastle Grammar, but of course he's aged out of this event. So just to run through the crews very quickly, in lane 1 from Glebe is Zachary Hyde. In lane 2 from Redlands, Angus McInnes. In lane 3 from Kinross, Oliver Smith. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Vaughan Henderson. In lane 5 also from Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy. In lane 6 from Glebe is Carter Clifton. In lane 7 from Northern Beaches Secretary, William Robertson. In lane 8 from Maris College ACT, Garvin Hayes. And finally, Toby Denton of Newington in lane 9.
And again, anything in this race could happen. As they came through the 500 metres, there was very little difference between the first three, and then not far back to, which was Luke Purdy, Toby Denton, followed by Oliver Smith, then Vaughan Henderson, and Carter Clifton not far behind.
Mark, just looking at across the field now, it does look as though it could be Toby Denton of Newington College in lane 9, closest to the grandstand. That's opened up a little bit of a lead, and he's steaming towards the finish line. He's just floating with the boys on his stroke side, so let's just see if he can get himself off there. But of course, in the centre of the course, Luke Purdy in lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar. Oh, and we've had a disaster in lane 9. Looks as though Toby Denton's come a cropper. But back at the front of the pack in lane 5, Luke Purdy pressing hard, as is Oliver Smith from Kinross Wallaroi. So those two boys will go 1 and 2. I think Carter Clifton from Glebe in lane 6 is pressing for 3rd. So 1 to Luke Purdy, gold medal to Hunter Valley Grammar. Oliver Smith, 2nd place, silver medal. Carter Clifton of Glebe in 3rd position. 4th goes to Zachary Hyde. 5th to Vaughan Henderson. 6th to William Robertson and Northern Beaches Secondary. 7th to Garvin Hayes. 8th to Angus McInnes. And spare a thought, ladies and gentlemen, Toby Denton over here, the grandstand side of things from Newington College.
Well, that was exciting. We saw a couple of races like that in the Olympics, didn't we?
The men's lightweight double scull.
Yes, yes.
That's right.
I have actually been in a race like that also, where my opponent had a mishap, and it's, while you feel for them, it's very exciting as well because it pops you up a place.
And he was doing ever so well, wasn't he, ladies and gentlemen? Toby Denton, spare a thought. Won't you cheer him on as he completes this race? Toby Denton from Newington College, ladies and gentlemen, a brave performance. And he was certainly challenging for that gold medal spot. He was 2nd through the 500 metre mark. So spare a thought, ladies and gentlemen, for Toby Denton, and he's done very well. And he crosses the line now.
And he had a healthy lead when he had his mishap. So the interesting thing is Luke Purdy's time was 3:46.29, which for under 16
pretty cracking.
Is very fast pace. So well done, boys.
So just to finalise that event, what's all happening down here at the Regatta Centre Savo. The men's under 16 single scull. The champion for 2022 is Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. The silver medal will go to Oliver Smith from Kinross Wallaroi School. And the bronze medal to Glebe Rowing Club's Carter Clifton. So a little bit of a lull in proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, of about 5 minutes. You'll see if you're joining us on the Bont Rowing live stream that race 207 is arranging itself down at the 2,000 metre start. It's the Championship Schoolgirl double scull final. So we really are down to the pointy end of proceedings, Mark. We're going to intersperse some presentations with our commentary of the racing this afternoon. So I do look forward to that. But we are going to present the Championship Women's Under 16 Scull medalists in a short moment, so don't go anywhere.
Loreto Kirribilli, Kinross Walleroy, Cathedral, Redlands, Queenwood, Kinross Walleroy, Radford College. Attention.
So, ladies and gentlemen, race 207 is underway down at the 2,000 metre starting block, the final of the Championship Schoolgirl Double Scull. But we are going to come back just while we have the opportunity to present the medalists and your champions for the Women's Under 16 Single Scull event. And this event is sponsored by V Insurance. In third place and representing the St Catherine's School, Madeline Swain, coached by Jared Watson. In second place and silver medalist, representing Kinross Walleroy, Tessa Wong. Tessa is coached by James Perrin. And finally, your champion for 2022 and gold medalist, Greta Knott. Greta's from Centenary Rowing Club. She's coached by Michael Opstelton and Peter Wadsworth. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you join me in congratulating your medalists for the Championship Women's Under 16 Single Scull for 2022.
On the course is the Championship Schoolgirl Double Scull, sponsored by Bont Rowing. In lane one, across in lane one from St Catherine's, we have Missy Callahan and Erin Carr, coached by Jared Watson. In lane two from Loreto Kirribilli, Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran, coached by Michael Benarius and Elliot Hunt. In lane three from Kinross Walleroy, Bridie Walsh and Sally Carter, coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. In lane four from Cathedral, Sarah Scobie and Steffi Simon, coached by Ian Edmonds. In lane five from Redlands, Georgia Vashur and Elizabeth Holthauer, coached by Lucy Mason. In lane six from Queenwood, Olivia Dont and Madeline Nicol, coached by Kieran Glynn. In lane seven from Kinross Walleroy, Hannah Richardson and Lucy Searle, coached by Andrew Gannon. In lane 8 from Radford College, Claudia Kendall and Alan Mihailovich. And in lane 9 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Molly Walkerden and Adelaide Goldfinch.
Thanks, Mark. So that race is in its early stages. The girls are about to come through the 750 metres mark. So we are going to take the opportunity now to present the Championship Men's Under 16 Single Scull. So in third place and recipient of a bronze medal, Carter Clifton from Glebe Rowing Club. In second place, representing Kinross Walleroy, Oliver Smith. Oliver is coached by Benjamin Watt. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, your champion for 2022 and gold medalist, Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. Won't you join me in congratulating our medalists?
So as the Championship Schoolgirl Double Scull came through the 500 metre course, the Loreto Kirribilli crew of Fickers and Moran was in the lead, but only just. So it's going to be a close race. It's going to be interesting to see how the spread is once they hit the 1,000 metre mark. They're closely followed by Richardson and Searle from Kinross Walleroy, Dont and Nicol from Queenwood. So there's only a couple of seconds between those three crews. Then there's less than a second back to Cathedral. But it's very hard to tell at the 500 metre mark, because it can all change as the various crews put their different strategies into place.
There's really not much in it at all, Mark. The crews are coming through the 1,000 metre mark, and Kinross Walleroy is in the lead at the moment. Richardson and Searle, and they are pursued by Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran of Loreto Kirribilli. In third place right now is Scobie and Simon from the Cathedral School. And they're closely followed by Olivia Dont and Madeline Nicol of Queenwood. In fifth place right now, St Catherine's, Missy Callahan and Erin Cara. And they're followed by Kinross Wallaroy's Bridie Walsh and Sally Carter. And then Redlands, Verschuer and Holthewer. And finally Radford College's Kendall and Mihalovic.
So I think we'll probably see those positions stay just given the timing, but again, it depends on their strategy and depends on their endurance. I don't know what age group you put as Schoolgirl. I don't know when it changes from Schoolgirl to under 16, under 17.
So the Schoolgirls is an open age category as long as you are at school.
Oh, okay.
So of course these girls are welcome to compete in their corresponding age category as well. But this is for the Schoolgirl event. So of course we've got some strong crews in here, some repeat crews in here. Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran, a very established crew from Loretto Kirribilli, and they're currently in second place. Of course, as are Hannah Richardson and Lucy Searle, my apologies, of Kinross Wallaroy.
Yeah, and you can see them now as they come into view. The Hannah Richardson and Lucy Searle seem to have a very healthy lead here in lane 7. And then when you look across, you can see in lane 2, Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran, and in lane 4, Sarah Scobie and Steffi Simon would be my call.
So the race opening up now a little bit. Back from the Cathedral School is Queenwood, Dont and Nickel in 4th place right now, and that's a 7-second deficit that they have to make up, Olivia Dont and Madeline Nickel, if they want to snatch the medal away from that Queensland crew. 5th place right now is Missy Callaghan and Erin Cara of St Catherine's. 6th place is Radford College's Kendall and Mihalovic. In 7th is Elizabeth Verschuer, Georgia Verschuer, my apologies, and Elizabeth Holthewer. But ladies and gentlemen, they're coming now into the final 100 metres of the race. Are Hannah Richardson and Lucy Searle from Kinross Wallaroy, and they're looking fine as they do so, aren't they? Rowing very clean, and they've picked the rate of striking up, and they are putting on a clinic this afternoon. So give them a cheer as they come home, ladies and gentlemen. They will take out the championship Schoolgirl double scull for 2022. They will be crowned your New South Wales champions. Hannah Richardson and Lucy Searle, ladies and gentlemen. Their coach is Andrew Gannon, and they are stoked about it as well. The silver medal, it looks like, will go to Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran of Loretto Kirribilli. A well-deserved title indeed. And in 3rd place will be the Cathedral School crew of Sarah Scobie and Steffi Simon.
The winning time there was 7 minutes 36.56.
It's a cracking time for Schoolgirls, and so in 4th position is Olivia Dont and Madeline Nickel. 5th to the St Catherine's School crew of Missy Callaghan, Erin Cara. 6th is a photo finish indeed, some very fast finishing crews from Claudia Kendall and Ellen Mihalovic of Radford. 8th position was that other Kinross Wallaroy crew of Bridie Walsh and Sally Carter.
And we'll quickly move along because it seems the championship Schoolboy double scull has started slightly ahead of time, race 208. Over in lane 1 from Cranbrook, we have Oliver Klotz and James Scott Brown, coached by David Cameron. In lane 2 from St Augustine's, Liam Kilpatrick and Tane Potts, coached by Bjarne Ungemark. In lane 3 from Newington, Charlie Carr and Max Elliott, coached by Ralph Hobbs and Christopher Holliday. In lane 4 from Newington, Noah Taines and Oscar Sutherland, coached by Ralph Hobbs and Christopher Holliday. In lane 5 from Newington, Thomas McLean and Angus Moses, coached by the Holliday and Hobbs team. In lane 6 from Newington, Alexander Page and Hugh Harvey with the same coaches. In lane 7 from Kinross Wallaroy, Alec Hoskin and Fletcher Smith, coached by Benjamin Watt and Andrew Gannon. And in lane 8 from Cranbrook, Jasper Dawson Damer and William Wright, coached by David Cameron. So the Cranbrook boys have also been training at Glebe, which we like to see, and we see what effect that has on their finishes.
Thanks, Mark. 4 crews competing in this race from the Newington College, but it looks as though lanes 5, 6 and 7, that's Newington's Thomas McLean, Angus Moses, Newington's Alexander Page and Hugh Harvey, and Kinross's Alec Hoskin and Fletcher Smith are in the lead at this stage. I think in first place it'll be that Newington 3 crew, that's Thomas McLean and Angus Moses, just with their noses in front of their colleagues from Newington, and looks as though in third position at this stage is Kinross, Walleroy, Hoskin and Fletcher Smith.
And they do look to have a reasonably healthy lead over the rest of the field, but the danger for probably their bronze medal, the third place, is over there in lane 1, which is Ollie Klotz and James Scott Brown. Will they be able to pull through?
That's
it
right.
Could even be a battle for first place here. The boys
That's right, Mark. Just as that angle has moved on our live stream, the drone footage, which is just fantastic footage, of course, we can see that that crew from Cranbrook, Klotz and Scott Brown, have really put the pressure on that Kinross crew, Alec Hoskin and Fletcher Smith. So it could be a race for that bronze medal position that we have on our hands, but at this stage, the 2 crews from Newington are going head-to-head. Thomas McLean and Angus Moses and Alexander Page and Hugh Harvey are fighting for that gold medal. In lane 6, it's Page and Harvey, and in lane 5, it's McLean and Moses. I couldn't say who's in the lead at this stage, Mark. I think it could just be Page and Harvey closest to the grandstand, but they really are now throwing the kitchen sink and everything else at it. They're going stroke for stroke. Some fantastic sculling coming through. It's just a question of who's got the surge, and I think it's going to be Page and Harvey who take the gold medal from their colleagues, McLean and Moses, and they've come through to do that, and I think the bronze medal is going to be stolen by Cranbrook at the end of the day. Oliver Klotz and James Scott Brown and Kinross Walleroy just missing out on a medal.
Very nice finish there by the Cranbrook boys, pushing through.
Another extremely close finish for 4th and 5th. And Cranbrook in lane 8 coming through in 7th position, and St Augustine's in 8th.
Some great racing there. The unofficial time, 7 minutes, 0.33 of a second. Yeah, 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, race 209 is on the course now. It's the final of the Championship Women's Under-21 Double Scull. In lane 1, representing Sydney Rowing Club, is Laura Seifer and Grace Seifer. They're coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. In lane 2, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Sophia Whiteman and Grace Turner, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. In lane 3, representing Griffith University Surfers Paradise, is Olivia Georgilopoulos and Danica Free, coached by Duncan Free and Lincoln Handley. In lane 4, from Mercantile, Amy Baker and Claudia Clements, coached by Samuel Fenesty and Alistair Matthews. In lane 5, from Centenary, is Jessica Malcolm and Sophie Malcolm, coached by Michael Opstelton and Peter Wadsworth. In lane 6, from Melbourne University, is Meg Cartwright and Olivia Rosiah, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In lane 7, also from Mercantile, Bridget Somerville and Cleo Nash, coached by Samuel Fenesty and Alistair Matthews. In lane 8, from Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute, Sophie Barr and Isabel Watson. And finally, from Sydney University Boat Club in lane 9 is Chelsea Prout and Sophie Graham, coached by Jack Hanley and Alfie Young.
And we'll just quickly squeeze in the medal presentation for the championship Schoolgirl double scull, sponsored by Bont Rowing. For bronze medal, from Cathedral, Sarah Scobie and Steffi Simon. Silver medalists representing Loretto Kirribilli, Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran, coached by Michael Benarius and Elliot Hunt. And the gold medalists and 2022 champions from Kinross Wallaroi, Hannah Richardson and Lucy Searle, coached by Andrew Gannon. Congratulations to our medalists as we quickly rush over to the women's under 21 double scull.
Thanks, Mark. It's race 209 on your program, ladies and gentlemen, and it is well underway. In fact, we're through the final. We're through into the final 500 metres now, and it's the Sydney Rowing Club crew, Grace Cipher and Laura Cipher, in the lead at this stage. They are pursued by the Adelaide University crew, Sophie Barr and Isabel Watson, and in third position right now is Griffith Uni Surface Paradise, Georgia Lopoulos and Free. A close margin back, though, to the centenary crew of Jessica Malcolm and Sophie Malcolm. You might even say, Mark, there are a couple of pairs of sisters racing out here today.
It does seem so. They, I noticed the Malcolm sisters raced yesterday as well. I can't remember what it was. I don't remember much these days. But the real race is going to be on for the bronze medal in this one.
By the looks of things, that seems to be the case. But at this stage, ladies and gentlemen, it is Laura Cipher and Grace Cipher in the lead, looking strong, looking likely for that gold medal at this stage. At the 1500 metres, it was less than half a second between fourth Centenary and third Griffith Uni Surface Paradise. So let's just see what plays out in the final 100 metres.
Look at the ciphers across the far side there, looking really good. Putting on the final surge. Make sure the rest of the field doesn't catch up with them. The race is really going to be on for third place here. So it's the lane 8 crew of Sophie Barr and Isabel Watson do look like they're going to hold second place. And they'll be followed through by Jessica Malcolm and Sophie Malcolm from Centenary. They're then followed across the line by Olivia Georgiopoulos and Danica Free from Griffith University. On the far side, Sophia Whiteman, Grace Turner, then Meg Cartwright and Olivia Rosiah, and over here in lane 9, Chelsea Prout and Sophie Graham. And coming in over there in lane 4 is Amy Baker and Claudia Clements from Mercantile, and the race time was 7 minutes 33.1.
Might just do this, Mark.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please turn your attention now to the podium? We are going to present the medals for the Championship Schoolboy Double Scull. In third place and recipients of bronze medals from Cranbrook, Oliver Klotz and James Scott Brown. They're coached by David Cameron. Silver medalists from Newington College, Thomas McLean and Angus Moses. They're coached by Christopher Holliday and Ralph Hobbs. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, your champions for 2022 from Newington College, Alexander Page and Hugh Harvey. They're coached by Christopher Holliday and Ralph Hobbs.
Roaring down the course is race 210, the championship men's under 21 double scull, sponsored by V Insurance. I'll try and race through it quickly because they're approaching fast. On far side in lane 1 is from Mercantile's Jackson Morris and Benjamin Whitney. In lane 2 from UTS is, and Canberra, Ethan Toscan from Canberra and Tate Van Hemst from UTS. In lane 3 from from Canberra, Raphael Priest and Darcy Watt from Toowong. In lane 4, William Delaney and Gordon Applecrin from Sydney. In lane 5, Kyle Brown and Patrick Burke from Mossman. In lane 6, William Gilbert and William McKechnie from Ballarat City. In lane 7 from Sydney, Thomas Whalen and James Fredrickson. And in lane 8, Sam Bristow and Hamish Danks from Sydney University. And are just coming through the 1500 metre mark about now.
Oh, and there's
Very
barely
close.
anything in it, Mark. 1, 2 and 3. Look, Sydney Rowing Club are in the lead at this stage. That's Delaney and Applecrin, closely followed by Priest and Water from Toowong and Canberra. And then Mossman's, Brown and Burke in third place.
I don't think you can call the placings really.
But
It's
that's
less than
right.
a second between all three of them. Very close as they cross that 1500 metre mark.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's all to play for 1, 2 and 3 in the Championship Men's Under 21 Double Scull. In fourth position right now is that UTS Canberra composite of Tate Van Heemst and Ethan Toscan.
Tate being a former glebe rower.
Of course, and both of those young men in that crew are former lightweights.
Yeah.
But up and competing with the heavyweights this afternoon. But certainly it looks as though that crew from Sydney Rowing Club, that crew from Mossman and Toowong, that Toowong composite crew of Raphael Priest and Darcy Water command the lead at this stage.
Going to be a very exciting finish. They come into the last 250 metres here.
Mark, it could be that crew from Mossman, Kyle Brown and Patrick Burke, has opened up a little bit of a lead. That could be, I could be deceived by the angle unless...
No, I think you've got it right there.
So Brown and Burke just throwing the rate through the roof, and I think they have indeed opened up a lead over Sydney Rowing Club and over the Toowong composite boat as well. So short of a disaster, I think it's going to be Mossman Rowing Club who take out the men's under 21 double scull. Patrick Burke and Carl Brown take a bow. They will win the 2022 championship. So first to Mossman, silver medal will go to Sydney Rowing Club, and a bronze medal to the Toowong composite crew. Fast finishing UTS Canberra crew in fourth. Fifth place will go to Mercantile on the far side. And a flurry of hooters now. Mercantile in fifth, Sydney Rowing Club in sixth, Sydney University in seventh place, and Ballarat City in eighth. So unofficially that was won by Brown and Burke of Mossman in a time of 7:01.
So before we go to the medal presentations for the women's under 21 double scull, we'll just run through the next race coming down the course, which is the women's under 23 double scull. From Sydney University, we have Madeline Vagg and Emily Shepherd, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley over in lane 3. From Griffith University, Monique Bitsios and Hannah Kenway, from Griffith University, getting tongue-tied here, Monique Bitsios and Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS. In lane 5, Liam Graham from Sydney Rowing Club and Elizabeth Gregory from ANU. In lane 6 from Elora Kelly and Eloise Lambden from ANU. And in lane 7 from University of Queensland, Carly Furman and Elizabeth Newell.
Thank you, Mark. And ladies and gentlemen, before we run out of time so we can catch the end of that race, we'll proceed now to the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under 21 Double Scull. So in third place and recipients of bronze medals, Centenary, Jessica Malcolm and Sophie Malcolm. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute, Sophie Barr and Isabel Watson. In first place and recipients of the gold medal from Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Seifer and Grace Seifer. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate your medalists for the Championship Women's Under 21 Double Scull for 2022.
So out on the course, there's some good racing coming down with the women's under 23 double scull. There are only 5 crews in this race, but they are all high quality crews, so anything could happen. There is a bit of a spread in the field as they came through the 1,000-metre mark, led by Hobbs and Shepherd from Sydney University. I'm just pausing because there must have been a substitute of, it looks like Hobbs rather than Madeline Vagg. I'm not quite sure of Hobbs's first name, but then there's a bit of a gap back to Newell and Furman, and then a wider gap back to Bitsios and Kenway. They're followed through by Graham and Gregory, and then Kelly and Lambden.
Thanks, Mark. And through the 1,000 metres they go. Looks as though it's that crew from Sydney University in any event on the far side of the course in the lead, and then back to its second place. It'll be the University of Queensland crew. Carly Furman and Elizabeth Newell on the close side. They're coached by Agustin Rodero.
So we have a bit of a reverse chevron happening in this race.
By the looks of things, it looks as though that's the case. And then the race is on really for the bronze medal position again, Mark. It's that the crews in the middle of the course are Bitsios and Kenway from Brisbane and GPS, the ANU composite Neve Graham and Elizabeth Gregory, and Laura Kelly and Eloise Lambden.
And we were seeing quite a bit of this yesterday as well, where there was the minor placings where the real races were on. So it's not just about winning first place, it's all the effort that goes into those minor placings.
Well, a medal's a medal.
Exactly. One of the races yesterday was an eights race, and the it was a photo between third and fourth, and they came up with a margin of 0.01 of a second over a 2,000 metre eights race.
Remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah. So as they come up into the last 250 metres, it does look to the two university crews in the lead here. It's a bit hard to pick which one it's going to be, whether it's going to be Sydney University over the far side and Queensland University over this side. And it's also going to be very difficult to pick who is going to be in third place. But the Sydney crew does look to actually, they've taken out a healthy lead. It looks like they might even have a couple of boat lengths there now. The real battle here is for third place, that bronze medal.
So Mark, we receive word it's indeed India Hobbs and Emily Shepherd of Sydney University Boat Club, and they take out the gold medal in this event. And they're followed closely by the University of Queensland's Carly Furman and Elizabeth Newell. In third place, it'll be the ANU crew of Laura Kelly and Eloise Lambden that get their noses in front of the Brisbane and GPS composite.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Championship Men's Under 21 Double Scull, sponsored by V Insurance. The bronze medalists from Canberra, Raphael Priest and Darcy Watter from Toowong. The silver medalists from Sydney Rowing Club, William Delaney and Gordon Applecrin. And the 2022 champions from Mossman Rowing Club, Kyle Brown and Patrick Burke, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungemark. Congratulations to our medal winners. Okay, and yet we have another race thundering down the course, race 212, Championship Men's Under 23 Double Scull, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. In lane 1 has been scratched, that's a canned crew. In lane 2 from Melbourne University, we have Lucas Matic and Felix Oliver, coached by Matthew Ryan. In lane 3 from Sydney, Harry Crouch and Torrin Olsen, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4, a composite crew of Nick Blackman from Adelaide University and Lucas Wigston from Buckingham Rowing Club, coached by Brett Crow. In lane 5, another composite crew of Alexander Wood from UTS and Xavier Hall-Sullivan from Corio Bay. In lane 6, another composite of Sam Green from Commercial and Dylan Rhodes from Canned Rowing Club, coached by Charles Green. In lane 7, from Sydney University, Tom Anderson and Kieran Riak, coached by Christopher Holliday at Thomas Lorich and Donald McLaughlin. And in lane 8 from Sydney University, Elliot Simpson and Nicholas Miro, coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Lorich. And my apologies for having left out a few coaches' names there as we rattle through these names, but they have come through the 1,000-metre mark. And it is the crew of Wood and Hall-Sullivan have a fairly healthy lead over the crew of Anderson and Simpson from Sydney University. Then the other composite crew of Blackman and Wigston, very close behind, and followed very closely by Crouch and Olsen from Sydney University. Then another narrow margin back to the Melbourne University crew. So it's going to be again, the third placing for is where the real battle is going to be in this race.
Thanks, Mark. But indeed a convincing lead at this point of the race for the Corio Bay composite crew. That's Alex Wood from UTS and Xavier Hall-Sullivan from Corio Bay. Xavier Hall-Sullivan was the winner of the under-23 single scull. So you would have thought whoever he is paired with would be... It'd be a good boat in any event, but Alex Wood is indeed an impressive athlete from UTS as well. So their lead is going to remain unchallenged by the looks of things. Alex Wood and Xavier Hall-Sullivan will take out the gold medal for the championship men's under-23 double scull. In second place, it looks like it'll be the Bucks composite between that's Nick Blackman and Lucas Wigston by the looks of things. So gold to the Corio Bay composite. Silver medal by the looks of things is going to go to Nick Blackman and Lucas Wigston. And third to Sydney University, Anderson and Riak in lane 6.
So very nice push through with the Blackman and Wigston there. So the time for that race was 6 minutes 41.14, won by Alex Wood and Xavier Hall-Sullivan. Silver medalists will be Nick Blackman and Lucas Wigston. Bronze medalists will be Sam Green and Dylan Rhodes. Then fourth place was Crouch and Olsen from Sydney, Harry Crouch and Torrin Olsen. Fifth, Matic and Oliver. And I'll just pause there while we do the presentations down on the pontoon.
Thanks, Mark. We're just going to present the championship women's under-23 double scull. We have the bronze and silver medalists with us this afternoon. So in third place, and recipients of bronze medals from the Australian National University are Laura Kelly and Eloise Lambton. Their coaches are Nigel Harding and David Frimano. And in second place, and recipients of silver medals, the University of Queensland, Carly Furman and Elizabeth Newell. Their coaches, Augustin Rodero. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move right along in our fast-paced schedule this afternoon. Race 213 is now on the course. The Championship Women's Under-19 Quad Scull Final. This event is sponsored by Pontoon Sports, and the incumbent champions are Sydney Rowing Club.
And they're fairly thundering down the course, so whether you're going to have time to do the roll call for us, I'm not quite sure.
I'll take a quick stab at it. In lane 2 as a Sydney composite crew of Liesl Page, Diana Macalino, Zoe Bond and Talissa Knocker driver. In lane 3 representing Queenwood is Phoebe Campbell, Brooke Lancaster, Charlotte Botha and Chloe Driver. In lane 4 representing PLC Sydney is Elias Steele, Sarah Bebbington, Arabella Rutherford and Bailey Winton Murray. In lane 5 from Grafton High is Bessie Dungy, Molly Dungy, Sunaval Goring and Alana Dunstan. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Georgia Sweetapple, Ayla Ryan, Annabelle Woods and Lucy Scammell. In lane 6 from Mossman, Claudia Callahan, Talia Nolan, Lillian Hyde and Grace Burke. And finally in lane 8, representing Radford College, Olivia Hickey, Bridget Kelleher Cole, Nikita Crabb and Hannah Hardy.
And the Sydney crew across in lane 2 has a very healthy lead over the Kinross Walleroy crew in lane 6, closer to the stand. They're then followed by the Queenwood crew over in lane 3. Then there's quite a gap back to the Mossman crew. So I think the first, second and third places are fairly well sorted with this race. But some very nice quad sculling coming down the course at the moment.
Yes, Mark, and you'll see on the Bont Rowing live stream that the lead enjoyed by the Sydney composite crew is emphatic indeed. They have several boat lengths over second and third place at this stage. Are those the crews from Queenwood and Kinross Walleroy by the looks of things. So the Sydney composite is comprised of scullers from Sydney Rowing Club, Canberra Rowing Club and Adelaide. Liesl Page from Sydney, Deanna Macalino from Adelaide, Zoe Bond from Canberra and Talisa Knocker driver from Sydney. So they're just coming across the line now, and ladies and gentlemen, they will be your champions in the women's under-19 quad scull.
And a cracking pace of 7 minutes, 10.5 seconds.
Just looking back at the course now, looks as though we've got a competition now on our hands, Mark, for that silver medal. And I think Kinross Walleroy are going to snatch it at the death from the Queenwood School. So Kinross in lane 6 take out second place. Queenwood will receive the bronze medal. And we have crews now from Mossman in lane 7. Coming across the line shortly in the final 100 metres. Crews from PLC Sydney and, of course, Grafton High. So Mossman coming across the line. That's Claudia Callahan, Talia Noland, Lillian Hyde and Grace Burke, coached by Katie Healy. And that PLC Sydney crew as well, Elias Steele, Sarah Bebbington, Arabella Rutherford and Bailey Winton Murray, coached by Felix Dew.
Yeah. And then the other ones are going to be hot on us as well.
So ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Grafton High. Just coming across the line now, Bessie Dungy, Molly Dungy, Sunaval Goring and Alana Dunstan, coached by Colin Lang, Joanna Tarrant and Adam Dewberry, just to finalise our field in the women's under-19 quad.
Right, and thundering down the course, we have the Championship Men's Under-19s Quad Scull, sponsored by Pontoon Sports. Over in lane 2 from Radford College, we have Hamish Roberts, Jake Shemin Rogers, William Gregory and Christopher Bush. In lane 3 from St Augustine's, Joe Lynch, Brandon Smith, Oliver St Pierre and Bo Nicholas. In lane 4 from Cathedral, Tashira Larson, Ashton Pratchett, Mika Talbot and Jaya Pradhan. In lane 5 from composite of Evan Lloyd from Mossman, Patrick Stanley from Lake Macquarie, Dougal Mackenzie from Mossman and Josh Herridge from Mossman. In lane 6 from Gippsland Grammar, Cameron Rule, Lindsay Hamilton, Anthony Smith and Billy Osborne. In lane 7 from Kinross Walleroy, Nicholas Brown, Magnus Cleary, Charlie Neville and Ethan Shaw. And in lane 8 from Radford College, Connor Jacopino, Campbell Kruger, Hunter Jolly and Oliver Fox.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please turn your attention now to the podium? We're going to present the Championship Men's Under-23 Double Scull medals. In second place and representing Bucks and the South Australian Sports Institute, Adelaide University, Nick Blackman and Lucas Wigston. In first place, recipients of the gold medal and your champions for 2022, Corio Bay Composite. Alexander Wood from UTS and Xavier Hall-Sullivan from Corio Bay. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate our medalists and champions?
And we raced quickly to the men's under-19 quad scull championship comes into the last 250 metres. It does look to me like the Gippsland Grammar crew has a lead out over the Cathedral? No, is it the St. Augustine's there? So the St. Augustine's crew, so that's where the real battle is for 1 and 2, I think, but the further battle is actually going to be for third place between the Radford College crew on the far side and the Radford College crew on the near side in lane 8.
But in any event, looks like the battle for that gold medal is really heating up now between the St. Augustine's and Gippsland Grammar. They're going stroke for stroke, ladies and gentlemen. I couldn't quite say at this stage. It might be St. Augustine's with their noses in front. They're coming down. They're going stroke for strokes. I think it might be St. Augustine's, but very close indeed. So that's 1 and 2, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be a photo finish, but third place now going to Radford College 1. Fourth place to Radford College 2. And fifth place is going to be, could be a photo finish as well between that Mossman, Lake Macquarie and Cathedral crews. Kinross Walleroy finishing in 7th to finish what was a very fast race indeed.
Very exciting finish there. So just waiting for the photo to come through. I think I agree with Michael's call that St. Augustine's probably got it over Gippsland Grammar, but very close. Here we can see it on replay.
Very narrow margin indeed by the looks of things. Just the surge of the boat.
Very hard to tell because if you're watching the screen, it's not on the white boys, it's just before the white boys is the finish line.
So it was St. Augustine's by the narrowest of margins, ladies and gentlemen. 0.15 back to Gippsland Grammar, who will take the silver medal. And in third place, and the recipients of the bronze medal will be Radford College.
Such excitement to see such great racing here. And now we move on to race 215, the championship women's under 21 pair. I expect this to also be a fairly powerful race. Over in lane 2 from Melbourne University, we have Chloe Cooper and Juliet Roy-Smith, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In lane 3 from Melbourne University, Christina Kamenev and Bridget Harwood, again with the same coaches. In lane 4 from Melbourne University, Zara Lavery and Katerina Bitsios with the same coaches of Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In lane 5 from Sydney, Freya Neville and Eliza Dunlop, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. In lane 6 from Mercantile, Thabia Babianis and Jess Hawker. And in lane 7 also from Mercantile, Remy Mackay and Emma Haberfield. They're both crews coached by Samuel Fennessy and Alistair Matthews. And in lane 8 from Loreto Marriotteville, Mariah Murray and Charlotte Illman, coached by Tom Durenbos. As they come through the 1,000-metre mark, the Melbourne University crews are both in the lead, but they're followed very closely by the Mercantile crew of Mackay and Haberfield, I think. Yes.
Just a shout out to that Melbourne University 2 crew who's currently in silver medal, Mark. Zara Lavery is the stroke seat, and her two brothers, Nick and Rowan, are at the Men's National Training Centre. So some fine rowing heritage in that family, so watch out for her in lane 4.
Yep. So we'll go to the medal presentation for the Championship Women's Under-19 Quad Scull, sponsored by Pontoon Sports. The bronze medalist from Queenwood, Phoebe Campbell, Brooke Lancaster, Charlotte Butter, Chloe Driver, coached by Karen Glynn. The silver medalists representing Kinross Walleroy, Georgia Sweetapple, Ayla Ryan, Annabelle Woods, Lucy Scammell, coached by Andrew Gannon. And the 2022 champions for the women's under-19 quad scull, the composite crew of Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club, Diana Macalino from Adelaide, Zoe Bond from Canberra, Talisa Driver from Sydney Rowing Club. They're coached by Brendan Longman and Kendall Brody and Tom Dornbos. Congratulations to our medal winners.
Thank you, Mark. And the race 215, the B final of the Championship Women's Under-21 pair, is racing towards us at a rate of knots. It's the two Melbourne University crews in the lead, tussling for that top position. It's not a medal position, of course, because it's a B final, but Melbourne University 2, that's Zara Lavery and Katerina Bitsios, my apologies. They're in the lead. They've got a very small margin over their colleagues, also from MUBC. That's Christina Kamenev and Bridget Harwood. In third place right now is Mercantile 2. That's Remy Mackay and Emma Haberfield. In fourth position at this point is the Sydney crew. That's Freya Neville and Eliza Dunlop. Another Mercantile crew, Talia Babranianis and Jess Hawker.
And the real battle's going to be is which Melbourne University crew actually wins. I think we're going to see another one like the Newington race earlier on.
That's right. So a bit of pride on the line here. It looks as though it could be the crew closest to you from Melbourne University. So that's Zara Lavery and Katerina Bitsios that have opened up maybe half a boat length on Christina Kamenev and Bridget Harwood. So they are racing towards the line.
But a good push coming from the Mercantile crew over this side from Remy Mackay and Emma Haberfield in lane 7.
So they look to be in the third position at this stage, Mark. But ladies and gentlemen, it does look as though short of a late push from Kamenev and Harwood, it'll be Lavery and Bitsios that take out this B final. But I don't want to speak too soon. There is a late charge indeed from Kamenev and Harwood from Melbourne University, and they are throwing the rate through the roof. They don't want to give it up that easily. In fact, they might even snatch it on the line in this B final. Melbourne University crews going stroke for stroke. Who's it going to be? I think it'll be Kamenev and Harwood that take it, indeed, from Lavery and Bitsios right at the end there. And we've got some drama happening here for third position. I think it'll just be Mercantile that retain their lead, Barbanyanis and Hawker, but they clashed oars with that other Mercantile crew from Mackay and Haberfield. So for friendly fire, you might say, Mark, between those Mercantile oars women. But we're going to go to a photo finish for that, just to really make sure. Loretto Marriotteville in 6th and Melbourne University 3 in 7th.
So the unofficial time was 8 minutes 14.12. So just while we're waiting for the boys to line up for their medals here, the next race coming down the course is the A final of the women's under-21 pair, and it's sponsored by Bont Rowing. So over in lane 1 from Adelaide, we have Grace Seppelt, and from Adelaide University, Claire Romaniuk. And we'll just pause quickly while we do the medal presentation for the men's quad.
Thanks, Mark. So we are going to present the Championship Men's Under-19 Quad Scull. This event is sponsored by Pontoon Sports. In third place and recipients of the bronze medal, Radford College, Hamish Roberts, Jake Skimmin Rogers, William Gregory and Christopher Bush. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Gippsland Grammar, Cameron Rule, Lindsay Hamilton, Anthony Smith and Billy Osborne. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, your champions for 2022, St. Augustine's College, Joe Lynch, Brandon Smith, Oliver St. Pierre and Bo Nicholas. And their coach is Judith Ungemark. So ladies and gentlemen, won't you join me in congratulating our champions and medalists for the men's under-19 quad scull.
And back to the course for what's going to be a very exciting finish. I expect the women's under-21 pair of the A final. We got to lane 2 as the University of Queensland, Nancy Duncan-Banks and Lucy Hope. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Issy Drew and Ali Reid. In lane 4 from Mercantile, Hannah Magasanik and Olivia Sargent. In lane 5 from Tasmanian University Boat Club, Sophie Robinson and Kate Oliver. In lane 6 from Sydney, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett. In lane 7 from Melbourne University, Evelyn Dow and Romy Cantwell. And in lane 8 from UTS, Sarah Field and Taylor Kerpiniotis. And just coming through the last 500 metre mark there, so 1,500 metres.
So it is that Sydney crew, Mark, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett.
Only with a very small margin over Robinson and Olivia, so I think we're going to see a real battle on for first and second. That's between the girls in lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club and lane 5 from Tasmanian University Boat Club. Then sitting in third place, a fair way back, was Duncan Banks and Hope from the University of Queensland, and there's a very narrow margin there back to the Melbourne University of Dow and Cantwell. So a couple of battles going on in this race for first and second, and for third and for third place for the medal holders.
Thanks, Mark. And of course, this race is the incumbent champions are Sydney Rowing Club, and half of that crew surviving from last year is still on the course with us. It's Caitlin McManus Barrett. She won, I believe it was last year, with India Thompson. But she's now racing with Isabella Scammell and looking to defend her title in this event, the women's under-21 pair. It's the A final, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like it's going to be done. Sydney Rowing Club, Scammell and McManus Barrett, steaming towards the line at a rate of knots. And looks as though Tasmania University Boat Club, Robinson and Oliver are going to snatch second. So Sydney Rowing Club go through the line, gold medals for them. Tasmania University in lane 5 will snatch a silver, and I think it'll be that UQ crew in lane 2. Nancy Duncan-Banks and Lucy Hope that grab third off of Melbourne Uni's Evelyn Dow and Robbie Cantwell. Mercantile in 5th. The second University of Queensland crew, Drew and Reddy, in 6th. 7th will go to Kerpiniotis and Fard of University of Technology, Sydney. And finally, it'll be the Adelaide Uni composite of Grace Seppelt and Claire Romagnac.
The winning time, 7 minutes 43.63. And now roaring down the course, we have the B final of the Championship Men's Under-21 pair. So on the far side in lane 1 from Mercantile, Jack Ivers and Edward Finley. In lane 2 from Mercantile, Charlie Clark and Hamish Nicol. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Hugo Hobbs and Digby Leahy. In lane 4 from Sydney, Angus Aiken and Thomas Hart. In lane 5 from UTS, Mackenzie Thompson and Charles Jewell. In lane 6 from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Ben Horsnell and Mackenzie Branch. In lane 7 from Mercantile, Jake Polkinghorn and Liam Burke. In lane 8 from Mercantile, Zach Crawley and Ben Strang.
Thanks, Mark. And through the 1,000 metre mark, there really wasn't much in it, but it was Mackenzie Thompson and Charlie Jewell from UTS Rowing Club in the lead with a narrow margin, a narrow lead over, I should say, Hugo Hobbs and Digby Lay of Sydney University Boat Club. In that third position is Angus Aitken and Thomas Hart of Sydney Rowing Club. They're about to come through the 1,500 metre mark, so we'll get some updated times for you very shortly.
From looking out across the course, they do look to be quite close together, so we might see a great race to finish here.
That chevron really starting to form, though, Mark, across the course. It'll be the UTS crew of Thompson and Jewell in the middle of the course who have extended their lead over, it's Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise by the looks of things, Horsnell and Branch.
And I think those boys have just given a little push to make sure that they're going to try and cement their silver medal.
And so they've pushed
Hobbs.
Hobbs.
No medals, it's a B final.
It's a B final, of course, so not 4 medals this one, but they've pushed Hobbs and Lay of SUBC out of the top 3. So it'll just be interesting to see what happens as these oarsmen come down, whether or not these placings stay the same or whether or not there's a late push from the crews on this close side. That's those mercantile crews, Polkinghorne, Burke, Crawley and Strang. And see if they can dislodge one of those crews for a third position. But look, it does look as though the UTS boys, Macca Thompson and Charlie Jewell, are going to maintain what has become a healthy lead. They're just floating with the boys on their stroke side and just straightening up now, but I think they are going to take out this B final of the men's under 21 pair.
I would say they're increasing their lead, not maintaining it. So doing a really nice push into the finish here.
Both of these boys are alumni of the St. Ignatius College Riverview, so recent school leavers, as I am assuming most of these competitors are. So Jewell and Thompson of UTS Rowing Club crossing the line in first place. Congratulations, boys. It's a fantastic effort. So they'll take out the B final. In second place will be Sydney Rowing Club, Aitken and Hart. And third place, it'll be Hobbs and Lay of SUBC. And very close indeed for 5th, 6th, and 7th, I think, Mark.
Yeah, I think so. So on the course now we have the race 218, the Championships men's under 21 pair A final. In lane 1 from Sydney we have Gabriel Carmody and Thomas Livingston. In lane 2 from Mossman, David Campbell and Joshua Wilson. In lane 3 from Canned, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury. In lane 4 from Mercantile, Flynn Stimpson and Joshua Bertolucci. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Henry Ryan and Ryan Gibson. In lane 6 from Mercantile, Austin Reiner and Dom Frederico. In lane 7 from Canned, Samuel Atherton and Daniel Horsley. And in lane 8 from UTS, Ned Power and Henry Blackwell. Now, I've read quite a few of these names over this weekend, so these boys must be turning around and just about racing back to back.
Of course, and as I was mentioning before, Mark, these the way that these events are structured is you just simply have to race 3 times in a day, potentially, to get all the way through to the final. It's just a competitive field and a bit cutthroat, but that's just the way it is.
Yeah, no, there is. We'll just give an update as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. So it's Lord and Salisbury from Canned with a lead over the other Canned crew of Atherton and Horsley, but they're followed very closely by Stimpson and Bertolucci from Mercantile. Then a bit further back to Sydney University crew of Ryan and Gibson, and then the mercantile crew of Randa and Frederico, and we'll just cross over to the pontoon for the presentation.
Thanks, Mark. We're going to take you now to the pontoon where we're going to present the Championship Women's Under-21 pair medals. In third place and recipients of bronze medals, University of Queensland, Nancy Duncan-Banks and Lucy Hope. Their coach is Agustin Rodero. In second place and recipients of the silver medal, Tasmania University Boat Club, Sophie Robinson and Kate Oliver. And ladies and gentlemen, your gold medalists for 2022, Sydney Rowing Club, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett.
And the championship men's under-21 pair is just coming into the last 250 metres. In the lead, it does look to be Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury in lane 3, followed by Sam Ulatherton and Daniel Hornsley over here in lane 7. Then just behind them, Austin Reiner and Dom Frederico from Mercantile. But the battle in this one is going to be for third place once again. So that's between Reiner, Frederico, Stimpson and Bortolosi, and Ryan and Gibson.
Well, that's right, Mark. We've got Canned, and Mercantile as they came through the 1500. Let's see if those positions have remained the same. I think so. It will be Lord and Salisbury that maintain that gold medal position at this stage. Second place, it's pretty tight at this stage. It could be that Atherton and Horsley crew of Canned are going to keep it at this stage, but it's a fast finishing boats from Mercantile in the middle.
So it's the Mercantile crews that are really battling it out to see who's going to get the bronze medal. And it does look to me like it's going to be the crew of Stimpson and Bortolosi, but no. Yeah, oh, the surge at photo finish, we can't call that.
Pretty close. Sydney University Boat Club in 5th, Mossman in 6th. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1, Carmody and Livingston will come in 7th place. And Power and Blackwell of UTS in 8th.
So definitely a very close one on that photo finish. Usually sitting up here in the finish tower, we can just see it, but not in that one. It depends on the surge of the stroke as they cross the line.
It really is very close indeed for that race. So pride is on the line there between those two Mercantile boats.
You do sometimes wonder whether you should call it a dead heat, but when it's for a medal, it's very important, as we know from, I'm sure, Mahe Drysdale would tell you after the Rio Olympics.
Well, that's right. So we'll just stretch out that photo and see who claims that bronze medal.
Okay, and another exciting race coming down the course is the Championship Women's Under-17 Single Scull. Remember, for these girls, this is the third 2,000 metre race of the day. And over in lane 1, we have Sophia Miller, coached by Milan and Thomas Parker. In lane 2 from Sydney, Neve Tierney, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Check. In lane 3 from St Catherine's, Jade Bliss, coached by Jared Watson. In lane 4 from Mossman, Imogen Grafe, and coached by Katie Healy. In lane 5 from Loreto Marriotteville, Victoria Binns, coached by Tom Duenbos. In lane 6 from Centenary, Lucy McFarlane, coached by Michael Opstelton and Peter Wadsworth. In lane 6 from Nepean, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. And in lane 8 from Gippsland Grammar, Ella Durand.
Thanks, Mark. And through the 500 metres, it was Victoria Binns from Loreto Marriotteville in the lead. She enjoyed a 2-second advantage over Sophia Miller of Glebe, who herself enjoyed a 3-second advantage over Imogen Gray from Mossman. But they're coming now through the 1,000 metre mark, and let's just see how and if those positions have changed. So the positioning hasn't. So 1, 2 and 3 is still Binns, Miller and Gray in that order. 4th place at the moment is Olivia Harris from Nepean, followed by Jade Bliss of St Catherine's, and then Lucy McFarlane of Centenary.
And you do have to take some care to call a race at the 500 metre mark, because it can all change after that. Depends on the speed of the starts, a whole range of factors. But what we're seeing on the course is the wind has come up, and there's a bit of a chop coming down the course, which is going to add an extra challenge for these girls. They're just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, just confirming results for the championship men's under 21 pair. There was a photo finish between two mercantile crews. In third place, and recipients of the bronze medal will be Austin Reiner and Dom Frederico by .03.
I would call that a heat.
Almost a dead heat, but
a tie myself. But returning to the race on the field quickly, is out in the middle there in lane 5, we have Victoria Binns from Loreto Marriotteville holding the lead over Sophia Miller across in lane 1, followed then by Imogen Gray from Mossman in lane 4. Then it's a bit tricky to see from up here, but I think it's going to be back to Olivia Harris from Nepean across here in lane 7. So that looks to be the head of the field. They're then followed by Jade Bliss, Lucy McFarlane, Ella Durand and Neve Tierney. So it does look like the placings are fairly well set.
It'll just depend, Mark, on what this tailwind does to the scullers. I know sometimes it can be disruptive, sometimes it can be productive, but let's just see what happens with Victoria Binns, who is out the front here, enjoying a handy lead over Sophia Miller, currently in silver medal position of Glebe, and Imogen Gray of Mossman in third at this stage.
Well, and especially having seen the capsize a little earlier on, so anything can happen. So these girls are giving it everything at the moment. Now they're in the last, coming up to the last 100 metres.
That's right, Mark. It is Victoria Binns from Loreto Marriotteville in the lead at this stage. There is a late push from on the far side from Sophia Miller of Glebe, coached by Milan Parker and Thomas Parker. Some fantastic work done by her to catch up. Whether or not it'll be enough, I don't know, Mark. I think she's going to comfortably secure that silver medal position. But it will be Victoria Binns from Loreto Marriotteville, your champion in the women's under-17 single scull. And she's pretty stoked about it as well. Second place will be Sophia Miller from Glebe Rowing Club, and in third, Imogen Gray from Mossman.
The winning time, 8 minutes, 6 seconds, 6.5 seconds, 57 seconds.
Harris from Nepean crossing now, as is Bliss from St. Catherine's. And there's a little bit of a race on now for 6th place between Sydney Rowing Club's Neve Tierney and a Centenary and Gippsland Grammar. Very close indeed. It might even be a photo between 6th, 7th and 8th positions, Mark. So we'll just wait and see.
Yes.
Before we move on, ladies and gentlemen, we will now present the Championship Men's Under-21 pair medals. In third place, recipients of the bronze medal, Mercantile Rowing Club, represented by Austin Reiner and Dom Frederico. Their coaches are Michael McKay and Brendan Scott. In second place, and recipients of the silver medal, Canned Rowing Club. Samuel Atherton and Daniel Horsley. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, your champions for 2022 Canned Rowing Club, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury. They are coached by Scott Rowe. Won't you join me in congratulating your medalists for 2022?
And roaring down the course is race 220, the championship men's under 17 single scull. Over on the far side from Marist College is Ben Vardy in lane 1. In lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Dion Hansen. In lane 3 from Kinross Wallaroy, George Wackham. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Kaylin Routley. In lane 5 from Mossman, Lachlan Fraser. In lane 6 from Newington, Morgan Jones. In lane 7 from Newington, Tom Chanter. In lane 8 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Oscar Sewell Gamborg. And in lane 9 from Commercial, Adam Kamer.
Thanks, Mark. And look, on the Bont live stream, it does appear as though that wind really is causing a headache now for some scullers out there. But certainly in the lead, it is Morgan Jones of Newington College at this stage. He's closely pursued by Kaylin Routley. Really not much in it at all. It's all to play for the 15 in the final 500 metres, I should say, between Jones and Routley. Lachlan Fraser of Mossman is currently in third. Back to Ben Vardy of Marist College, ACT in fourth. Skill Gamborg of Northern Beaches Secondary in fifth. Kinross Wallaroy's Wackham in sixth. Northern Beaches Secondary Hansen in seventh, and Chanter of Newington in eighth, and Commercials Keimer in ninth at this stage.
So the real battle here is going to be more between Morgan Jones and Kaylin Routley to see who can hold that pole position. That's Morgan Jones is over in is here closest to us in lane 6, and Kaylin Routley in lane 4. So as they come into the last 250 metres, I can see they've just upped their strike rate over there. So that's Kaylin Routley has just taken it up a couple of points.
This looks like it's going to be a fast finish, Mark. Kaylin Routley is flying over there in lane 4, and he's going head-to-head now with Morgan Jones of Newington College. Let's just see what happens now. They're coming into the final 100 metres. Morgan Jones looks to his right and he sees Routley. And now both scullers are really throwing everything they have now. What's left in the tank? This is their final race of the day by the looks of things. And it'll be, is it going to be Routley or is it going to be Newington College Jones?
I think Kaylin Routley has really given it a good push. Could be.
We're going stroke for stroke, and Jones just goes through the roof, and I think Jones will snatch it at the end from Kaylin Routley. Very close indeed.
Just a final surge across the line there.
Final 3 strokes, perhaps Morgan Jones just throws it through the ceiling, snatching victory off Kaylin Routley. Lachlan Fraser of Mossman will claim third, and a race on for fourth as well between Adam Keimer and Kinross Wallaroy's George Wackham as well, and a flurry of hooter blows as they all come across the line now.
So it's gone to a photo finish to confirm that final placing.
But I do think it was Morgan Jones of Newington just at the death, and Kaylin Routley had such a brave response. But congratulations to each sculler there. What a fantastic race.
Exciting racing. Okay, and now we have the presentation for the Championship Women's Under 17 Single Scull. Representing Mossman Rowing Club in bronze medal position is Imogen Gray, coached by Katie Healy. Representing Glebe Rowing Club, Sophia Miller, coached by Milan and Thomas Parker. And the 2022 champion of the women's under 17 single scull from Loretto Marriotteville, Victoria Binns, coached by Tom Duenbos. Congratulations, great racing. And the official result has come through. Morgan Jones from Newington won in 7 minutes 26.17, followed by Kaylin Routley from Newcastle Grammar by 0.34 of a second. Then back to Lachlan Fraser in the bronze medal position from Mossman, then followed by Northern Beaches. So the Jones came out ahead of Routley as we'd predicted.
Pretty close racing indeed, so we've got that official result now. So we look forward to that presentation, but in the meantime we will turn our attention back to the course. On your Bont Rowing live stream you'll see that the weather really has turned quite ferocious down there on the course. It's the Championship Women's Elite Quad Scull on the course now. This event is sponsored by V Insurance, and the incumbent champions are Sydney University Boat Club. So just to run through the crews, in lane 3 representing Sydney Uni is India Hobbs, Madeline Vagg, Emily Shepherd and Grace Turner. They're coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. In lane 4 representing Mercantile, Louisa Bongrain, Anna Kirkwood, Paige Barr and Sophie Reiner, coached by Michael McKay and Alistair Matthews. In lane 5 representing Sydney Rowing Club, Grace Cipher, Lauren Graham, Sarah Hoare and Harriet Hudson, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. In lane 6 representing the Australian National University, Alexandra Moylan, Sophia Gerapetritis, Catherine Khan and Anika Reardon, and they're coached by Nigel Harding and Dave Romano. And finally, in lane 7, also from Sydney University Boat Club, Georgie Gleeson, Rowena Meredith, Kate Rowan and Tara Rigney. So Mark, a star-studded race this one. We've got some Tokyo Games Olympians in this one, in the likes of Tara Rigney and Rowena Meredith from that Sydney University crew in lane 7. And as they came through the 1,000-metre mark, the first 3 crews were all very close together, but they have spaced out as they hit the 1,500 metres. So the Sydney crew is in the lead at this point in time, followed by the ANU crew and then the Sydney University crew. I think those placings will probably hold just looking down at the field. The crew that's sitting in 4th place from Mercantile will have to work pretty hard to catch up here. Of course, also from the Women's National Training Centre, Sarah Hoare and Harriet Hudson in that Sydney Rowing Club boat. So they are looking pretty strong in the centre of the field in lane 5. And they are in the gold medal position, as you say, Mark, at this stage. The crew from ANU in lane 6 is doing fantastically well, though. Alex Moylan, Sophie Gerapetritis, Catherine Khan and Anika Reardon. And at least three lightweights in that boat. So a fantastic effort indeed to keep up with Georgie Gleeson, Rowena Meredith, Kate Rowan and Tara Rigney from SUBC. And they really are putting them under a bit of pressure for that silver medal position, but it will be Sydney Rowing Club, Cipher, Graham, Hoare and Hudson take out the gold medal, and despite all the King's horses and all the King's men, it'll, in a last push from ANU, they won't be able to claim silver, but they'll take the bronze indeed. So second to Gleeson, Meredith, Rowan and Rigney from SUBC, and third to Moylan, Gerapetritis, Khan and Reardon from the ANU.
And the Sydney University crew of India Hobbs, Madeline Vagg, Emily Shepherd and Grace Turner is just crossing the line. So again, thundering down the course, we have the last race of the day, race 222, the Championship Men's Elite Quad Scull, sponsored by V Insurance. Over in lane 2, a composite crew of Alexander Wood from UTS, Oscar Williams from UTS, Jackson Free from Griffith Uni, and Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Griffith Uni. In lane 3, from Sydney University, Willow Shaughnessy, David Barthelot, Jackson Kent and Cameron Gerberdlestone. In lane 4, another composite crew of Lucas Mattick from Melbourne University Boat Club, Joel Kane from Mercantile, Felix Oliver from Melbourne University Boat Club and Kane Grant from Melbourne University. In lane 5 from Sydney, Maximilian Crowe, Alex Nichol, Harry Crouch and Torrin Olsen. In lane 6, another composite crew of Xavier Hall Sullivan from Corio Bay, William Clark from UTS, Jack Bowser from Toowong and Harry Curtin from UTS. And in lane 7 from Sydney University, Wyatt Batt, Elliot Simpson, Tom Anderson and Nicholas Miro. The University of Queensland crew has pulled out, or is scratched, I'm afraid.
Thanks, Mark. And this is another race where we have some high-quality scullers in these quads. The Sydney University Boat Club crew in lane 3, Will O'Shaughnessy, David Barthelot, Jackson Kench and Cam Girdlestone coming through in first place. They're pursued by that Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise composite of Wood, Williams, Free and Kennedy Leverett. In third position at the moment is Maximilian Crowe, Alex Nicol, Harry Crouch and Torin Olsen from Sydney Rowing Club. Of course, plenty of NTC representation. Cameron Girdlestone, a recent Tokyo Games Olympian, of course, and Will O'Shaughnessy, David Barthelot and Jackson Kench in that Sydney University crew in pole position are all members of the Men's National Training Centre, as I understand it. But just a shout out to that crew in lane 2 from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Alex Wood enjoyed a win just a short while ago with Xavier Hall-Sullivan in the under-23 double. Oscar Williams in the B final of the men's elite single earlier on today. Jackson Free and Cormac Kennedy Leverett, of course, some decorated athletes in their own right as well. So let's just see what happens here. I think it will be SUBC who maintain that gold medal position, and they are looking fantastic indeed as they come through the final 100 metres now. They are under some pressure from that Griffith Uni composite crew of Wood, Williams, Free and Kennedy Leverett, but I don't think it'll be quite enough. I think SUBC will maintain that lead and take that gold medal and be your champions in the men's elite quad scull for 2022. So a short margin back. Silver medals for that composite crew, and I think third place will remain unchanged as well. Maximilian Crowe, Alex Nicol, Harry Crouch and Torin Olsen going to nab that bronze medal over that lightweight crew, or partly lightweight crew from UTS Composite. A photo finish we're waiting on as well between 4th and 5th. Ladies and gentlemen, just as our final race finishes, we're now going to turn to our presentations for race 220, the Championship Men's Under-17 Single Scull. In third place and a recipient of a bronze medal, Lachlan Fraser from Mossman Rowing Club. In second place, from Newcastle Grammar, recipient of the silver medal is Kaylin Routley. And finally, your champion for 2022 and gold medalist, Morgan Jones from Newington College. Congratulations, boys.
So that concludes the racing for the day, but we still have some very important medal presentations to complete. Just as the wind comes up and the conditions start to deteriorate. So the final time for that last men's quad was 5 minutes 56.31. That's flying.
Blistering, I'd say. So that time, of course, aided by that handy tail breeze that's just whipped up in the past half an hour, I'd say, Mark. But of course, for most of the afternoon, our athletes were treated to some fantastic conditions for rowing. And we've seen some great racing, very close finishes all round, I think.
Some very exciting finishes, and when I was up here yesterday as well, we saw a lot of very exciting finishes. So this is what it's all about, the excitement, the adrenaline. We even get excited up here.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn to the presentation for the Championship Women's Elite Quad Scull, sponsored by V Insurance. In third place and recipients of bronze medals, the Australian National University. And they're represented by Alexandra Moylan, Sophie Gerapetritis, Catherine Kahn, and Anika Reardon. Their coaches are Nigel Harding and Dave Romano. Your silver medalist for 2022, Sydney University Boat Club. Georgie Gleeson, Rowena Meredith, Kate Rowan, and Tara Rigney. That crew is coached by Alfie Young and Donald McLaughlin. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, your gold medalists in the Women's Elite Quad Scull Sydney Rowing Club. Grace Cipher, Lauren Graham, Sarah Hoare, and Harriet Hudson. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you join me in congratulating your champions and medalists in the Women's Elite Quad Scull?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll shortly be doing the final medal presentation for the Kevin P. Webb Trophy, which is the Men's Elite Quad Scull, sponsored by V Insurance. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for the final medal presentation for the Championship Men's Elite Quad Scull, sponsored by V Insurance. This is for the Kevin P. Webb Trophy. The bronze medalists representing Sydney Rowing Club, Maximilian Crowe, Alex Nicol, Harry Crouch, Torrin Olsen, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. The silver medalists are a composite crew of Alexander Wood from UTS, Oscar Williams from UTS, Jackson Free from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, and Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Griffith University. They're coached by Alex Field and Marcus Free. And the 2022 champions for the men's elite quad scull, the gold medalists go to Sydney University's Will O'Shannessy, David Barthelot, Jackson Kench, and Cameron Girdlestone. Congratulations, there was some great racing out there today. So just while we wait to finalise proceedings, please ensure that you return all bow numbers and tidy up after yourselves.
Thanks, Mark. Well, it has been a fantastic regatta here at the 2022 Rowing New South Wales State Championships, so thank you very much indeed. Our final proceeding this afternoon is to announce the winners of the point score in terms of overall club contributions. So in third place, it's the Kinross Wallaroi School. So a fantastic effort from them, of course, as a school to compete so widely and to achieve success across the board. In second place, Sydney Rowing Club. And the overall point score winners for the 2022 State Championships, Sydney University Boat Club. So congratulations all round to all those clubs for your performance this weekend, and thank you to everyone for your participation at the regatta. Thank you to our officials at Rowing New South Wales for facilitating what has been a fantastically successful regatta after an interrupted season.
And all our sponsors, and in particular, these regattas only run through the hard work of volunteers. So all our hard-working volunteers, thank you very much.
Thank you, of course, if you've joined us on the live stream. Thanks to Bont Rowing for facilitating that once again. We look forward to seeing you before too long at another regatta out here at Cirque. The Sydney Rowing Club regatta is back out here in a couple of weeks, and of course, the Australian National Rowing Championships are only around the corner in March. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll sign off for the evening.